Hello, 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 folks. How are we doing today? I hope everyone is having an excellent weekend so far. I know I am. It's a beautiful day building beautiful apps. Hi, Chris. How's it going? And just before, oh, my mic sounds a bit off. Oh, okay. Let me look here. Okay. Does it sound any better now? Any better? Sounds the same. Okay. All right. Well, let's go ahead and get into it. And we're going to have to do some audio tweaking anyway. So, um, let's go ahead and get into it because we're going to be playing. Hey Ahmed, hey DriveNet. We're going to be playing the tutorial as we go. So I'm gonna need you all to help me out with audio anyway. Let me just adjust one thing here. Okay, I've turned down my mic volume a little bit. No, I'm using the same mic as always. My blue snowball, but I'll double check that. Okay, I've reset it. Any better? Now it seems like my noise suppression turned itself off. That's fun. Okay, noise suppression is back on. Perfect. Good. Okay. I just somehow the gain on my mic got turned up a little bit too high, higher than normal. And I don't know why. So I turned it down a little bit. Hopefully that sounds better, folks. Um, I hope everybody is having a great day. Oh, Issy. So last time you told us that you had gotten an interview and that you were progressing through the stages, and now you've moved on to the third and final stage. Oh, that's so awesome. That's amazing to hear. Congratulations, Issy, and I hope that you get that offer and that it's everything you hope for. Luis. Hi, Luis. Uh, Ironclad says that guy has such perfect hair, referring to Web Dev Simplified. Yes, he does. He has really excellent feathered hair. Yes. Icy says, I'm so nervous. It's a system design question. Well, I'm sure you do great, especially if you prep for it, which I'm sure you're already doing. So that's awesome. His hair is well styled. Yeah, it really is, isn't it? Hey, Kasaba, how's it going? All right, so what are we doing today? Well, we have spent the last, how long has it been? Like 2 months going through all of the React docs, all like pretty much all of them, except for the very advanced topics. We went through all the basic stuff about React, how to use it, what everything is. And today we're going to see if we can put those things into practice. I need to turn my camera just a little bit, maybe, perhaps, maybe not. That's okay, whatever. Um, and we're going to be putting some of that into practice and actually building out a full featured e-commerce app, so basically a storefront with a shopping cart, using React and TypeScript. So if you've never used TypeScript before, that's okay. The implementation of TypeScript here is very light and pretty easy to follow, and we will talk through. It's a very logical implementation of TypeScript. There's not a lot of weirdness going on. There's a little bit, but that's okay. We can live with a little. And so we'll talk through uh, what is being done with TypeScript and why it's being done. And also, too, I really, really like this tutorial. I feel like it makes a lot of logical sense the way it's implemented, which is why we're going to be following it today. I'm not just going to be building this independently. We're going to be following how he does it in the tutorial because he does it in a very logical way. However, I love Web Dev Simplified. I absolutely do. It's a great channel to follow along with, but he goes extremely quickly, like super fast, through everything that he does. Like he's just a fast talker. I am too. I understand. But he doesn't really dwell on the why of anything, right? Everything is he says, okay, we're gonna do this, but he doesn't say why. And so we're going to be pausing a lot. We're going to be talking about why things are happening. Why did he do that? What is that for? That sort of thing. And we're going to be refreshing ourselves on these topics as we go and as we build. And I also have a new command in chat. If you type !project, you will get a link to the running GitHub for this particular project that we're working on today. So if you want, I'm going to be pushing to GitHub as we go. At each break, I'll probably do a commit, so you can keep up if you want to. And so you can use !project to get a direct link to the GitHub. Right now, there's nothing in it because we're just starting, but you can follow along with that as we go. There is also the finished version out there. So if you are watching this on YouTube and you just want to look at the finished code, it's on my GitHub, and it's just called, what did I call it? Sorry. What did I call it? Hang on. Oh, Kitten Store Finished. That's what it's called. So this one is the finished version. Theoretically, by the time we get to the end of this stream, these two will match each other because we'll be finished with both. But if you want to look, if you need to look at the finished version as we go, you can look at this repo right here. Otherwise, this is our working version. It says, "Hey YouTube, gonna watch this soon." Oh, and I am going to turn on captions as well. Give me just one moment to do that. Ironclad says, I feel like every time I watch Web Dev Simplified, you can pause at any moment and it'll be photogenic. Oh, that's funny. Young Chris Hemsworth. Forget about the content. We're just, looking at that face, right? um, Doddle says, I want a kitty. Well, Doddle, welcome to the stream. And once you get enough channel points, you can name a kitten. So I foster kittens for the Humane Society, and I allow my Twitch viewers to name them. I currently have 3 foster kittens, which, if you look at my previous stream, they were all on screen during the first break. And so 2 of them have been named, Madeline and Rick James. But there's one that still needs to be named. So if you get enough channel points, naming a foster kitten is up for grabs. Those are the names that I give them and that I give to the shelter and that they get adopted with. So it's a big responsibility, but I trust my chat with that. Yeah, Ironclad. We are using TypeScript today. Yes. Oh, you just got a job recently. Good job, Ironclad. Hey, Mr. Carson. Forbreath says, "Hey, I've been learning Next.js and TS recently. That's awesome. Yeah, we're going to be using React and TypeScript today. Um, you've been enjoying it. Good." Doddle says, "Do you have a problem giving them back? I think I would adopt them all." It actually gets a lot easier the more that you do it. I've actually been at the shelter while some of my foster kittens have been adopted, and that's truly the best feeling in the world, to see them, to see someone fall in love with a kitten that you raised. And I don't know, I love that feeling, and that's what I believe happens to all of my foster kittens. So it when you think of it that way, it becomes a lot easier. You're literally raising somebody's best friend. All right, so once again, we had a few more folks come in here. Forrest says, I have close to zero understanding of TypeScript. That's okay. It's very close to JavaScript. And in this case, what we're doing here for this implementation for this project is pretty basic. Just basically declaring types and then using those types. So nothing particularly strenuous. And yeah, once again, what are we doing today? Well, we are building an app that is basically a storefront. You can see it here. This is the finished version, which we can reference if we need to. And so we can see it's fully interactive. We have a certain set of items, in this case, various types of kittens. And once we click add to cart, obviously we can see the whole page doesn't reload, but a few different things happen, right? We get a cart ticker here where we can add quantities of items to the cart. Um, this cart icon appears. So watch what happens when I take an item out, right? Cart icon disappears. I click add to cart. All this information suddenly appears. The whole page doesn't reload. This is the magic of React, right? This is why we use React, because we can re-render specific components of the page and add, remove them, re-render as needed. And I can change the quantity, right? And I can click the remove button to remove an item. Now, I'm going to add a couple things here. When I click on the cart, we can see that it's keeping track of the total quantity of the items that I've selected. And when I click the cart icon, all of those items show up in my cart, right? And I can click, I can see my quantity of each, and I can remove that item. And we can see that that change is being reflected in the UI as I'm touching the cart, right? Those changes are also being reflected in the UI. So clearly, information about how many items are in our shopping cart is being stored and passed down to all the components, right? So clearly, we have some kind of a what might we call this? If something is able to be stored at a high level and passed down to all of our into all of our components. What do we think might, just theorize, what do we think might be happening here? Let's think in terms of React. What's happening here? There could be a couple right answers. Yeah, lots of different possible answers here, right? Yeah. So, and none of those are wrong. Those are all right answers. So Kasuba says parent. Yeah, so clearly there's some kind of a parent-child relationship going on here, right? Something is a parent, and we have a bunch of child components that are accepting that information from the parent. Junko Gurema says state. Yeah, so a way we can hold uh, the appearance of a particular component is called state, right? So clearly there's some kind of an appearance here of thing in cart versus thing not in cart, right? So those could be held in state. We've got context. Yeah, so that's a bit more of an advanced thing, right? Does anybody remember what context is in terms of React? What is context and what does it do for us? We just talked about that last week, but it may not be familiar to everybody if you have past information about React. What is context? Dr. Moto says, "Where's Vim Tutor?" Yes, so Vim Tutor was requested last week for a stream topic. I'm going to do that next week. You can actually see here I have it open behind VS Code because I've been doing Vim Tutor, looking at it, learning how to navigate in it, so I can show it on stream because I will be doing it next week on stream. So I didn't forget about it. I've been prepping for that. It will be next week. Thank you for the follow, Altonic. Um, Abidemi says, I came late. What are we working on today? We are working on what I have pulled up on screen right now. This is the finished version. We haven't started it yet. It's a React storefront with a fully interactive cart using React and TypeScript. So we can see how it works here. We're storing quantities. We're using components, fully interactive, and also, obviously storing context of our cart. So I asked the question, what is context? And Redshift says state change propagation, something like message bus between producer and consumer. So maybe in more plain terms, context allows us to pass information to any child component no matter how deep it is in the tree, right? Normally, we pass information through props from a parent to a child. That's how we normally send information from a parent to a child, is via props. However, sometimes you might have a child that's like 6 layers deep inside of your React app, right? You've got a bunch of components and you're passing things through, and you're trying to get props down to this child, but you find yourself passing it like 6 layers deep. And that's not always a bad thing, but it's what we might call prop drilling. That's a term, is prop drilling. When you're sending a prop all the way down, through a bunch of layers to get to where it needs to go. Now, a way you can bypass that is through context, which is where we wrap our application, or a part of our application, in what we call a provider. And that provider allows any child within that section to access the information in the context. So if you're not sure about what that is, that's okay. We're going to see an example of that in this tutorial today, which is why I like it so much. So we're going to see how context is used and how it's applied. Third deck, it says global data. Yeah, kind of. Yeah, it doesn't always have to be global, right? We can add context to just a section of our application. We can choose where that context lives. But whatever we wrap that context in, we'll be able to access the context. So, but yeah, you can use it globally. Oh, and we got a redemption here. We got a stretch. All right. Thank you for that. That's good. We're limbering up to get started. Okay. All right. Any last questions before we get started? Once again, excuse me. Once again, you can use !project in chat to get a link to the GitHub we'll be using today. There's nothing in there right now, but if you want to follow along as we go, I'll be committing to that at regular intervals. So I'm going to narrow this back down. Now, I need you all to help me out with audio levels here. I'm going to start the video, and then I need you all to tell me how the audio sounds to you, because who knows, right? So I'm gonna start playing it, and then you tell me in chat how it sounds. Louder, softer, whatever. Okay, here we go.
In this video, I'm not only going to be building an advanced shopping cart using TypeScript and React, but I'm also going to be structuring this project like a real-world large-scale project. And that means that I'm going to have advanced file structure, folder structure, naming conventions, best practices, and so on that you can pick up on, so you can learn so much more than just how to build a shopping.
Okay, louder than me? Okay. I can turn it down just a titch. Okay. Yeah, and so I can talk while I'm playing it all the way up. All right. I've turned it down just a little bit. I'm going to start it again, and I'm going to keep talking. Okay.
Cart.
So here's me talking along with Web Dev Simplified.
Welcome back to Web
So
Dev
he's just going to do a
Simplified. My name
demo,
is
and I'm
Kyle, and
talking at
my
the
job is
same
to
time.
simplify the web
So
for
how
you
does
so
that
you can
sound in
start building your
comparison?
dream project sooner. And here is the working version of our final
Sounds
project.
better?
You can see we have multiple different
Web Dev is
pages.
kind of loud
The only
still?
page that has any content is the store page.
Okay. It's all right. We're going to figure it out. We'll get it adjusted. He has that bass. He does indeed. We'll figure it out. Okay, I'm going to turn him down just a little bit more. It's all right. Well, this is going to be kind of a long one today, so I want to make sure that we get the right levels up front so it's not annoying or grating to you. Okay. Also, I turn my head slightly away from my mic when I'm talking, which is probably still listening. I got lost in the hair. All right, I'm going to go back. Well, actually, no, I'll keep it playing.
Across multiple pages. There's multiple ways to interact, for example, plus minus buttons.
Okay, how
You
does
can
that
remove
sound
things
now?
by
Still
clicking
too
this
loud
remove
or
button.
better?
You can remove things from within the shopping cart and so on. So it's a really fluid system that you can really slot into any project you need. And best of all, in this tutorial, I'm going to be going over a lot of advanced features for building larger scale projects, which you can incorporate into your own project. Now, to get started with this project, we're going to be using Vite to create our
Good.
React application
Okay.
instead of create React app. And that's just because I think it has better support for things like type.
Okay, I can turn him down just a titch more if we need to. I'll turn him down one more tick. Okay. Kitten shopping. Are we buying kittens in bulk? It's finer. Okay. Good. All right. Well, if at some point the levels do get weird, stop me and we'll adjust again. Okay. There's never a bad time to readjust. I'll take one palette of kittens, please. Yeah. I have so many kitten pictures in my Google Photos that I was just like, I have to use them. Like, I can't not use them. Um, and so, yeah, let's go ahead and get into project setup here. What we're going to be using today for this particular project is something called Veet. This is not a big deal. Veet is just a bundler that's going to help us jumpstart our project much quicker than if we were doing it manually, right? So it's going to do all the Create React app stuff for us. It's going to get TypeScript set up to work with React. It's basically going to help us configure both TypeScript and React at the same time with zero effort on our part. We've used Veet before. We've used Veet before on stream actually, and I really liked it. I have done a previous stream using Veet, and it's pretty fantastic. It's we'll walk through exactly how to set it up. It's super easy. You choose two options, and then you're done, and you have a ready-made project in vanilla JavaScript, React, whatever you want. Yeah. I personally, Mr. Carson says, do you prefer that over Create React? Personally, yes, I do. Um, but hey, it's all personal preference, right? That's just what we're using today. You can use whatever you like. Okay, so let's get started. And don't worry, I'll be pausing regularly. We'll talk through it, ask questions as we go. Um, I'm open to questions anytime. So we're going to be pausing on the regular and clarifying and going through things step by step. Kasima says, is Veet the one that people say no one knows how to get out of it? Or is that Vue? No, that's Vim, Vim. I actually have Vim open at the bottom of my screen, right? Down here. I haven't figured out how to quit yet. No, kidding. No, it's Vim. That's the one. V or Vim. That's the one that people can't figure out how to quit. Yeah, Veet is very fast. It's a wonderful bundler. So we're going to learn how to use it today if you haven't used it before. All right, here we go.
TypeScript, and it just works really well. So to do that, we just need to run npm create and Veet, and then we just want to put a period here which says create the project in the current folder. Now when I run that, it's going to ask me what I want to call this package. We're just going to call it shopping cart.
And okay, so all we did there was I opened the terminal. I created my folder first, like I always do for a project. My project is called Kitten Store _ demo. You can call yours whatever you want. I've opened the terminal. I'm in Git Bash, and all he did there. Let's see.
And then we
no,
want to use React, and we want to use the TypeScript version.
Okay. He goes so quickly. All right, so the command there was just npm create and Veet with a dot. So you're going to want to make sure. Yeah, you can have Veet create a directory for you if you want. But in this case, I'm already working within an existing directory. So I'm just having Veet create a directory, create an application at my current location with create Veet dot. So that's what that's how I'm gonna do it. And once you hit enter, yeah, I'm gonna have it. So my current directory isn't empty because I have a README in there from when I created my Git repo. I will have it remove my existing files. So I'm just gonna say yes. And my package name, I'm just gonna leave that as is, Kitten Store Demo. You can change the name. If you type a different name in there, you can change it. So I'm gonna leave it as is though. And once I've done that, it'll ask me to select a framework. So today we're going to be using React. And so that's what I'll be selecting. I'm going to pause here for a second. So, you can clearly see what's on my screen. I'm going to let everybody catch up to where I'm at. So let me know when you're ready for me to continue. I'm going to take a quick hydrate here. Good? Okay. So all we did was npm create vite and then dot because I'm already in the folder where I want this project to live. If it asks you to update, that's fine. You don't have to though. Um, that's personal preference. It's not going to hurt anything if you don't update, probably. Nobody else says I want to buy a kitten. And I had a file in my directory, so I told it to delete it. And then I chose my package name. I chose whatever they had already had in there. You can type a custom name if you want, though. And then now my framework here is going to be React. So I'm going to go ahead and choose that. And in order to choose the framework, you can use the arrow keys to mouse up and down. I'm choosing React. You can see there's lots of choices there. And then this is slightly different from the tutorial. So I'm going to show you this now before we continue. Um, this newer version of Vite has extra choices here, right? So we can see select a variant of what language we want to use here. So we're just going to use TypeScript. However, you can see that the TypeScript plus SWC option here. I'm not familiar with SWC. Um, I I was googling it a little bit before because I just used TypeScript when I built this the first time. But I believe this is a newer option for bundling or compiling or something. Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong. But all you need to do is just select regular TypeScript. Okay? So you'll just select regular TypeScript. So we'll let this play now.
Shopping cart. And then we want to use React, and we want to use the TypeScript version of React. So once we do that, we can just run the install method, and then we can type in.
Okay, he's still going really fast there. So we've chosen, yeah, super fast web compiler. Yep, that's right. But we're just going to use regular TypeScript because this is just a very lightweight project. We don't need any optimizations. But if you are building a very large project, I believe SWC might be helpful for you. So TypeScript, and it's scaffolding our project. So it's built our project for us. We can now see that we have a bunch of brand new files up here on the left, and it's telling us what to do next. So two things we need to do here. We need to run npm install, and it's telling us to also run npm run dev, but we don't have to. But we do have to run npm install. So npm install or npm I. This is going to install all of our dependencies that we need in order to do this project. So npm install, hit enter, and it's going to just do a bunch of stuff. And we can see now we're getting our node modules files, and it's added all of our dependencies and our packages. So if we go into package.json, we'll see that it's installed a bunch of stuff for us, right? It's installed React, it's installed React DOM for us. And yeah, just a bunch of that setup stuff that we don't have to do manually now. It's set up the whole project for us. It's set up all of our TypeScript stuff. Yeah, pretty much everything that we need. It's installed TypeScript for us. So don't have to do any of this ourselves. It's all been done for us. All right. Everybody, I hope everybody's there. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to do some configuration of the files that they've given us. They give us a default set of files. So we're going to delete a few of those so we can have a nice clean project to start with. So that's the next thing he's going to do.
npm run dev, and that's going to give us just a boilerplate code. And if we look in this source folder, you'll see a lot of this looks really familiar. This is very, very similar to the Create React App template. It just has a few extra changes to it, but overall it's almost exactly the same. Now we don't need all of these files, so we can get rid of things like the logo, that's apps.
Okay, so what he's doing is just cleaning up a few of these files. So where he's gone here is into the source folder up here and into app.tsx and just getting rid of a lot of these SVGs, SVGs, CSS, that sort of thing. We can get rid of that. I think he's going to get rid of like what's in the assets folder here. We can go ahead and just delete the whole assets folder. And we're also just going to get rid of basically everything that's in the app function. So we're going to clean, basically, we're just going to clean this whole thing out. Hey, Fuel, how's it going? Oh, MK Beast, thank you so much for the sub. I'm going to pin that message because my stupid notifications still aren't working for subs. But thank you so much, MKU Beast. I really appreciate it. I hope you're having a great day as well. So I've pinned your sub message there at the top of the chat because I really appreciate it. All right. So we're just going to kind of clear out our app.tsx. That'll get it ready for us to put stuff in there. And let's see what else he's going to clear out.
CSS. We can get rid of essentially everything inside of here. We can just return. Let's just do an H1 that says hi. There we go.
Okay, so he's just basically saying, all right, we're going to go ahead and put in a return statement here. And so, you can just return an H1 that says hi. And I'm also going to get rid of this import statement as well. Now, everything's happy, no errors, TypeScript is happy. And let's see what else we need to clean up.
And we can get rid of the favicon, this CSS, this. We don't.
Okay. Let's go ahead and get rid of the CSS files, apps.css, index.css. We're not going to be using really any CSS in this project today. What we're going to be using instead is Bootstrap, my dear friend Bootstrap. So a lot of the default styling that comes with Bootstrap is what we're going to be using, and a little bit of inline, just a little bit of inline CSS as well. That'll remind us of how to implement that in React. So I'm going to get rid of these CSS files. We don't need them. And I think I can get rid of this assets folder here. We don't need that. And I think that's good. And notice too that our getignore also has a bunch of stuff in it already, so we don't need to set that up either. So with like our node modules, a bunch of stuff has already been excluded in the getignore, so we don't even have to set that up manually. It's already been configured for us properly, so we won't be pushing a bunch of junk to GitHub. Dr. Moto, we won't need an env. We won't need an env file in this particular project. What little storage we're going to need to be doing is going to be handled in local storage for this particular project. But yes, if we were building up a database, then yes, we would need an env folder or file. Sorry. Okay, I think that's most of the cleanup.
Don't need that CSS. And we don't need that CSS. So we pretty much got rid of everything but an H1. And if we save all of these files, now type npm run dev, that's going.
Okay, so make sure that you've saved everything, which I think we have. Oh, I can get rid of this SVG as well. So in the public folder, we can also get rid of this Vite SVG. We won't be needing that. These SVGs are just image files that it uses for like the template display or whatever. So everything looks good, no errors popping up. So I think we can go ahead and save, and then I can run npm run dev. I'm going to put focus on this window. And we'll make sure that we can see in our browser, that we can see our H1 that we created, right? I expect to see an H1 in the window. And so when I do npm run dev, it chooses a local host for us. And so to go there, I can just control click on the link. Oop, failed to resolve. Oh, I have an import here. So let's read the error. Vite is giving me an error. Failed to resolve import index CSS from main TSX. Okay. Yep. So it's looking for an import of CSS. I'm going to get rid of that. Save it. There we go. So now it works. Champo says I have a few errors for some reason. Luckily, Veet has very good errors, so hopefully you can read them and see. Just note that you have to delete the CSS files, but then also the uh, the references to those files. So, for example, in app.tsx, I had to delete all of the import statements that were trying to import those files, right? So we had to delete those, and then I saved that. And then in main.tsx, I also deleted a CSS import from there as well because it was trying to import a CSS file that I deleted. So make sure that you do that, and then make sure that you've saved the files. You delete the CSS, poor little feller. Yeah. Yeah, poor CSS. We won't be needing him at all today, unfortunately, because my dear friend Bootstrap is going to be doing the heavy lifting as far as style. Alrighty. Let's keep on trucking. And Champo, don't worry if you can't figure out the errors. I'll be doing a commit here pretty soon once we get everything kitten shopping. Don't worry, it's kitten shopping, not shopping. So don't worry. I'll be pushing to GitHub here pretty soon. So if you are getting errors on the setup, it's okay. You can just pull down the corrected version from GitHub. Kitten shopping sh. Yeah. All right, here we go.
Going to run the development version of this for us. And if we go to localhost 3001, you can see that it just says hi right here. And we still have this test version open so we can compare between the two different versions. Now, before we get too much further into this shopping cart, I do want to install some libraries that we're going to be using for this project. So the libraries that we're going to be using is we're going to have React Router for all of our routing. So we're going to say npm i react router DOM. That's for our routing for our different pages. And also we're going to need to have Bootstrap for our styling. You can use anything you want for styling. I just figured Bootstrap was going to be the easiest. We need Bootstrap and React Bootstrap to make working with it in React a little bit easier.
Okay, so we are going to need to install a couple of libraries. Nothing too crazy, just a router to make routing super easy, like, routing between pages. We won't have to build that ourselves. We can use the React router to do that for us, and it's super simple. It's really great. And then we are also just going to install Bootstrap and the React version of Bootstrap, so that also makes working with Bootstrap super easy as well. Oh, hey, Orlando Calrissian, good to see you again. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to open up a new terminal here so I can install those libraries, and I'm going to type npm I react router DOM Bootstrap and React Bootstrap. Okay. Let's see if I can highlight that. I'll copy and I'll paste it in chat. So that's what we're installing. Perfect. So those packages have been added. So you can feel free to copy that directly from chat and install those things. And then those are the only external libraries we're going to be needing for this project today. All right.
Easier. So once we install those, all we need to do is actually implement those into our application. And first we want to import our CSS for Bootstrap, which we can do right in this file. To do this import, all we need to do is say import Bootstrap. We want to go to the distribution folder, and we want to go to the CSS folder, and we want to import bootstrap.min.css. And if we save that and run our application, we should hopefully see that over here, the styling for this hi actually changes slightly. There you go, you can see it's a different font now. So that's how we know that our Bootstrap CSS is actually being imported.
Okay, so we're importing Bootstrap now, and just like with anything, in that we're working with, in anything that we work with that we pull from an outside location, we just need to import that into the location where we want to use it. And so we're going to import that into our main TSX. And in order to do that, we just say import, and then we're going to say Bootstrap, and it's already auto completing for us, which is nice. Bootstrap. We're going to go into the dist folder. We're going to go into the CSS folder. We're going to go into Bootstrap. It's trying to autocomplete for us, but bootstrap.min.css. All right, we'll import that. We'll save. And then as soon as I saved, you can see that my application refreshed and the font changed, right? And the reason that happened was because now we're using Bootstrap, which by default uses a sans serif font. So that's just how Bootstrap is. It's all sans serif by default. And so we are now using Bootstrap. So everything we do going forward will be styled with Bootstrap and just a pinch of inline CSS. All right. Any questions so far? We doing good? I want to make sure that we're keeping up and that everything's going okay. I'm also going to be hydrating a lot. Got a little water with a little lemon juice in it. Keep my voice fresh. Sans serif that doesn't make any sense. Not sure I get the joke, but okay, I'll go with you. Dr. Moto says mine's centered for some reason. I'm scared. Well, we are going to be doing some custom styling as we go. So hopefully, as soon as we start doing that, that'll take care of it. But let me know if it doesn't. I'm scared. Okay, well, let's keep going.
The next thing that I want to do is actually implement our folder structure, because this is a folder structure you can probably follow in most applications you work on.
Okay, we're going to pause for just a second. Now that we're going into the foldering part of this, I'm going to do a push to GitHub. So real quick, I'm going to just go ahead and do my git add. So if you did get to this point and you're still getting errors, before we get into the foldering and making things more complex, I'm going to do a push for you. So git add, git commit, initial setup. All right. And then we're going to do a git push. There you go. So exclamation point project, that's where those files have just been pushed to. So you can always pull it down if you need to, do a compare, whatever you need to do. So now the important thing is to continue trying. Yes, absolutely. Oh, Dr. Modi, you figured it out. Awesome. You still have your app.css, so it's still reading from that. Yeah, so when you delete the file, just don't forget to also delete the import that references that file as well. So both places, otherwise you'll get an error, like I did. All right, let's keep going. We're going to add some folders.
The very first folder I want to create is called components. And this is where all of our components are going to go, things like our shopping cart items, and so on. The next folder that we want to create here is going to be for our pages. And if we come over here, we have a home page, a store page, an about page. This is for representing those different pages, those high-level routes in our application. Next, we're going to have a folder that's going to just be for data. This is a folder that's going to contain any like JSON data we need. For example, our store items are all JSON data by default, so we can just put our store data in that data folder. Also, we're going to want to have a folder here for different context. In your application, you almost always have different React context or Redux context that you're going to be working with. In our case, our entire shopping cart is going to fit inside of a context that we're going to put inside this folder. Another folder I like to have is called a hooks folder. This is for all your custom hooks, such as use local storage, which is a hook we're going to be using in this project to make sure that if we add something to our cart and refresh our page, it's going to stay in our cart. Another thing that we want to be able to implement in this project is going to be a folder for utilities. So if we have different utility functions that do small things like formatting our currency that we want to do all over the place, we can put that in this utilities folder. Now that right there.
Okay, so let's pause for a second and let's build our foldering. I really like the way that WebDev does this foldering here. I feel like it makes a lot of sense, especially the kind of things that we're going to be putting in each folder. It makes it very easy to navigate through the project. So please take note that we're going to be working inside of our source folder right here. Okay, so inside of the SRC or source folder, we're going to want to expand that, and then you can just do right click and say new folder. So we're going to be adding a few things. We'll go ahead and add them in order. So components, this is where we're going to be putting all of our individual React components, the things, the building blocks that make up our user interface. Yeah, make sure you don't make them in root, right? That's why I wanted to specify. They are going to be inside of our source folder. SRC is where we're going to be putting them. So number one is components, and then context is number two, and then data and then hooks, and then pages, and utilities. Okay, so these are all the folders that we're going to be needing. Some of these will only end up having like one thing inside of them, but I think the organization is still really good, and it makes it really easy to navigate around the app. Hey, little robot, how you doing? Good to see you. All right, so go ahead and create all these folders, and then we're going to jump in. We're going to start putting things inside of those folders. Quadshot says, I'm excited. This is cool. Good. I'm glad you're excited. It's a really fun app, and I really, really like it. I'm glad you're excited. All right, let's keep going.
Is like the most basic of all folder structures that you can think of. You can obviously add and remove folders as you need, but for our project, this is going to work perfectly. Now, the very first thing I want to work on in our project is going to be our routing. So to do routing inside of React Router, we first need to import our router, which is a browser router, and that comes from React Router DOM, just like that. And this browser router just needs to wrap our entire application. So we're just going to wrap our application like this, and now our entire application.
Okay, so what did we just do there? Well, we're using the React router, which is going to handle all the routing for our app. So the first thing we need to do is import it. And we're going to import that. It's here, browser router. And so you can see that as soon as I started typing and I started typing the word browser inside of the brackets, it found it for me. So I was just able to click on that option and it auto imported from React Router DOM. So that's a nice feature that VS Code has, is it will help you auto import things. Now that doesn't always work. That doesn't always work. But if when it doesn't work, when you have a component that it doesn't auto import for you, I will show you how to facilitate that import so you don't have to type it out by hand. So we'll see that once we get there. Once we have an example, I'll show you how to make your imports much faster. Dr. Moto says, did we install React Router? We did install React Router DOM. So I pasted that install statement a little bit higher up in chat. Let me find it. So I'll paste it again in case you missed it. This was our install statement, npm I React Router DOM. That's what we're using right now. So import browser router from React Router DOM, which we installed before, npm I React Router DOM, Bootstrap, and React Bootstrap. So those three things are what we're going to be needing today. And then the next thing that they did, excuse me, next thing that they did was added a couple of, oh, thank you for the follow, SPR Chimera. Thank you. And Altonic, thank you for that as well. Thank you for the follows. And so we're using a component here. We're referencing a component here called browser router. And we're putting it in a specific place, which is wrapping our app. So the opening and closing tags for browser router. Oh, posture check and hydrate. Okay, thank you. There we go. This browser router tag is specifically wrapping our app. And so that means that it's encapsulating everything that's going to be inside of our entire app, which will allow that router to touch all the pages inside of our app and route that traffic wherever it needs to go inside of the entire app. That's why this is structured the way that it is. Okay. So fix my tab here. Boop. There we go. That's all we need to do for that. That tells the router that it now has access to the entire app. Happiness check. Okay, what's next?
Application is inside of this router. Now to use this router, we're going to go into our app tsx, and this file essentially is going to contain all of our routes and all of our generic code that goes outside of all of our routes. For example, our about page, our home page, our store page, those are all of our routes. But this nav bar right here is included in all of our routes, so it's going to be put inside of our app as well. So inside of here, what we want to do is we want to import all of our stuff for routing and all of our different components. So we can go up to the top here. What I want to do is I want to import routes and route. And these are going to be the different components we're going to use for our routing that comes from React Router DOM. And then also I want to import here the container component, and that's coming from React Bootstrap, so we can just wrap our entire thing inside of a container like this. So now if we save, we go back over here.
Okay, let's see what we did there. So we're importing a couple things. Remember that in any file, I'm first, before we navigate away from this, I'm gonna save my main.tsx. Don't forget to save. And I'm now inside of app.tsx. So we've switched files, okay? So we're now in app.tsx, and we're going to do a couple of imports here because if you recall, just like in any project that you work in, whenever you want to use something that's external, you need to export it, you need to import it into the file where you're currently working. So I'm currently working in app.tsx, so I need to do a couple of imports. I'm going to import two things, routes and route, and that's going to be from React router DOM. So I can choose it from my list of choices here. Boop. React router DOM. There we go. It's only got that yellow highlight because TypeScript sees that it's not being used currently, but we're going to use it. So it's going to get rid of that. All right. And so the next thing I'm going to import is something from Bootstrap, which is a specific styling tool called Container. If I could spell container, there we go. And it auto completed that for me as well. Import container from React Bootstrap. And so now instead of just a regular H1, I'm going to add container tags here. And that's going to tell, oops, come on. It didn't add a closing tag for me. That's fun. All right, whatever. Container, there we go. So Emmett is helping me complete my tags here, but sometimes it's not the most accurate thing in the world. It works about 50% of the time, but that's okay. So now I'm going to add hi, but it's going to be inside of a container. So when I save, watch how my display changes down here. So I'm going to save. There we go. Now it looks different, right? It now has a margin on the left, a margin on the top. And so now this text is inside of an invisible box, like a mime, called a container. And that's a specific Bootstrap styling tool that you can use to add a box around items, put them in a container. Okay? So let's keep going.
We just wait for this to load up for a second. Give it a refresh maybe. There we go. You can see that now we're inside of a container, and as we expand our screen, you can see that it's kind of staying centered like that, which is exactly what we want. So it looks really good. Make that a little bit smaller. Now we can actually work on our router, which is going to be pretty straightforward. All we need to do is say that we're going to have a bunch of routes. Inside of this, we want to have individual route components, and these all have a path, which indicates where on the page we are. So for example, our home page is just going to be the /route. And then we have an element, and this element corresponds to the actual component we want to render. So we're going to have a home component, and then we're going to have a bunch of other routes for our different components. For example, we're going to have a store, and we're going to have an about page. And this one is going to be at /store, and this one is at /about. Really straightforward. All we need to do is create these three components.
Okay, so what we're doing now is actually building out our routes. So if we were working in like a regular, vanilla JavaScript, we would have to build out these routes in a very specific way. But React Router actually makes it really easy for us. We just reference some components called routes, and then we put our individual paths inside of that. And React will know exactly what to do with those when it receives, say, like, the slash, it'll know that that means home. It's very easy to do. And so inside of our container, that's where we're going to put our routes. Champa says, I got this weird error. Return React refers to a UMD global, but the current file is a module. Where are you at, Champa? Are you in app.tsx? Let's go ahead and build out our routes here. And then inside of there, we'll have our individual route components. So routes is the wrapper, and then each of the individual routes goes in a route tag, just like that. Okay, so Champo, you'll want to make sure that you have both of these imports up here. routes in route, and that your function has, open and close brackets, that you didn't, accidentally delete one of the brackets, and that you also have your export statement down here. So just make sure it matches this exactly. Turn React. Yeah, make sure that, and if you have an empty return statement, I think that might be causing your problem. So you need to have your return populated. And if you have a multi-line return, well, I'm going to ask you guys. So based on what we've done so far with React, as soon as I push this return statement to a new line, we can see that it kind of faded out a little bit, right? I don't know how easy that is to see on your screen, but does anybody remember why that is? Why did this fade out as soon as I moved my container to a new line? Because this certainly looks better. This is how I would like to. This is how I would like to style this. It makes everything match up on the indents and all that. So what do I need to do here? If I save this right now, let's say I put, um, let's say I put that high back in there. If I save this right now, notice that my high is gone, right? Even though I have the text here, theoretically it should show up. It's in the container, it's just text. So why is this faded out, and why is my text not showing up? Does anybody remember? Oh, thank you for the follow, Mr. Yasser. Um, Redshift says, so route basically connects a URL from an HTTP request with a particular React component. Yeah, basically, it just does all that linking for you. So when it receives a particular URL, you tell it which element to render, and it renders that element, or that particular page. And so in this case, we're going to have a specific page called home, one called store, one called about. And so it just says, hey, I've received this particular path, and I'm going to spit out this particular page. Oh, thank you, Mr. Yasser. Yeah, exactly. So the reason this faded out was because multi-line return statements in React, if you have your return information on a different line, you need to enclose it in parentheses. So we're going to see this a lot, and it's something that you need to remember. Boop, just like that. Now, as soon as I do that, this turns the proper color again. If I save this, my high text is back. I can see it again because I need to tell React that the stuff I want it to return is on different lines. It's below my return. Okay. So my route paths, when I set up my route paths, make sure that you are working inside of the opening tag. Okay. And Emmett didn't quite set our route tags up correctly. Route tags are just singular. They look like this. So route, and then with a closer right here. So they don't have an open and closing tag. They are self-contained in a single tag, kind of like an image tag in HTML, right? An image tag in HTML doesn't have an open and close. It's singular. And that's how these route tags look. So inside of here, I'm going to say path, and my first path is just going to be the slash for home. And the element that I want to display when it receives this path is just my home component, which we haven't built yet, but we will. So it's going to underline those for now because we haven't built them yet, but we're going to build them momentarily. So I can copy and paste this and do this 3 times. Home, store, and about. And I need to remember to change my paths as well. So store and about. All right, now I have all 3 routes set up. All I need to do is save that. All right.
Themselves so we can render them on our page. So let's do that inside of this pages component here. We can create a home.tsx, and inside of here, we're just going to export a function called home. And all this is going to do is return to us, let's just say maybe an H1 that says home. Super.
Okay, so basically now we're going to build the pages that are going to render based on these particular paths. So inside of our pages folder, we're going to say new file, and we're going to create 3 things: home.tsx, And watch as I do this. As soon as I create this, all right, home.tsx, there we go. And I'm going to go ahead and create the other two. We'll say home.tsx, about.tsx, and store.tsx. Okay, I've created all three of my TypeScript files. And inside of my home file, I'm going to build a simple component, just basically to make those errors go away on our routes. So inside of my home file, the quickest way to build a component is to just say export function, give it a name, which is called home, and I'm just going to return an H1 that says home. I can save that. So very simple function. This is the simplest form a component can possibly take. And I'm going to take this and I'm going to copy it into my other two files and change the name. So this one's going to be called about, and this one is going to be called store. And actually, I want to change what they display as well. So I'm going to have my store display the text called store. Save that. Home displays home, and about displays about. All right, I've saved that. And so now if I go back to my app.tsx, what should I do if I want to get rid of these squiggly errors? It says, cannot find name store, cannot find name about, cannot find name home. What do I need to do to fix those errors? Because I've created these components, right? They exist, and I'm trying to reference them here. So what do I need to do? How do I fix this? Yeah, Rats Q knows what's up. We got to do an import, right? So there's a couple different ways we could do this, right? I could type this manually. I could say import. I could say import home from pages home. And so once I type that out manually and it finished the import for me. So that's one way to do it. And we can see that the squiggly line is gone, right? So this can read it now. Everything's fine. Another way that you can do this. So this is just to make things a little bit quicker to do multiple imports at once. I can click on one of the components that's causing an error. And there's this funky little blue thing, icon thing. I don't even know what it is, but it's a blue little dot. And it says show code actions, quick fix available. So I can click on this and I can say add import from pages store. And when I do that, it does the import for me. I can do the same thing for about, and it does the import for me. So what that means is it was able to find the import. Drunk Uncle Grimace says, I was wondering how the diaper fartsy was importing like that. Yeah, I think he has a keyboard shortcut set up to do it, but I wanted to be very clear about illustrating that because he is not. He just does it like magic and doesn't show how he does it. So I believe he just has a keyboard shortcut set up that's doing that. But I'll show it to you again, just FYI. All right. So if I click on the thing that is causing the problem, so I've got the squiggly here, right? And if I hover over it, it says cannot find name about. It doesn't know what this is because I haven't imported it. And so there's a little blue, I guess it is a light bulb. I guess you're right, Mr. Yasser. I guess it is a light bulb. If I click here, it says add import from pages about. I click that and boop, magic. It adds the import for me because it knows where it is. It just needs me to import it. All right, I'm going to save that. And now I can see that it's correctly routing to my homepage, right? Because if I'm just at localhost whatever, that's passing the slash and it's displaying my homepage. So now I can test this by say, all right, home localhost whatever slash about. I do that and it takes me to my about page. And I do store and that takes me to my store page. So what that tells me is that my routing, which took like 2 seconds to set up, my routing has now been configured and I can direct to whatever route I want. We will see some multi imports. We will see that a little bit later on when they're coming from the same exact same location, like exact same file. We'll see a little bit of that when we start importing some more Bootstrap styling and things like that. We should be able to do some multi imports. Sometimes, if they are in the same location, I think it will. You'll have an option that will say like add all missing imports or something like that, and it'll just mass import everything for you at once. But that's not always available. I think when things are in different files, it's a little bit um, it wants you to do them one at a time. But I'm not 100% on that. But yeah, so yeah, we will see some multi imports a little bit later. All right, so I've saved this. We can see that our routing is working. So you should test your routing as well. So make sure you've saved your file. Make sure you don't have any red squigglies um, on your page, and then fire it up in your local host if you haven't already, and navigate to make sure that when you go to localhost that it says home, and then manually. Oops, sorry. You got to do localhost/store, and then about, and it should navigate you to each page with no problem. All right. So I think that's all the routing that we need to do.
Straightforward. That's all that this component does. And now we can import that component here. If we just do that, we can import home from pages, and now we have that home page. Now you will notice I'm doing export function instead of export default function. I find that when you're working on larger projects, having all your exports be named is a little bit easier to keep track of everything, so that's why I'm doing that. Let's copy this file a couple times. We're going to have our store.
We've already
and we're
done
also
this.
going to have our about. I just want to change these to about, and the store one is going to say store. So now we have our 3 different pages. If we save our application and make sure we import these, just like this, when we give it a save, you can see it now says home. If we go to /store, you can see it says store. And if we go to /about, if I can spell properly, you can see that we're on the about page. Now the final thing that I want to do inside of our container is I want to add a little bit of margin on the bottom. So we're going to say class name here is MB4, and that's just going to add some margin to the bottom of our container, so if it's really long, it doesn't touch the edge of the screen, it has a little bit of spacing.
Okay, the last thing we're going to need to do in this file, and then we're going to take a break, is add a margin. And so we're just going to use a little bit of Bootstrap styling here. So Bootstrap uses uses a fair amount of abbreviations. And so all this means is just margin bottom and then 4. Whatever 4 is, not 100% sure, but that just adds a small margin to the bottom. We won't see that yet, but yeah, that's just a little bit of styling for once we have the full app in. It's just going to stop things from hitting the bottom of the screen. Okay. Lunch with Me says, hello, I joined late. Anyone in chat know when using that blue light bulb, was there also prior setup or does that come standard with VS Code? So that is a standard feature with VS Code. It's if you're not sure whether it's working, you can go into your VS Code settings and look for auto import. And that should be something that is turned on by default, but you may have accidentally turned it off for some reason or something like that. And so if you're not sure, you can check in the settings and just use the search box and look for auto import. But yeah, it's very useful. Ice Creek, hi Ice Creek. They say, how much does one kitten cost? Whatever you want it to cost. It's just for fun. Hopefully, you're getting a kitten from your local shelter, and so they're often very affordable because shelters are overcrowded with kittens, and so they practically beg you to take them. It's one kitten, Michael. How much could it cost? $10? Yeah. Fantastic Arrested Development reference. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and do a push to GitHub, and then we're going to take a break for 5 minutes. So you can catch up. You can pull down the GitHub code once again. Git commit -m added routes and git push. All right, that has been pushed. Once again, !project in GitHub in chat if you want a direct link to the project and the most current code that we are currently working on. Yeah, so Chanpo, I'll paste the install script in chat one more time here, so you can. What I would do, Chanpo, is look at the install statement and check. Go into your package.json file and make sure that your dependencies line up. I'm grabbing it again here for you. All right, so that was the install statement, Champo. So go into package.json and look at your dependencies and make sure that they match what was in that install. So you should have Bootstrap, React, React Bootstrap, React DOM, and React Router DOM. All right. Yeah, Redshift. I think right now that when you go to the particular route, it's actually navigating to a new page, so it's doing a reload. Yeah. All right. Let's go ahead and put 5 minutes on the timer. Um, did I say about weird? I'm not Canadian. I'm American, so I say it normal for me. But if there's any Canadians out there, I'm sure it sounds weird. 5 minute timer. Oh, Google's doesn't. I want the Google timer. All right, there we go. Reset that. A boot. All right, we'll take 5 minutes. Once again, I've pushed the most recent code, what we just did. I pushed all that to GitHub. So do exclamation point project. If you need a link to that repo, it'll take you directly to the repo if you are catching up just now. All right, 5 minutes on the timer. I'll see you back in 5. I'm going to get some more water, and I'll see you back in 5. Also, we've still got plenty of time left in the break, so don't worry. I just wanted to do a quick check in on the audio levels. So, how is the video sounding versus my voice? Is anything annoying? How are we sounding so far? I'm going to do periodic check ins to make sure that everything still sounds okay. Still good? Okay. Good. All right. Because you never know when mic levels change or, yeah, it's sound. I admire people who are good at sound editing and balancing. So Mittel, if you want a link to my GitHub as a whole, you can do exclamation point GitHub. But if you want a link to today's project, you can do exclamation point project. Um, and that will take you to the specific repo for today. Mattel, I don't have a personal Discord. However, I am active on the 100 Devs Discord. So you can do, here, I'll give you a link to that. The Discord there is the second link. And yeah, I am active on there pretty regularly, along with a lot of other cool people. Oh, I got you, Dak. There you go, Dak. All right, we're coming back here in about 1 minute. So get some hydration, get up and stretch, do whatever you got to do, and then come on back. Hey, Dak, that's what I just put in chat there for you. We got the website and we got the Discord. So it's just above your last post there, Dak. Mattel says, "Look at me being extra social today. It must be the lack of sleep from being primary on call." Oh boy, Mattel, I know that feeling. Yeah, I'm on call not next week, but the following week. So I'm gearing up for that. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and stop the timer because yeah, the on. I don't know about your job, Mattel, but for my particular job, it is the type of job where I do get called in the middle of the night to actually do things. So buckle up for that. I actually got called once on stream. I remember that was a while back, but yeah, I got called once while I was streaming to fix a problem. So that was fun. But anyway, so we finished our routes. Mattel says our roster is secondary on week and primary the following week. Oh, okay. Yeah, we have a primary and secondary system too. Um, but it's mostly just, primary and then call somebody if you need backup. Fuel says been on call enough for a lifetime. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, if I wouldn't put up with it if my day job wasn't so chill. Um, but yeah, it's rough sometimes. Oh, I got to re-enable my webcam too. Sorry about that. Maybe. Come on. There we go. Oh, in the middle of the nighttime. Oh no, Mitzel. All right, so we finished our routing. And once again, if you need to catch up to where we're currently at, just do !project in chat. And I can actually make this a little bigger because the next thing we're going to be working on is our nav bar. So that'll just be at the top of the screen and it'll be very easy to see. So we've done our routes and we were working in app.tsx. But next, we're going to be building out our nav bar, which is going to be helped for us very much by Bootstrap, which has a built-in nav bar component. So we can just do that and give it a little bit of styling, and it's going to build itself for us pretty much, which is cool. So let's go ahead and do the nav bar. And the hardest part about the nav bar, I'm going to give you. So you won't have to build it yourself. The hardest part is that little shopping cart icon. I'm just going to hand that to you. So no worries. All right.
Now, the reason I'm not adding any margin to the top is because the next thing we want to do is create our own navbar. And Bootstrap has like some navbar classes we can use, but instead of doing that inside of our app, I want to create our own component for our navbar. So inside of here, I'm going to create a new file called navbar.tsx, and this is going to be explicitly for our navbar component. Then inside of our app, I want to import that component. So we're going to say import navbar. This is going to be coming from that file, which is ./components/navbar. There we go. And then we can just render that navbar. Whoops, navbar, just like that. And we need to put.
Okay, I'm going to stop there for just a second because he did a few things, right? He went into our components folder. So, new folder here, we're in components, and we're building out a specific navbar component. Okay? And the next thing that he did was he went back to our app.tsx and imported that component. So once again, you can see how these two things work together, right? Anytime we create something that we want to use, we just basically need to import it. Navbar. And it's probably not going to import this automatically for you because we haven't built the component yet, but that's okay. We can do it manually. It's very easy. I can just do dot slash components slash navbar. There we go. And it's telling us, hey, navbar is declared but not read. That's okay. It's going to give you a couple squigglies for now, but we're going to fix that just in a sec. So now that I've imported this component, I can plug it into my function down here. So I've imported it. Now I can add it into my return. Now I'm getting some red squigglies here. Does anybody know why? If we hover over it, TypeScript will very helpfully give you the answer. But why am I getting the squigglies? Why am I getting the squigglies? What do I need to do? Why is this happening, and what do I need to do to fix this? Does anybody remember? This is one of the fundamental principles of React. Is I have a component here, and then I have my container component here. And yeah, as Drunk Uncle Grandma says, it's doing that because we cannot have sibling components. And what it means like that, what they mean by that is that we have a return statement here that's trying to return two separate components. React does not allow that. Inside of your return, you need to have one parent component, and all the rest of the components need to be children inside of that parent. Now, there's a lot of different ways that we can handle that, but in this particular case, probably the easiest way to handle it is to just add an empty, what we call an empty tag, right? We're just going to add an empty tag and wrap the entire thing in that. Now, does anybody remember what we call this when we just use an empty tag? This has a specific name. Does anybody remember what that is? You didn't know this was going to be a quiz, did you? Yes, exactly. This empty tag has a specific name. Oh, hi, Ryan. How's it going? Good to see you. Yeah, this specific empty tag is called a fragment. And a lot of the times you'll see fragments being used in order to just enclose multiple components that don't need a specific parent. So we're just kind of cheating a little bit with React, and we're saying, okay, React, you need a single parent. All right, fine. We're just gonna wrap it in a fragment that doesn't do anything other than just enclose it. That's okay, Mattel. That's why I ask these questions to to basically remind us of the things that we've already covered. Right? We're doing some active recall here, so that's why I ask the questions in order to bring those things back into the top of your brain. All right. Now there's a little bit of a discussion about on call as well. Yeah, so I am a dev, and I do have to be on call occasionally. That's not true for all devs. In my case, I deal with back end systems that rely on scheduled jobs that run at all hours of the night. So the data that I work with as a back end dev gets imported very early in the morning, and so we have production control admins that administer those jobs. But if a job goes wrong, as a developer, I have to jump in and fix it in the early hours of the morning usually. So that's not true for all dev jobs. It is true for mine. Um, but yeah, sometimes you may have on call responsibilities included. However, my day job does make up for that as far as time off and chill work environment. Yeah, exactly. As Fuel said, every employer is different, right? Um, yeah, I would say that there are many days where I don't necessarily work a full 8 hours because of meetings and other things. So it's very chill. Drunk Uncle Grandma says, I did a tutorial back when you had to type fragment and couldn't leave it as an empty tag. Yeah. In older versions of React, you did have to type the word fragment, and you can tell it's auto completing to that for you. But in most cases now, you don't. In a very few cases, you do still have to type fragment. You can check the docs for the specific times when you do have to type it out. However, in a case such as this, that's not required. Raha, welcome to the stream. Quick question on the imports. Would it be more or less efficient to use an index .ts file to act as an exporter to shorten the imports? I know it's not super important with such short imports. Do you mean to collapse them down into like a single import? I would think if you had a lot of them, then yeah, that might make it easier to just not clutter up everything with multiple separate imports. In this case, I don't think it really matters because I don't think we ever have more than like 5 in a single file. But yeah, you can do that. I don't know about efficiency though. I don't know how that affects efficiency personally. Yeah, you jinxed it, Fuel Snabble. I'm sorry. You're gonna get a call now. That's how it goes. All right. So we've fixed our little squiggly, and you'll see that that's what WebDev Simplified is about to do as well. They are about to fix the squiggly by adding an empty fragment.
Put that inside of a fragment so we can render everything to the screen. There we go. Now we obviously just need to make this navbar actually work. So we can say export function navbar. And for now, if we just return an h1 that says nav, and we save, you can see our nav is showing up. Now to
Okay, so we've gone back into our navbar file, our component file here, and we can just, again, build a very simple component, export function navbar. And then once we've done this, our app.tsx, that once, as soon as I save this, our app.tsx error will clear up because TypeScript will recognize that we have a valid import. So I can just say navbar here, save that. There we go. Error is gone, and we have a giant navbar at the top of the screen now. Oh, Raha. Yeah, they say I currently work as an automation tester and wondered about it. I'm looking to upskill to a dev. That's awesome, Raha. Um, if you'd like to join a free community, a lovely Discord community of a bunch of other folks who are going into dev jobs, you can follow this link to the Discord. It's a bunch of learners who are getting into basically going from zero to developer and getting hired. Once again, it's just a free collaborative community. We all learn together. It's called 100 Devs. So feel free to check it out. There's the website and the Discord and chat. Very active Discord, very fun. All right. So now we can see that our nav bar is working. So let's start styling it and formatting it.
create a navbar using Bootstrap is really easy. We have a component called navbar that we can actually use, but we first need to import this component. And since it has the same name as our navbar component, we need to rename it to something else. So I'll show you exactly what I'm talking about. We're importing this from React Bootstrap, and we want to import a component called navbar. But of course, these two things have the same name, so that's a problem. So we're going to import this with the name of navbar bs, just so we know this is our Bootstrap navbar. And now we can use this navbar down here. So we have that Bootstrap navbar, which inside of it, we're going to contain all of our information. So first, I'm going to put everything inside of a container so we have the same kind of sizing information that we have for the rest of our application. So if I just put the text nav in there for now, you can see that this.
Okay, so let's see what we've done there. As I mentioned before, there is a navbar component that already exists for us that we can pull in from Bootstrap. And Fuel Snavel asks, is there room for 101 devs? Absolutely, Fuel. There is room for, I think there's been probably, I mean, several hundred folks have gotten hired through 100 devs, and there's thousands of people in the Discord. So there is room for as many devs as you want. Okay, so let's go ahead and import that nav bar. Import. Now you notice that WebDev Simplified is importing a few different things, but we'll start with just the nav bar. So import nav bar, and we're going to give it a specific alias because we already have a component called navbar, right? This current component is called navbar, and so I can't have two things with the same name that reference different components. All right, so since I'm importing this component that's already named navbar, I'm going to give it an alias. So navbar as navbar BS. Now I'm renaming it, and I'm going to bring it in from React Bootstrap. All right. Now I can use my new component, and I'm going to build out my multi-line return statement here. So navbar BS, like that. Oh, nope. Emmet has failed me. All right, there we go. Navbar BS, and I'm going to add a container tag here as well. Okay, once again, Emmet is not appreciating me. That's all right. I'm going to add a container tag here as well, just to make the navbar sync up with the about and have our margins be the same. So that's why I'm doing that. And then in here, I'm just going to add the navbar text again so we can see how that looks. But once again, I need to do my import here. So this is what it's going to look like when we import multiple things from the same location. If I just say, do my quick fix here, and I say update import from React Bootstrap, I can click that and it will add it to the import list, just like that. So instead of creating a new line, and uh, this is what Raha was referencing as far as, grouping imports together. Is that, yeah, that's what we're doing here. We're in this React Bootstrap in this same location. We're importing multiple things, container and navbar. Practicing the blue light bulb click. Absolutely. Yeah, it's a fantastic thing to get inside your muscle memory. Yep. Cheese and crackers. So easy, right? You don't need to type out your imports manually anymore. You can just do the quick fix. VS Code has got your back. Yep. And sometimes you'll see like additional actions that are up here in a yellow light bulb. But those are often optional, and it's just what VS Code thinks you might want to do. But the blue light bulb is more of like, hey, there's something wrong here, and VS Code knows how to fix it. All right, so we can see that once I save this, my nav bar is now lined up with my about page. Okay, and it should be, if I go, yeah, so whatever page I go to, this is another thing to note. Whatever page I go to, my nav bar is there, right? Whether I'm on the home page, whether I'm in the store, whether I'm on the about page, my nav bar is present because that's how we expect a nav bar to behave. And we did that by placing the nav bar inside the root app, right? So no matter which page we navigate to, the nav bar will always be rendered. Does that make sense how we did that? I want to make sure that we understand, because having a nav bar always render on every page is super easy to do if you put it at your base app level so it renders no matter what. And then the page that renders, the individual page that renders, depends on whatever path we send through our router, right? So this is path dependent, but our nav bar will always render. Okay, I just want to clarify and make sure that we understand why this works the way it does. No matter what page I go to, my nav bar is going to be there. Partials for nav bars. Absolutely. Yeah. I think it's much easier with components personally. But a lot of templating languages do emulate this functionality via partials. Yep. Okay. So I'm back in navbar.tsx now. Let's finish building this out. Nice indeed.
This nav is in the same container as like our about page, but on our nav bar, I want to give it a background and a shadow. So we can say here, we're going to go class name, background white, and we're going to say shadow small, and let's give it a little bit of margin on the bottom. And now you can see it's giving it a little bit of a shadow. If I make this shadow like large, for example, you can see a very large shadow. I think small looks the best. Now,
okay, so once again, this is just a little bit more of Bootstrap styling here, and it does a lot of abbreviations, right? So background is going to be white, shadow is going to be small, and margin bottom is going to be 3. So we save that, and now that I've done that, we can see that my home gets pushed down a little bit, and my nav bar has a lovely little bit of drop shadow behind it. And that was super easy to do, right? I just used some keywords, background, shadow, margin, and I was able to just pop in some lovely looking styling there with almost zero effort. Enterprise grade nav bar, yeah! We're going for that super corporate bootstrap look. I personally love it. I love bootstrap, unironically, but I know a lot of folks don't because of the way it looks very corporate, enterprise, generic, sort of. But I love that look. Yeah, and Dr. Moto says it's nice until you have to fight with it to specify the style that you want. Yeah, exactly. It's not always your friend. All right.
Now, one thing that you'll notice is our nav bar is white and our page is white. That makes it a little bit hard to see what the difference between the two is. So inside of our index.html on the body, I want to come in here and add a class of background light. And that's just going to give us a slightly off-white background color.
Okay, so that was a kind of a left hook that you just threw in there. We're going to touch one thing inside of our index.html, one thing, and that is to just add a very slight shader to the background. So just I wanted to point that out that we have navigated from the back from the nav bar down into index.html, and inside of index.html, we're going to add one class to the body, and we're going to say bg light for just a little bit of a color shift. You may not even be able to see it in on the stream. I don't know how good the color grading is, but it just makes the background slightly darker gray. And I mean, you can play with colors if you want, but it's really just to add some contrast. And then we're going to immediately go back up to the nav bar. Hey, Deva, how's it going? What's up? I'm going to do the opposite. Sure, go nuts. Go nuts with that bootstrap styling. All right, let's finish out this nav bar.
And we're going to just have to refresh our page for that to see through. But you can see we have this slightly different white color down here than we have up at the top. It's just slightly grayer. So that gives us a little bit of contrast, which is going to look really good when we start getting our cards showing up on the page as well. So now inside of our nav, we need to create essentially all of our different links as well as the shopping cart button. You can see we have our links on the left, shopping cart button on the right. Pretty straightforward to do. So inside of here, we're going to use a component called nav, which comes from that bootstrap library up here. And inside this nav component, we're just going to put links. So we can say nav.link. And this nav.link, we're going to make it act like it's a nav link from React Router. Now, in order to do that, we just need to use the as tag here. So we can say as, and then we just need to say what we want it to act like. And we want it to act like that nav link. So this is called nav link, and this comes from React Router DOM, just like that. Now all we need to do is give it a to property, which is a property of nav link that'll tell it where we want to actually send this link to. In our case, this is going to be our home link, so we're just going to use the slash path right here for our home. We can close this off, and then we can type in home. And if I save this real quick, you'll now see we have a home link up here, and when I click on that, it brings us to the home page. Now we
Okay, so that was a lot of things happening all at once there. But really, all we're doing is we're creating the nav bar links that are going to link to the different pages. And in order to do that, we have to connect those links to the router that we've already set up. So that's all that he's doing here is he's using a built-in component called nav, and he's hooking up the links. So you can build links in your nav bar using this nav component. And he's essentially just saying, hey, role play, hey, nav link, connect up to our React router, which you've already built, so the React router can direct that traffic to the appropriate location. So we're just connecting our navbar links to the React router that we've already built, and that's all that's happening there. So inside of my container, and we also need to import those things as well. So I'm going to build out my nav like that, and then we can, we'll also do our little, import fix in a minute. Nav link, not nav bar, nope, just nav.link, and then we tell it where to go. So it's going to go to our slash path like that, and then say, hey, connect up to the router. Ooh, Deva, thank you for the bits. I appreciate it. I hope you're having a good day, Deva. And then we give that link a name, and so that's the text that's going to show up. So now I'm going to go ahead and fix all of these imports. So I'm going to use my little light bulb here, and we can see that I have an option to add all missing imports. So I'm going to click that, and as soon as it does that, watch this. It brought in the nav and the nav link at the same time. So if they're coming from the same location, VS Code is smart enough to bring all of them in at once. And so we've done that. Save that. And now I have a link, a functional link at the top of my nav bar. So we can test this real quick. I'm going to go to the store page manually. So I'm in the store, but if I click home, oop, maybe not. Okay. Well, maybe I need to have them all built out first. We'll see. Oh, did it import from the wrong place? Maybe so. Let's see.
We just need to copy this. Now see we have a home link up here.
Yeah, it did. Good catch. So navlink doesn't. So the import was wrong in this case. So good catch. Nav link needs to come from React Router DOM, which you're right, because we are linking this here to our React router. So it needs to role play as this React router component. Yep. Good catch. I'll do that. Import. Actually, let me try. I'm going to try something here. I'm just going to do this. I'm going to right click or do my little light bulb here. Yeah, and so it's giving me two choices. Do I want to import it from React Bootstrap or React Router DOM? And I need to choose this. There we go. Now it should work. Okay, there we go. Now it works because it's hooking up correctly to our router. VS Code betrayed me. It did. Yep. Hey, Deva. They say, oh, are you a 100 Devs educator? I am, yes. I'm on the 100 Devs stream team. Um, and me and hello, it's Rufio. We are both on the stream team for 100 Devs, volunteer helpers, peer educators for 100 Devs. 2KHS says, my heart goes out to everyone having to write JSTS. Hey, I get paid to be a SQL developer by day. Like that's my paid job. I don't get paid to write JavaScript, but I still like it. I love JavaScript. It's so much fun. It's wild. It's random. I don't know. It's great. JavaScript is my hobby. I don't even get paid for this. I get paid to write SQL. Thank you, Deva. I appreciate it. Yeah, but good catch, Dr. Moto. Okay, so now we can build out our other links. We can say store, and we're going to link to store for that one. We're just, specifying the paths where we want to go. And then the last one is going to be about, and go to about. Okay, now I've got my links, and just like that, as I click each one, it's taking me to the correct page. Easy peasy. Raha says, I write TS in my testing. It's actually a lot of fun. Yeah. TypeScript is, it's a nice add-on to JavaScript because it just gives it a few rules, right? And it also holds your hand a little bit. So you're less likely, I'm not saying you're not going to, but you're less likely to make silly mistakes because TypeScript will, be like, hey, man, are you sure you want to do that? So that's why I like TypeScript. All right. Let's see what's next.
And when I click on that, it brings us to the home page. Now we just need to copy this down to do this 2 other times for both of our other links. So we can say here that we have a store link and we have an about link, and we want this to go to the store page, and we want this to go to the about page. Now if I give this a save, you can see we have our home, our store, and our about page, and we can navigate between all of them. The next thing we need to do with our nav bar is we need to add a section on the right hand side for our shopping cart button. To do this, I'm just going to emulate that by putting the text hi right here, and then to make sure that this hi text is always pushed to the right hand side no matter what, on our nav, I'm going to come in here with a class name. I'm just going to say this is going to be ME Auto, and that's just going to put margin on the right hand side of our navbar so that it fills the entire space and pushes whatever we have on the right all the way to the right side. Now instead of just rendering.
Okay, so small thing there. Inside of our nav wrapper, so our nav, enclosure, I'm going to add a class name. And you remember how when we were learning CSS, dealing with margins and stuff just really sucked, and trying to align things, especially in a nav bar. I remember I struggled with nav bars for so long, but it's so easy just by saying, hey, auto margins, do that. So I'll do that. And then down below my nav tag here, which is enclosing my nav links, I can add some text and we can test this out. It might be kind of hard to see the way I've got this zoomed in, but I'll zoom out. Do that. And I can take this and I'll just move it over a little bit. We'll zoom out. And as I do that, we can see that my high text is staying over to the right. When I zoom out far enough, it gets, it starts to be enclosed by the bounds of the container. But as I zoom in, it's always forced over as far to the right as possible. And that's what that margin auto is doing. It's forcing our nav tag to put as much space to the right as it possibly can. How's it look on mobile? Well, we'll be able to test that out. I think once we get it built out, I think it's actually going to look okay. We're going to do some specific formatting related to screen size. So we're gonna do that a little bit later. We're gonna do some extra small, medium, large screen specifications, which also we can do with Bootstrap. Yeah, and we can do it. You can do an inspect and double check it and make sure it looks okay, but it should. And especially that same thing to be said for our store items. We're going to make it so our store items will stack and align themselves in the appropriate number of columns based on screen size. So they should orient themselves correctly based on whatever type of screen you're watching it on. All right, so we've tested that the actual formatting looks okay. Now we're going to add the shopping cart icon, which let me just make sure that that's what he's going to do next. And I'm going to give you that that code. We're still going to watch the segment, but it's kind of a lot, and it's mostly styling. So I'm going to give you that, and then we can hear what he has to say about it. But I don't want us to type it out by hand because again, it's mostly styling, which is not really what we're focusing on today. So
the text hi, we're going to render a button straight from React Bootstrap. We're going to import that up there. And inside this button, what I want to do is I want to put an SVG. Now you can go.
Okay, I'm going to give you this SVG. This is going to be inside of a button. And so I'm going to grab that from the finished version. Let me just get it pulled up on my other screen here. We're in navbar, and I'm going to push it up to GitHub for you. And so you can copy it down yourself and just drop it in. All right, so in components, navbar. I'm going to give you the SVG and all the styling. Now, there will be maybe a couple things in here that are going to error because they're components and event handlers that we haven't built yet. But you can just go through and remove those as we watch him do it. So let's see, you've got the button. Make sure I grab everything. Oh, I'm going to do this. And sorry, one more thing. Almost there. Okay, so I'm going to replace this high text with a whole bunch of stuff. A whole bunch of stuff. And it doesn't like button because I haven't imported it. So I'm going to go ahead and import this. Do that, import that. And it's, we have an event handler here that we haven't added yet, but that's okay. You can just remove it. So I'm going to save. Yeah, it's not, it's going to error out for now, but I'm going to push this up to GitHub for you. Git add, git commit m, added nav bar, git push. All right, so Dr. Moda says, I'm gonna use font awesome. You can, absolutely. The thing that takes the most effort is the little red circle that we're gonna put our cart quantity in. So that's gonna show the little total, that little red icon. And so I've pushed that up to GitHub for you. It's, once again, it's in components and navbar. And we're just gonna clean it up a little bit as he goes through it because it's got a couple of things in there that we haven't done yet, right? And so they're gonna cause errors. And once again, exclamation point project, if you need a link to that repo, that will take you directly to the repo and you can copy down the code yourself. So we're going to watch this section, but you should have to do very little.
Go online and find any SVG you want for the shopping cart. I'm just going to copy and paste an SVG that I found by just searching for an SVG for a shopping cart. And if I save, you're going to notice nothing shows up right away because I haven't given it any size. But as soon as we give it a width and a height, it's actually going to show up on the page. And again, you can find any SVG you want. It really doesn't matter. Or if you want, you can go to the GitHub linked in the description and copy this exact SVG if you want to use the same one for your project. So what we need to do is add some styles, and we want to change the width, which we're going to say is 3 rem, and we're going to change the height, which we're also going to say is 3 rem. Just doing that alone, you can now see that we have our shopping cart icon showing up inside of our button.
Okay, so I'm going to get rid of this event handler here. So going to get rid of that. We'll save. Okay, still not working yet because we have one more thing that's down a little bit farther. I'm going to also get rid of this cart quantity reference down here as well. Save that. And now, as soon as I do that, so I got rid of cart quantity down at the bottom of the div, and I got rid of an event handler, an on click that we haven't built yet. No, sorry, here, button. So I got rid of the event handler that we haven't built yet, and I got rid of the reference to cart quantity down at the bottom. And now that I've done that, I have a beautiful shopping cart icon with hover capabilities and a red circle. All right, we'll keep going.
Now I want to change our button quite a bit to make it look a little bit better. So what we're going to do is we're going to change the variant here, and it's going to be outline primary, and it's just going to give us an outline instead of the actual solid version. And I want to add some classes here, and I want to make it rounded. So we're going to say rounded circle. That's going to make the button a circle shape, which I like. And then eventually we want to add an on click into this, but for now we don't want to worry about that. The only other thing I want to worry about is having the indicator right here telling me how many items are in my cart. As I add more and more items to the cart, this number is going to change, and I want to have an indicator for that. So to do that, we're just going to need to put essentially a red circle inside of our button. And to position that, we're going to use absolute positioning. So we need to make our button itself a relative position to make styling and rendering out the button, or the red circle, I'm sorry, inside of our button in the right location. So now I'm just going to collapse down this SVG because afterwards I'm just going to have a div. And this div, all it's going to do is have a number, for example, 3 inside of it for how many items are in our shopping cart. And then we're going to have a bunch of classes and styles applied to this. So I want to make this a circle as well. So we're going to say rounded circle. I want to make it a red background. So we're going to give it background danger. And I want to center everything. So we're going to use flexbox for that. We can say justify content center and align items center. And that's going to center that for us at least. Now all we need to do is position this red circle as far to the right as we can, essentially in that bottom right hand corner. So inside of our style, let's go ahead and do that. We're going to change our color here to white. That's just going to be so our text is white. We're going to change our width here to 1.5 rem, essentially half the size of our overall button. Same thing for our height, 1.5 rem, just like that. Then what I want to do is I want to use position absolute, and that's allowing us to give it a bottom and a right position. So we're going to say bottom is 0, right is 0. And if we just save this alone, it's not going to be quite in the right location because our bottom right of our circle is in the bottom right of this circle. We want to offset it a little bit. So we can just do a transform, transform in the translate, and we're just going to say negative 25% in both directions. And that is going to just put it in the right location. I'm sorry, positive 25% in both directions. And as you can see, that puts it in the bottom right hand corner pretty much.
Okay, so he did a lot there, but most of it was styling, right? So the first thing that he did, was bring in the SVG. He gave it a specific width, a specific height, a position. So basically, what he did here with this position was setting up the little red circle to be an absolute position. So if you remember anything from CSS about this, basically the background item has to be relative, and then the item that's floating on top has to be absolute. And so that's what he did here with the shopping cart. He said, all right, position relative for the shopping cart icon, and then the red circle is going to be absolute position. It gave the cart a variant, which is just to have a nice outline, and then that it needs to be a circle. That the outline of the button needs to be a circle. And then we have all the SVG stuff, being drawn out. And then this is the little circle icon that goes on top. So it's a circle. It's red because Bootstrap equates danger with red. We're using Flexbox and using Flexbox to get it to kind of float like this over the top of our shopping cart icon, right? And so Flexbox, we justify content, center first, and then we add some additional styling, manual styling, to give it some color, width, height, position, and then a location in the bottom right corner, and then shove it even a little bit farther into the corner with a translate. So this puts it in the corner where CSS thinks it should go, and then we transform and force it a little bit farther down and to the right, so it kind of floats outside of the button itself. Okay? Thank you for the follow, Yanko House. I appreciate it. So this is not the kind of thing you need to memorize, but I just wanted to make sure that we know how it's being done. And I also did a little sneaky push up to GitHub that contains this blank version of the icon. So you won't get any errors. If you're having trouble figuring out how to get rid of the errors that you were seeing in order to get this to display, I did a little push while he was talking up to GitHub with this version. Now, if you want to show something in the dot here, you can add just any number that you want below, just above the closing div here. And now we can see that that will show up inside of our div. So after all the styling junk, you can actually add some content and make a number show up inside of the red circle. Sneaky, sneaky, yeah. Okay, so that's the gnarly styling out of the way. Hopefully everybody has that now, and it's showing up for you on your nav bar. Now we can actually get back to adding content to the app.
Pretty much exactly where we want. You can tweak these numbers if you want it in a slightly different position. Now, obviously, we want these numbers to be dynamic, but we're going to cover that in a little bit. The only last thing I want to do style-wise is I want to make my nav bar sticky. So I want to say sticky top, and that's just going to make it so it sticks to the top of the page. So when we scroll, our nav bar is always going to be visible.
Okay, so last thing here is just one more styling thing. We can, if we scroll all the way up to our navbar component, we can say sticky and then top, which is an incredibly easy way to make sure that our navbar always stays at the top of the screen, even if we're scrolling down. Do y'all remember how hard that was to do? Like when we were learning CSS, and with Bootstrap, it's just like, yeah, all right, I want it to stick. Top, there it goes. All you have to do for CSS, cue Charlie Brown teacher. 5 hours later, just use Bootstrap. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing, right? There's people that can do absolute wizardry with CSS, and I admire those people, but I am not one of those people. I want something like CSS or Tailwind, or Bootstrap or Tailwind that's just going to do the stuff for me when I use certain keywords. So, yeah, I admire CSS wizards, but I'm not one of them. So I like stuff like this. Sticky top, all right, nav bar is going to stick at the top of the screen. Makes sense to me. All right, I think we are. Well, let's go ahead and take a break because we're about to go into actually building the store page. That's the next section, is actually building out how the store page looks. And then after that, we will build out the context for the page. So basically, we're building how it looks first, and then we're going to build out exactly how it works. So how that cart gets updated, how it gives information to the store page. And so before we get into that, I think it's about time for a break. I'm going to go ahead and do another push here. Just git add, commit-m, finished navbar. All right, so the repo is updated there. Any questions? Dr. Moda says this is going to be a long stream. Yeah, probably. I was expecting it to be as such, hence the extra hydration here. I'm expecting this one to go long, but that's okay. I think it's really valuable information, and it reinforces all the topics we've been talking about over the past 2 months. So I'm happy to go long if it means we're going to learn stuff. And that's also why I decided I was going back and forth as to whether I wanted to play the tutorial while we went through it, or whether I just wanted to like talk through it myself. But I thought it might be easier if we do go long. It'll be easier for people to pop in and out if they can find where we're at in the tutorial. at each section, so they can, catch up themselves by watching the tutorial, or whatever. I thought this would be easier for folks to keep up. Drunk Uncle Grandma says, still blows my mind that the routes folder for MVC here is taken care of by React Router DOM. Yeah, it's so simple, right? It's so nice versus having to have your whole routes folder set up and all that. Yep. Dr. Moto says, I have a pedantic question. If the store is built all on the front end, couldn't you change the price of things you add to your cart as a user? Well, the information is still coming from a JSON file. So it is still coming from, a set of JSON data. Like it's mimicking it as if it was coming from an API. And so you can edit the price in the JSON data, yeah, but that's in a separate data folder. So it's not just that we're going to be putting hard coding the price in the tags themselves. But we can test that. I mean, we can see what happens when we do an inspect and edit those things automatically. But I'm thinking that what's going to happen is it's just going to reread from the data, the JSON data, and correct the price. But I don't know. We'll test that. Remind me to test that out once we get there. Hey, Sharma. Drunk Uncle Grandma says recruiters have admitted that they aren't willing to wait for a full stack app to load. I use this to fake a full stack app. Yeah, that's a great point. And people ask like, okay, why should we ever bother with local storage, right? Like, what does it matter? Why should we know how to use local storage when we know how to build out databases and build actual full stack apps? And that's the example that I give a lot, is that you don't always want to build a full stack app. Sometimes you might just be building a proof of concept for your boss or for a recruiter, and building out a full stack app is going to take way too much time and way too much effort. It might not even be what they're looking for, right? Customers never know what they want right away. And so instead, you can just build a pretty looking front end and have it hit local storage, and to them it will be pretty much indistinguishable from a full stack app, right? If they're not poking around in the back end, they're not going to care. If they're just caring, looking at functionality, looking at you know behavior and features, then you can just use local storage to mimic a back end, and then once they say yes, this is what I want, then you can build out the full features. I'm doing well, Sharma. Thank you. We're just getting ready to take a break, taking 5 minutes at the top of the hour here. And then when we come back, we're going to build out the look and feel of our store page before we actually create the context that's going to drive it. All right, 5 minutes on the clock. I'll see you back here in 5, and then we're going to build out how our store page is going to look. Once again, if you're just joining us, !project will get you a link to the up-to-date code for everything we've done so far. Also, too, if you want to get started, there's a couple things you'll need to do. We talking about local cache memory. Yeah, we're talking about local storage, Sharma. Just when we might want to use it, what its use cases might be. So if you're just getting started with us now and you'd like to follow along and code along with us, you can do create. I'll type it in chat here. Create vite, and then dot. That's the first thing. Oh, sorry, no, it's not. Hang on. You need to get the right command. Sorry. Let me confirm. I'm going to minimize the timer here for a second. We're at 1531. Okay. I want to make sure I get this command right if I'm going to share it with you. Just going to scrub back through here. Okay, it's npm create vite. Yeah, that's what I thought it was. All right, npm create vite, and then dot if you're already inside your project folder. That's the first command, and then there's a set of installs that you can do. I'll get that as well. I'll go back to the timer here. It's still ticking. And these are the libraries that we're using today. npm create v, and then these are these you'll need to install all of these libraries as well: React Router DOM, Bootstrapped, and React Bootstrap, and that's all that you need to run it. Oh, why did the timer stop? Sorry. Well, you get a little extra time because the timer stopped while I wasn't looking. So and actually, I'm going to go ahead and pull this over to my other thing here, make that big again. I'm going to do some cleanup. Don't mind me. All right. So just FYI, I added a README to the GitHub repo that should walk folks who are just coming in. It should walk you through the initial project setup so you can actually run the so that you can actually get the appropriate libraries installed and use Vite to help you set up the files. All right, we got about a minute left in the break. So make sure you get a drink of water. Make sure you get up and stretch if you haven't already. And then come on back. All right, I'm going to go ahead and stop the timer and let's go ahead and resume. Sharma asked, can you recommend me a resource reference to build scalable systems? Yes, there's a book, um, but I need to get the name of it. There's a good book for that, but I'm spacing on the title right now. I can get it for you during the next break, Sharma, to get the exact title and author. But yeah, it's about like you know, designing systems that are robust at any scale. Um, and I can get that for you in the next break. All right, I'll turn on my webcam again. There we go. And we're back. So I'm going to go back to where we were, which is our store page. finishing up the nav bar. And now we're going to get into just the design part of the store page, building out all the little components and functions that go into the store page. And then we'll hook up the back end after we're done. Okay, here we go. Maybe.
These different store items. I'm not going to worry about the functionality. We just want to get the styling in place first, and then we can add the functionality in on top. It makes it a lot easier to work this way, in my opinion. So in order to do that, let's just close out of all the files we currently have open, come over here, and you're going to see that we have our store page. We can go to our store page, and here we can actually render out all of this information. Now to get this information, it's going to be coming from a JSON file. So I'm actually just going to copy over all the JSON I'm using. We can just come in here, create a new file called items.json, and I'll just show you what's inside of here.
Okay, so I'm going to give you this as well. But first off, you need to create a JSON file inside of your data folder. So go to your data folder and create a new file and say items.json. Oops, JSON. There we go. Let's create that. And I'm going to drop in items that I already have. Data, items.json. Grab that. Okay, so what I've done here is we just have an array of objects, right? And that's kind of the standard JSON layout, the type of thing that you would normally get back from an API. And each of these objects contains 4 key value pairs. And note that each of them has an ID, right? And this is going to come in handy later for us. And notice that each of these, has a name, and this is what's going to show up as the name of the item in the store, and the price, which is also going to show up in the store, and then the image URL. Now, this isn't going to show up anywhere, but it's where our project is getting the image from, right? So it's getting it from an image folder, and this is the name of the image. Now, mine are all kitten based, but what I would suggest that you do is you're going to have to build out your images too. So we'll get there in just a second, but you're going to have to find 4 images that you're going to just want in your store to display in your store. And then you'll just need to change these references to match the names of those images. So we'll see what, I'll show you what I mean in just a second if you're not quite following me. But basically all this is this is just the raw data that's going to be fed into our store and display as the individual store items. You got to be kidding me. Yeah. And you'll notice that some of these prices are formatted a little bit strangely, and that's on purpose. If once you pull these down, I'm going to commit this in just a second. You can pull it down yourself. And leave these formatted the way they are, because we're going to show you a cool trick with formatting that's going to fix these without you having to do it manually and trembling with anticipation. Nice Rocky Horror reference. All right. I'm going to do a save here. Save. And then push this up so you can pull it down. Or you could pull it from the finished one already. That's up to you. Added JSON, added JSON data. All right, there you go. And get push. All right. Oops, did I screw that up? What did I do? Get add. Did it commit? I didn't like that. Get push. What? What is happening? Okay, GitHub is giving me an error, but for now you can pull the, I'm not gonna mess with it right now. I don't wanna get into GitHub land. For now, you can pull from the finished version. So that's also in my repo. Did I close it? Let's see. GitHub.com, please. Stop auto completing. So the finished version is just Kitten Store finished, and you can go in there and you can go into source and then data and just pull down the full list of items. Okay, so just grab those, put them into your own data folder, and then you'll create links to these images. The link to, yeah. So here's the link directly to. Oh, Laylo posted it. Thank you, Laylo. Laylo posted the link directly to the JSON. I don't know what GitHub is doing right now. I'll have to fix that at some point. But okay, let's keep on trucking.
Essentially, we just have 4 different items. They all have an ID, they have a name, they have a price, and then they have an image URL. So we also need to bring in all of those images. Now these images are going to go inside of a public folder so that we can access them. So we're going to create a public folder, and this public folder must be on the outside of your application, outside of the source folder. And inside of here, we're going to create another folder called images. And in this images folder, I'm going to put all of our images, which I'm just going to copy all of them over. So that, there we go, we have a banana.
Okay, so inside of our public folder, which we already have, this newer version of Vite builds a public folder for you. Inside of our public folder, we're just going to create another folder in there called images, like that. And then inside of images, we're just going to drop in whatever pictures you want. So these can be whatever you want. For me, they're kittens. I'm going to do that on the side here. I'm going to grab those images from my existing project and drop those in. But really, whatever images you want to use, you can. You'll just need to link to them inside of your data set here. So give me 1 second. I'm doing it much more slowly than he is, but get there. All right, grab that. Source, click images, and there we go. Okay, so now my images are present inside of the folder. Dr. Moda says he looks like he uses Vim. Maybe he's multitasking. Maybe he's got one hand in, using Vim and the other hand using VS Code. Who knows? A man with hair like that can do anything. 4K Lord of the Rings wallpaper. Sure, if you want your page to take 10 minutes to load, yeah, go ahead. All right, so now we can see I've got my 4 items here inside of my images folder. And I think actually you could probably pull these from the finished version as well. Just go into the public and grab images if you want. It's up to you, or you can use your own. And now each of the items here in my data folder links to one of the items here in my images folder. Anna Sarah says, how can I learn this? I want to learn React. How can I learn it the best method? Yeah, there's lots of great React tutorials out there. We actually just finished going on my stream here. We just finished spending a long time going through the entire React docs from start to finish. So from zero to hero, learning React. So you could check out those streams if you're interested. You can do !YouTube. They are on YouTube. And you can check them out, and we walk through the Reacts nice, and we walk through the documentation nice and slow. We do plenty of examples. We do challenges, and you can see I have parts 1 through 7 or 8 on YouTube, and I'll be pushing the last part to YouTube here pretty soon. So it's a long series. Also, Web Dev Simplified here, this guy on YouTube, he also has a React series. I don't know if it's free though. You shouldn't have to pay for it, right? You should be able to do this stuff for free. So my YouTube videos are free, but this guy also has lots of great React resources. No worries, Honest. Okay, so now each of these data items should link to my images. I'm going to see what's going on here with GitHub. See, okay, what is it saying I need to do here? Oh, I know what the problem is. I created a README in GitHub, and I got to pull it down. So what do I do? Git pull. Yeah, so it doesn't like it because I created the README in GitHub, and it's not reflected here in my local repo. So is it just git pull ... I forget, honestly. I haven't done this in a while. I don't know. Who knows why GitHub does what it does. Just git pull. Okay, I couldn't remember. All right, there we go. So now we can see it's created my README that I built in GitHub, and it's pulled that down. So all that's there. So now theoretically it should work. So I'm going to go ahead and do a git add, git commit, added, uh, added images. Oops, hang on. Added images and data, and then git push. There we go. Yay, it worked. Good stuff. The one that beat destroyed. Yeah. Yeah, it's been a long time since I've had to sync up a local and a remote repo. I normally don't make that mistake. Bose says, "Isn't there a UI for Git in VS Code?" Yes, there is. There is a native UI. It's right here. So source control. You can do commits and all sorts of commands from the source control menu right here in Git. Yep. I'm just used to doing it from the command line, so that's how I use Git. But there's nothing wrong with doing it from the UI as well. So that's available for you also. Okay, let's get back to it now. So he's just going through the images that he's using. I think my images are much better. I think they are far cuter than his images, although I will leave that for you to decide. This is my favorite. Um, it's showing how this kitten is literally so small that she is. That's a toilet paper roll, if you're wondering. Like, a TP roll, which is like this big. Yeah, she's only slightly taller than a TP roll. Yeah, she's adorable. That was from a long time ago, but I had to use it. All right, let's keep going.
Image, we have our book image, a car image, and a computer image. Pretty straightforward stuff. Now that's how our JSON file is laid out. It just has the pricing, ID, name, and image URL, and we're going to take that information and create these cards with that information. So let's go back into this store page here, and the first thing I want to do is I want to import all of those items. So we can just say import store items from, and we want to go to, whoops, /data/items.json. Now that right there is going to give us all of our store items. That's perfect. Now the next thing that we need to do is actually render them to our page.
Okay, so the first thing we're doing is we're just pulling in that file. So just like we've been importing components and things, we're just going to import all of that JSON, that entire array. So essentially, we're giving that array a name. We're calling it store items, and we're importing it from our data items.json folder. And you see, I did the 2 dots there, right? What is the Dr. Moto says, is it going to look goofy if the pictures aren't the same size? Not necessarily. No, we're essentially doing a forced crop to make them fit the square. So we're taking that into account by cropping them. So it'll be better if you are using your own images if they're kind of centered. So I wonder what happened to the roll. Cat attack. Yeah, kittens love toilet paper rolls as toys. So yeah, we're importing these. Now, notice we have the 2 dots here, right? Because we're going from our store file here, and we have to go up 2 levels. So previously we had only gone up 1 level, but now we're going up 2. We're going up pages, and then outside of our source folder, and all the way into our public folder. Or sorry, no, all the way into our data folder, sorry. So up 2, and then down into our data folder and items.json. That's why the 2 dots. TP under or over? Over. Oh, Dr. Moto. Yeah, my opinion is over, but yeah, we can do a poll at the next break. Sharma says, would it be possible for you to share the name of the book? Yeah, Sharma, how about I'll write it down. I'll DM you on Twitch. I'm going to write down your name, okay? Because I'm not going to go look right now, but because it's on my Kindle, so I got to find that. Sharma, it's J-I. Okay. Data book. Yeah, I'll send you a message. All right, we've imported that, so now we can use it wherever we want, and it'll bring in that entire array.
So we're going to keep our title here of store.
Yeah, have a good night, Sharma.
I'm just going to come in here with some fragments, and then below that, I want to create a row. And inside this row, we're going to have a column, and we're going to have one column for each one of the items inside of our store items. So let's just import row and import column so we can actually use these. And we'll just give it a quick save here. There we go. Now inside of here, we want to do essentially a for loop over our store items. So we can say store items.map. For each one of our items, what I want to do is I want to render out a component, and this component is going to be inside of a column. So we're going to bring our column up to here, and then inside of this column, we want to render something out. For now, I'm just going to say json.stringify our item. There we go.
Okay, so let's see what he's doing there. He's, we have our H1 for our store, and underneath there, essentially all we're doing is we're creating a row. So if we think back in terms of basic CSS design, right? We're creating a row, and then inside of that row we have individual columns. And so each of our store items is going to be inside of a column, but we want the number of columns to change depending on how many store items we have, right? Because we could add items, we could remove them, all those sorts of things. And so the best way to do that is to just loop through our array of store items and create a column dynamically for each one. Hey, Dan can code. How's it going? Oh, Chanpo, I'm glad you were able to fix your issue. That's awesome. That's great. Good job, Champo. Hey, Dan can code. We are literally pulling things in from the official React Bootstrap. So these are official React Bootstrap components. So they're not custom components. They're official React Bootstrap components. So there you go, Dan. It's not upfront if it's an official component, right? All right. So let's set that up. So we're going to create our row. And inside of our row, we're going to take our store items, and we're just going to do a map, right? Because that's probably the best way to loop through an array and do stuff to it. We love doing that. Take that, and we're going to grab call, capital call. And inside of there for now, we're just going to do a json.stringify. And once again, while I'm doing this, does anybody remember why I have to use brackets here? So why do I have to use curly braces for my stringify and for my map? Why do I have to use curly braces? When in some of the other stuff we've done, we haven't had to do that. Why do I specifically need curly braces here? All right, I'm going to import these as well so we can use our handy dandy light bulb, React Bootstrap, and I'm going to also import column and do that. Update import. So now both of those are imported, and I also have a once again I have an error here, and it's telling me that JSX expressions must have one parent. So I need to wrap this in two things: parentheses and a fragment to hold both items so that we don't have siblings. So as soon as I wrap this in a fragment, the squiggly lines will go away and everything looks good. Give me a div with a style display flex. Yeah, you're correct. This is not the best way to, if you were just learning Flexbox, this would not be the best way to do it. Absolutely. Because you're using these built-in components instead of actually learning how Flexbox works. In this case, for this particular project, the styling aspect isn't really our focus. But yeah, if you were learning CSS and Flex, then yeah, you would not want to use these pre-built components. Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. So the reason to answer my question, the reason we use curly braces here is because we're inside of a tag, and so we need to escape in order to use JS, right? So we need to look through the window and look inward into our JS. And so in order to do that, we have to wrap it in curly brackets so we can see through that window and use JS. Yep, 100%. Okay, do that, save, and
now that's essentially all we need to do for that. And if we just give this a quick save and we go over to our store page, you can see each one of our items is being rendered.
Yeah, so let's test this out now. See if we did it right. So now I'm going to zoom out a little bit just so we can see how this looks. We can see that each of our items is being rendered as raw stringified JSON, right? These are just strings. They don't do anything yet. But what we can see is that they are nicely stacked. And let's see, I'm going to scroll out a little bit more. And now as I zoom out even more, they organize themselves into columns just by themselves, right? I didn't have to do anything. It's just adapting to my screen size to format themselves in nice, lovely columns, right? And as soon as I get small enough, they all align into a single column, and then I zoom back out, in, out, in, out, and it's all working as intended because, as Drunk Uncle Grandma or as sorry, Dan Can Code mentioned, um, it's just behaving like Flexbox does. So very convenient to have. And if you're already familiar with
Rendered
the
out
the
inside of
basics
the
of
row. That's
Flex,
really good.
oops, sorry. If you're already familiar with the basics of Flex, you can use these as a nice shorthand to organize your layout. The shining vibes, in, out, in, out. Yeah. Okay.
Good. Now the next thing I want to do is I want to change our row because we want this to be like a grid. So as you can see, as I expand my page, we get more and more items shown on our page at a time, depending on how large or small our screen is. Now we can do that really easily by saying at the medium screen size, for example, we want to have 2 columns. At the extra small screen size, we want to have 1 column. And at the large screen size, we want to have 3 columns. That right there is going to give us this column layout. Also, I want to add a single class name of G3, and that's going to give us a gap of 3. So it's just going to give us space on the vertical and horizontal direction between each one of the elements in our rows.
Okay, let's do that. So really, this is just adding some more refinement. And it's kind of what we were talking about earlier, right? How will this look on mobile? How will it look on a very large screen? And we can control that to some degree by literally declaring what we want to happen for a particular screen size. So how we want these items to be arranged, right? How many columns do we want to show up for a particular screen size? And so we can say, all right, for a medium screen, I want 2. And I'm going to copy this and just paste it or I could just delete it accidentally. That works. Do that, and then that, and then that. So for medium, we do this. For extra small, we only want 1. And you can tweak these, depending on how you want it to look. But I think this is good enough for display purposes. For large, we want all 3. And then we're going to give it a little bit of a gap, like he mentioned. We're just going to say, hey, gap of 3 to surround all the items. So give it a little breathing room around the entire outside of the item. Um, Save that. And we can, if we look at it now, it's going to behave slightly differently. So we still get that lovely stacking at the small screen. And then as soon as I hit the threshold, there we go. And actually, I'm going to zoom out a little bit to illustrate this better. It's going to look like hot garbage right now, but as soon as we get our containers in there, it's going to look really good. So looks like garbage now, but we have changed it to force it to display a certain way based on a particular screen size. Oh, Drunk Uncle Grandma, yeah. We're going to talk about use effect at the end when we access local storage. So you can always come back to the VOD later, and we'll look at we will be using use effects at the very end. The hottest garbage. Mwah, yes. That's how you know you got a good project, when it goes through a hot garbage phase.
Now if we look over here, you can see we have space. And as I expand my screen, we're going to get more items on a row. Obviously, it looks terrible right now. They're all overlapping. But as soon as we make these into cards, they're going to perfectly expand and fill the space that we want. So let me just bring that back down to a normal size. So instead of just rendering out this JSON version right here, we essentially want to render out a component, which we're going to call store item. And this store item is just going to take in as a prop all of the different item properties: name, ID, price, image URL, and so on. Also for our column, we want to give it a key, and this key is going to be item.id, just like that. So now if we just close this off and we save, you'll see nothing's quite working. That's just because we don't have this store item component.
Okay, so he did a lot there. Let's break that down. So we get rid of the stringify because that's not really what we want to do, right? We want to render out the actual visual representations of the items that we're passing in. So um, what we're going to do instead is we're going to build out a new component, right? Because if we have reusable parts of our user interface, we want those to be encapsulated in a component. And so we're going to create a new component called store item, which we actually haven't built yet, right? And so it's going to be an error for now, and that's okay. But what we're going to pass into this component are some props. And these props make a lot of sense logically, right? We're going to be what we want to pass in to our store item to display is information about the store item, right? The price, the picture, where to find the picture, the URL, right? The name of the item. And we want to make sure that our component has that. So as we recall, um, passing in props. Oops, let me do that properly. There we go. Um, what am I doing here? Why am I doing this? So we're mapping through, remember, we're looping through our array of objects, right? We're assigning each object in our array the name of item. So for each item, we're mapping, we're going through we're creating a column for it, and we're calling upon our store item component. I'm passing in a prop and I'm doing dot 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 item. What am I doing here? Yeah, we're spreading it, right? This is what we call spreading. So I'm taking this item object and I'm breaking it apart into its individual key value pairs and I'm passing those in as props. And so I want you to pay attention when we create our store item component next. Look at what props it's set up to take in, and it will make sense why we're doing this. All right, so I'm going to save this. It's going to, not going to display anything. We're going to error out because this doesn't exist yet. But next thing we're going to do is build out this store item component.
Yet. So inside of our components folder, let's create a store item.tsx. Now this right here is probably going to be one of the more confusing components in our entire stack, but the actual HTML CSS isn't too bad to do. So let's export a function called store item, and this is going to take in an ID, a name, a price, and an image URL.
Now he doesn't really stop to talk about that, but we're going to because I value you. All right, so function store item. I'm just going to get this set up. Store item. There we go. Store item. And when we set up a component to take in props, we can explicitly use the spread operator to pull out specific props that we want this component to take in, right? So there's a couple different ways, we could just say store item props and take in props as a whole thing, but we want to take in specific props. And so these are going to have the specific names of ID, name, price, and image URL. I'm going to make sure I spell that right. Image URL. There we go. And those are going to go into our component. And these align perfectly with the keys of our store items, right? ID, name, price, image URL. And so when we pass them in from our store, we're taking that item, we're separating it out into its individual key value pairs, and we've just set up our store item component to take in each of those keys and its value as a prop. So we didn't have to explicitly name those props inside of our store. I didn't have to give each prop a specific name. This is already a set of key value pairs. So I can spread it. Now we have those key value pairs as individuals. And that's exactly what my store item component is set up to take in. Okay? I hope that makes sense, at least a little bit, why that was done the way it was. Because this means we don't have to give the props individual names. We can just take the pre-existing object, separate it out, and then set up our store item to take in those individual key value pairs as individual props. because props themselves are just an object anyway.
like that. And then inside of our store, we can make sure we import that store item. So let me just save that, come over here, and we're going to do a quick import of that, just like that. There we go. And now if we go back into our store item here, we need to actually give this a type because we're using TypeScript. So we can just say that our type for this is going to be store item props. I generally like to just call my prop type whatever my component name is with props at the end of it. And this right here is going to be an ID, which is a number in our.
Okay, and before we get too far here too, notice that I did do an import on store item, and it's still showing an error just because we're not returning anything from that component yet, but this error will correct itself as soon as we finish building out the component. So we have the import, that's all that matters. This error will fix itself as soon as we finish writing the component. And now what he's showing us here is our first introduction to TypeScript. So if we hover over our props here, it says binding element ID implicitly has an any type, and this is a TypeScript error. And you're like, what the frick is that? What does that even mean? That is garbage. What does that mean? Why is it erroring out? These are all valid props. What is the matter? Well, all that means is that we haven't given TypeScript exactly what it expects, because what it wants to do is check the validity of what we are passing in to this function. That's what TypeScript is good at. It makes sure that the types of what we're passing in line up with what this function is expecting. So we're going to create the expected types for each of the items that we're passing in. And that's very easy to do. This is a standard thing in TypeScript. We're going to build out a custom type, and we're going to call it store item props. And creating a type is very easy to do. We just say the keyword type, and then we give it a name. And then we can build an object that contains all of the keys that we're passing in and what type they should be. So if we think about it, ID is probably a number, right? Name is always going to be string. Price is always going to be a number. And image URL is going to be string. And so that's all you're going to see him do here is just say, all right, IDs going to be passed in are going to be number. And then we'll watch him finish out the rest.
In our case, we're going to have a name, which is a string. We're going to have a price, which is a number. And we're going to have an image URL, which is a string.
Okay, I'm going to pause again. We're going to do this, and then I want to show you how that looks once we're, once we're done. So name string. Oh, and I put a comma there. I don't need that. Name string, price, number, and image URL. Oops, URL. There we go. Is going to be a string. Okay, I'm going to save this, and the errors are gone. My page rendered, right? But the next thing I need to do is take this type that I've created and assign it to these items. And that's very easy to do. We can just do a colon, and then actually I may need to wrap this in. We'll see how he does it, but may need to wrap this in. Oh, I need to do it right here. Sorry, right here. And then store item props. Nope. Eventually I'll get it. Store item props, colon. There we go.
So now if we save and we go over to our store, hopefully, as you can see, the error went away. That was right here. So now we no longer have those errors. And inside of here, if we just specify this as a store, store item props, you'll see that all the errors in this file also.
Okay, so why didn't these, yeah, it's just erroring out because we haven't used any of them yet. But if I go like this and I go ID, name, these are gonna error, but I just wanna show you image URL, there we go. So now, as soon as I use them, I've given them a type, I've used them, all the errors are gone. TypeScript is happy because it can identify what type each of these items should be. And notice as I hover over them, it's showing me what type each of these parameters are. So it knows now ID is supposed to be a number, name is supposed to be a string, price is supposed to be a number, image URL is supposed to be a string. Dan, I'll see. I'll try. I'll try if I can do that. I'm not sure. I'll try. All right, but I can still use the word TypeScript because it's one word and it counts. Daniel is actively sabotaging my learning. Yeah, timer starts now on that. By the way, 5:49. All right, so now we've defined each of these and we can make use of them. So does this make sense what we did here? How we declared this and set each one appropriately? I have regrets. We're going to do this a few more times. So this is not the only time you're going to see this. This is the main function of TypeScript, is to make sure that we don't pass in the wrong thing. Well, it's one of the things, one of the major capabilities of TypeScript, to identify that we don't pass in the wrong thing to our function. Right? Make sure that I don't accidentally pass in a string for the ID. Maybe I'm getting something back from an API and the data changes. Um, TypeScript would help us identify that very quickly. And it's pointing out a lot of other errors for us too.
Go away. So to create these cards that you can see over here, we're going to be using the Bootstrap card. So we can just come in here, we can say we want to return a card from React
Thank you for
Bootstrap.
the follow,
And
IS
inside this card,
developer.
we want to do card.image. This is going to give us the image at the top that we care about. And we want to say that it's going to be on the top. So variant is top. We're going to say our source is our image URL. And then also we want to give it a specified height because all of our images have a different size. Some are 100 pixels tall, some maybe 1,000 pixels tall. We want them all to be the same size. So we're going to come in here with some height. We're going to say our height is 200 pixels. And then finally, the last thing we want to do is also make sure our images are centered. So we can do that by saying object fit is center. I'm sorry, cover. And that's just going to make sure our image isn't stretched really weird. It's just going to have essentially the right aspect ratio for us. So if we close off this card image and we save, come over to our app, you can see now we have 4 cards and each one just has an image.
Okay, so once again, we're going to be using a lovely custom Bootstrap component. This one is called Card. So similar to Container and Navbar, Bootstrap has our back and it can help us build cards quickly and easily, using just these built-in components. And so what we mean by a card is just a outlined basically an outline that looks like a card with rounded corners, and probably a little bit of drop shadow, and it just encloses something. Could be an image, could be text, could be both. So we'll build that out. Card. And the cool thing is, once we build this, we can call on this component as many times as we want and generate as many item cards as we need. And then inside of our card, we're going to have a specific card image. Oops, not clipboard, card. There we go. Really didn't like that. All right. And we can give that card image specific attributes. So variant is going to be top. And this is just saying, hey, put the image in the card at the top. Source is going to be image URL. And this is what we're taking from our props, right? Now we can see as soon as I did this reference, TypeScript is saying, oh, you're using that now. That's cool. Awesome. Height is going to be 200. And once again, I need to wrap this prop in curly brackets because we're doing a little window to JavaScript there, or we're referencing a variable essential, or a parameter essentially. And style is just going to be a little bit of inline CSS. So we do the double brackets because we're wrapping it in an object. So object fit. I think I spelled that right. Cover. And that's going to deal with, sorry, that's going to deal with any image size issues. Oh, Dan says React Bootstrap repo looks like a good example on how to do that card image syntax. I was curious how they do that. Um, the dot part, sort of like namespacing a component with the dot syntax. Yeah, I hadn't actually seen this before. I think it's pretty neat. And yeah, I want to look into it more to see what type, I haven't really worked with React Bootstrap before, so I was curious to see this. And so now we're going to go ahead and fix our imports. Um, I'm going to add all missing imports. We'll see if it works. There we go. Okay, so it imported properly. That's good. We'll save that. And let's see, got that. Style object fit cover. Okay. And now store item, that's there. I imported that. Why are you still erroring out? Oh, because I don't have a return. Yeah, so I forgot to do my return here. Since I'm not returning anything, I built this out, but I didn't ever actually explicitly return it. So inside of a React component, you always need to have a return statement. That's required, which is why it didn't work. And TypeScript helped me figure that out very easily because TypeScript was like, hey, bro, you're trying to have a component with a return type of void, and I don't like that. And so that helped me really quickly identify what was wrong. And now we get cute kittens in our store. Yay, kittens. So there's no content in our cards yet, but yay. Yes, they're very cute. Oh, thank you, Dan. Thank you for sharing that link to the card information. Yeah, that's good. I'll have to read up on that because I want to learn how to build out card sections and stuff. Yay, kittens! Yeah, indeed. So that's working, and now we're just going to add the other parts of the card, right? Because right now we only have the image, so we need to add a title, we need to add content, all that sort of thing, in order to finish fleshing that out. Also, too, I think I can say type again because it's been 5 minutes. So go me! I don't think I said it once during that time. I was trying to pay attention, but I think I did pretty well compared to how I normally do. All right, let's finish out this card.
Image. They're all the exact same size, and they all are having the correct aspect ratio. If I remove this, you can see that the aspect ratio is all kinds of messed up, but by adding that one line, we fixed the aspect ratio. Now let's go back over here to see what we want. Next thing we want to work on is this title section, as well as all the buttons and stuff down here. To do that, we're going to open up our card.body. And inside of our card body, we want to give it a few classes just to do some styling on it. We're going to use Flexbox inside of here, and we want to do a flex column. So we're just going to be laying things out using Flexbox, and we're going to be making them vertically stacked, essentially. Once we've done that, we can work on the title next, which is just card.title. Inside of our title, we have two sections. We have the name here, as well as the price, and they're spread out as far as possible from each other, and the best way to do that, again, is going to be with Flexbox. So we can say we want to use Flexbox here, and we're going to justify our content with space between. That's what's going to space them out from each other as far away as possible. I also want to align our items on the baseline so that both of our text have the same bottom point on them. That's just going to make it look a little better. And then finally, I want to give it some margin on the bottom so that our title doesn't touch right up against this add to cart button down here. Now inside of our
Okay, so let's do that part. Once again, we're starting to access more of the individual uh, sections of the card component, right? And so we've done card image first. Next, we're going to set up the body, and the whole body is going to exist below the image. So this is going to be card dot. Now, now that I've imported the card component from Bootstrap, it's giving me all the possible choices that I can have. We can see that there's quite a few, right? I'm just going to use body for this wrapper. So card body first, and then inside of card body, I'm going to have my card title. So card, maybe, come on, Emmett. Card dot, okay, try again. Card dot title goes inside the body. And we're going to give a little bit of styling to each of these. So we're going to make it so that our wrapper body uses flexbox. Class name is going to be dflex, and then we're going to have it flex on the column. Flex column, spelled column like Gollum. Column, there we go. And our title is going to have a bunch of stuff going on. Class name, flexbox again. Deflex just means, hey, use flexbox. We're going to justify content, space between, and then align items baseline. Now the baseline thing might not be familiar to you, but basically what we can use that for is if we have two items on a row that are different sizes or fonts that might have a different way they sit on a line, right? Certain fonts are going to sit lower than others. They're going to drop below the line. Font sizes are going to cause it to sit differently than others. And so this align items baseline makes sure that the bottoms of both strings or pieces of text are going to sit in parallel in equal alignment to each other vertically on the line. So they're going to line up from the bottom. That's all that we did there. And then a little bit of margin, MB4, so they don't sit too close on top of the buttons. Save that. Okay, now once I've done that, we can see that I now have a little bit of body space in the cards, and we're going to fill that with our text.
Title, what we need to do is we need to add essentially two spans, so two different sections. The first section is going to be our title, so we can just say name right here. And I'm also going to increase the font size on that. Let's just say class name is FS2. And then we need to have another one, and this is going to be for our price. And this price is going to essentially not have a larger size here, but what we want to do is we want to add some margin on the left-hand side. So on the start, we want to add a margin of 2. And that's just so if, for example, this title is really long and it gets really close to this text over here, it's not actually going to be touching it. There's going to be some space between the two of them. Also, I'm going to give it a class of text muted so that it's actually a little bit of a grayer color instead of having the same text color. If I say, if we go over here, you can see we have.
Okay, so a couple things there. We have two spans, one with name and one with price. And once again, we are pulling these values from the props that we passed in, right? And those props are coming directly from our data objects. So we're passing them straight in from our data objects directly down here to these two spans, and we're accessing them this way. So name and price. First one, FS2 styling, next one, MS2, and then text muted, which is just going to make it a little bit softer, give it a little bit softer color. So we'll save that. And we can see that right here. Slightly different looks to the fonts. Now it's not quite aligned perfectly yet. That's just because he made a mistake and he's going to fix that mistake in just a second. I can see the future. Dr. Moto says, concatenate a $sign for polish. We're going to do that, Dr. Moto, except we're going to do it in a cooler way. So hold your horses for that.
We have book and we have our price showing up right there. Now you will notice they aren't spaced out between each other, and that's just because this should say justify content between instead of.
Yeah, so small fix there. Instead of justify content space between, it should just be justify content between. And as soon as I do that and save, everything corrects itself. So everything is aligned as expected with the name over on the left and the price over on the right.
Set a space between, and that's going to fix that problem for us. Now you will notice one problem though is all of our pricing is not formatted. I mean, this looks really ugly and we want to format it using like $signs, commas, periods, and so on. So we're going to create a utility function inside of that utility folder.
Okay, I'm going to do a push before we do that. And I think it's about time for another break. But the next thing we're going to do is we're going to create a function, a utility function to format our prices no matter how they look. We're going to use some built-in abilities that are stored within JavaScript that JavaScript already has in order to format the currency to whatever your local currency might be. So git commit started store cards and git push. Here we go. Thank you for the follow, edited by Naji. I appreciate it. Dr. Moto says, I was hoping it was something like that. I'm coding my version in Japanese, so the prices are in yen. Okay. Well, if you're really doing that, Dr. Moto, um, that'll help us test out this utility file because he's doing it in US dollars. I'm working in US dollars. So anybody else out there who is following along and is working in a different currency, um, you know, whose location, I should say, whose location uses a different type of currency. You'll have to let us know in chat when we come back whether or not that works once we finish building out this utility. So that's what we're going to do when we come back. We're going to take a 5-minute break now, and then we're going to go into our utility folder, wherever the heck that is. Did I not make one? Am I just not seeing it? Oh no, there it is. It's just empty right now, so I didn't see it. But yeah, so that's where we're going to go. We're going to build out a quick function to very slickly process prices, no matter how they look, and in your local currency. All right, so 5 minutes on the clock. That's what we're going to do when we come back. See you back here shortly. I'm going to get some more water and sit down for a little while. Okay, we got about 45 seconds left in the break, so come on back. I just ate some sesame sticks, which was delicious. Gonna hydrate. Yeah, sesame sticks. They're great. They're like little crunchy. You know what those are? They're like little crunchy. I don't know, sort of like bready sticks, but they're flavored with sesame seeds and garlic, and they're like little. They're like this big. They're very small, and yeah, they generally have sesame seeds on them, or garlic, or other flavors. Yeah, they're really good. Snacks made from the bones of dead sesame. Sure. All right, let's get back to it. We're going to build out our utility that's going to help us do currency conversions in a very slick way. So I'm going to minimize my actually no, I'm going to minimize my folders here, and we're going to head to your utility folder, and we're going to create a new file in there.
That's going to do all of the formatting for us. So inside of utilities, we're going to create a new file. It's just going to be called currency formatter, or actually we'll call it format currency.ts. So what we can do is export a function called format currency. And this format currency function is just going to take in a number, which has the type of number. And all we're going to do is return.
Okay, so it's important to note that this is not a component. This is just a normal function that we're exporting. So there's a difference, right? And we can easily tell that this is not a component just by looking at it. So I'll do this export um, function format currency and do that. How can I tell just by looking at this that this is a function and not a component? So think about that. And then the other thing I'm going to do here is I'm going to specify that we're going to be what we're going to be passing into this function. The argument we're going to be passing in is just a number, right? It's going to be a price. We could call this price if we wanted, but the type of the thing that we are passing into this function is always going to be a number. And since this is just, we're just passing in one single, a singular argument into this function or parameter into this function, we can assign it a type, a singular type, which is just going to be number. And TypeScript requires us to do this. This is why we're using TypeScript, so that we never pass anything other than a number into this function. And TypeScript is aware of what we're passing in, and it will warn us if we try to pass in something that isn't kosher. Okay. So that's why I've done this here. This is TypeScript. Now, how can I be certain that this is not a component? It's a regular function just by looking at it. If this is somebody else's code, how would I know that?
A formatted version, and we're going to use the intl formatters for this. So we're going to say we're going to create a currency formatter, which is equal to a new intl.number format. And this number format is going to have undefined as the locale, so it's automatically going to determine how to print out the number based on where you live. So if you live in Spain or France, for example, it may print out these numbers differently than if you live in the US. Next, what we're going to do is we're going to specify we want the currency to be in US dollars, and that we want to have the style of this number be a currency number. And it's just going to make sure it has the dollar symbol at the front, and that it's going to only be 2 decimal places at the end.
Okay. So here we're going to be bringing in. So I'm not too familiar with this, but apparently there's a bunch of built-in number formatting that we can utilize. This is not a separate library or anything like that. This is just something that we can call on. Const currency formatter, and it's all caps because I'm declaring a constant here. And if I start typing here and I say intil, it says, "Oh yeah, I know what that is." Right? We can call on that without importing anything special, and number format, and undefined for the location. Right? First thing here is locales, undefined, so none, and what currency are we working with? Well, we're working with USD. Currency is going to be USD. Now you might change this, to yen or whatever. Just play around with this a little bit, but we're going to use USD because I'm in America. All right. Now that should configure that, and so we can call on this constant currency formatter and use it to tell our function what it needs to do. Number of the counting shall be 3, 4 shall not count. Neither count 2. Nice. Always appreciate a good Monty Python reference. Okay, so now how do we use this?
Now to use this formatter, we can just come in here, say return currency formatter.format, and we pass it in our number. That right there is going to format the currency for us. So instead,
so return currency formatter dot format, and whatever number we pass in is what we want it to format. Now we can call on this format currency function because we're exporting it, right? We're already exporting it, so we can call on it whenever we want, as long as we import it into whatever file we're using it in. Thank you for the follow, Nate Codes. So we're going to go back to our store item now, and we're going to use it there. But first, before we leave, yeah, I think I have seen you. I have seen you on Twitter as well. I see the people that interact with my stuff, with my tweets. I start to recognize folks after a while. Thank you for the follow, Nate Codes. So now we're going to head back to our components. We're going to head back to our store item, and we're going to call on this format currency function. But before we leave, I want to make sure that we address this question here, which is how can I tell that this is just a function and not a component? Because if we look at a component, it looks very similar, right? Export function store item. This is a component. But if we look at our utility, this is a function. And I can tell it's a function just by looking at it. And the way that I know that is because of the way it's written, right? So format currency here starts with a lowercase f. Now, if this was a component, I would be capitalizing this F. This would be 2 capital letters format currency, just like we're doing for store item, right? Capital S, capital I. In our utilities here, lowercase f, capital C means it's just a function, not a component, and React will not try to read it as a component. It's just going to treat it like a normal JavaScript function. Okay, so it's important to remember that the way that when you're using with React, the way that you name your functions and your components does matter and does have an effect. Okay, and I think maybe TypeScript would try to correct you on that if you got it wrong, but it's still important to remember, very crucial. All right, let's go back to store item and we'll call on this function for our price, which is down here in our span. We have price. So really we're just going to call our currency formatter on this price.
Instead of here, we can import that function and we can use it right here. We can say format currency, pass it in our currency just like that. And if we make sure it's imported at the top of our page, when we save, you can now see we get.
Yeah, and so we can just take our format currency function and pass price into it. Now watch what I did with the brackets here, right? Because this whole thing is now wrapped in brackets. I didn't just wrap the brackets around price and then wrap the function around that. The curly brackets have to wrap the entire function call because this is our window into JavaScript and we're using a JavaScript function here. So the whole thing needs to be wrapped in curly braces. So I've saved that, and I think, yeah, so this time it did the import for me automatically. It's pretty good about that with functions. VS Code has automatically imported it for me, which is nice. I'll save this. And now each of our prices is beautifully formatted automatically. No matter how they looked originally, as long as they were a number, our currency formatter can handle them. So there you go. Dr. Moda says, reminds me of high school geometry where one of my classmates' proofs was, you can just tell. Yeah. because the no duh theorem. Yeah, right. It's one of those things that might become second nature after a while, but I think it's a good habit to pick up as early on as possible, where you can visually recognize, this is a function, this is a component. Oh yeah, of course. And as a good point, Dan Can Code says, React components also typically return JSX. Yeah, so like an element, like tags, in case someone screws up the capitalization. Yeah, so you can generally quickly identify a component in another way by seeing, oh yeah, it's returning, tags of some description, whether it's other components or tags that look like HTML but aren't. But it still could be hard to tell in some cases if you're returning, HTML strings or something like that. Yeah, and if you're using TypeScript, you can see exactly what's being returned. Yep, great point. So if I hover over this component, I can see that it's a JSX element. Yep. And if I go back to my utility here, you can see that this is just a plain old function, right? Plain old function. Nothing crazy. So that's another advantage of TypeScript. It gives you a lot of extra hover capabilities and error handling capabilities that you don't have in plain old JavaScript. Oh, you want me to push? Yeah, I can push to GitHub. Yep, git add, git commit, and we added currency utility, and there we go. Push. Excuse me. All right, good to go.
Nice formatting with commas, dollar signs, periods where they should be, and all of that fun stuff. Now the next section that we need to work on is going to be either the add to cart button or this kind of like plus minus with remove button that you can see here. Now these are going to determine on if there's anything in the cart already. For example, if there's no books in the cart, show the add to cart button. Otherwise, show this cool thing. So it's somewhere inside of here, we need to determine what the quantity of items we have is. So I'm just going to create a variable called quantity for now. This is just a placeholder variable so we can test out the two different versions of the UI. One where our quantity is 0 and one where our quantity is some other number than 0. So we're just going to start it out with 0 for now. So right below our title, we're going to create a div, and we're going to give this a class name here of MT auto. And that's just so that this is going to essentially fill all of the space available in that flex container that we have right here. We have this flexbox container. This is going to fill all the possible space. So we have multiple items next to each other. For example, I expand this. You can see that no matter how tall one item is or the other, they're all going to fill the exact same height, which is exactly what I want. Now let's bring this back down to a more reasonable size. Another thing we're going to need to do to make sure that works is we need to come up to our card. We need to give it a class name here of H100. So this is going to fill the full height, essentially.
Okay, before we get too far here, let's recap. So we added a hard-coded variable here for quantity, and what that's going to do for now is it's going to take the place of our functional context that we're going to be providing later. So this is going to be provided by context at some point. For now, we're just hard coding it so we can test basic functionality, basic logic. So hard coded, this will be removed later. And then we're going to add a quick class to our card. Class name is going to be H100. And down here in our div, he'll scroll back down in a second.
100% height.
Okay, and then our div down here is just going to be MT auto to fill the space.
Now inside this margin top auto section, that's where we're going to either have our add to cart button or our kind of stylized section up here with the plus and minus buttons. So in order to do this, we first need to just have essentially an if check to see if we are doing this plus or minus version or the add to cart button. And to do that, we're going to use our quantity. So if our quantity is equal to 0, then we know that we want to do the add to cart button. So if our quantity is 0, do an add to cart button. Otherwise, we need to do something else. In our case, we're just going to render out null for now. So let's just put that like this, give it a quick save. And inside of here, we can just do our button. So say button like that. Make sure that we import this button. There we go. And now inside this button, we want to say add to cart. And now if I save, come over here.
Okay, so all we're doing there is we're just adding our initial logic to check quantities, right? Because if I have an item that's not currently in my cart at all, so quantity is 0 for that item, what I want to do is display a giant add to cart button. However, if that quantity is greater than 0, then I want to display whatever quantity that is, give the ticker, give a remove button, and have that be other behavior. So essentially, what we're doing here is we're creating different states, right? We're creating different possible versions of the UI based on the state of what we're passing into it, right? So this is the meat and potatoes of React, is having this logic be dependent on what we're passing in, which is going to be quantity at some point. And if that quantity changes, then the UI should change to reflect that. So quantity, if our quantity is equal to 0, then and only then do we display a button. And we'll want that button to say add to cart with a plus sign, add to cart. And then if it, for now, just for now, if quantity is not 0, then we just don't do anything. But we're going to change that in a minute. I'm going to also import this button, boop, boop, import from React Bootstrap, and save. There we go. Looks like my margin isn't quite behaving. Oh, well, he hasn't done it yet. Okay, that's fine. So now I have my quantity value set to 0, right? So that is what's showing up. And if I change it to any other value, such as 1, save that, and the button goes away. So that's what we wanted. Perfect. And it says too, uh, TypeScript is trying to help us out here, and TypeScript is giving us an error saying, hey, you know that 1 and 0 can never overlap, right? So, like, why are you bothering with this comparison? This doesn't matter. But we're going to fix that so it will matter in a minute. And Nate says, TypeScript, you can hover or use the hotkey to check the types of things as you go. Yeah, absolutely. Hovering is great, on various things. For example, if I hover over here, we can see name, string. Yeah, we looked at that a little bit. I like the idea of comprehending the code actively as you learn. Yeah, absolutely. It's really nice. It also helps, idiot proof it, where, me being the idiot, right? Occasionally trying to pass in an object that isn't formatted correctly, into a function that's expecting a certain number of arguments, or in a certain order, right? Especially if things get out of order, that can be a quick way to quickly identify that, because TypeScript will yell at you. Also, too, just FYI, you can very easily see, probably one of my favorite things about TypeScript is that you can very quickly and easily see any problems right here on this problems tab. This is unique to TypeScript. You won't see this, as you won't see this type of comprehensive error handling in JavaScript, but TypeScript will spell it out for you, all the possible errors in this particular file. All right. Damn you, Entropy, always getting all up in my code, right? The slow decay of time. Arkashi says, do you find debugging compiled TypeScript difficult sometimes? Not particularly, but I would be curious if other folks who have worked with, other people's projects that were written in TypeScript, do you ever find that difficult to debug? Um, is it maybe more complex because of all the explicit type declarations and that type of thing? I don't know. I just really appreciate the specific problem handling that it provides from a development perspective.
Over here, you can see we have this add to cart button, but it's obviously not styled like we want it to. So let's add some styles. We can say that we want to have our class name be W100, click save, and now you can see it's filling the full width, which is exactly what we want. Now next we need to worry about the plus minus with the remove button section.
Okay, so real quick, last thing on the button is just adding the class name. Class name is going to be W-100, and that will just make it span the width of whatever container it's in. Console log debugging, the classic, yeah.
Section. Now this section is obviously a lot more involved, but essentially it's just going to be 2 Flexbox containers. This row right here is going to be its own Flexbox container, and then the whole column is also going to be a Flexbox container. So we're going to come in here with a div, and we're going to give this a class name here of dflex because we want it to be flexbox. We're going to align our items in the center, and we're going to say flex column. And what that is going to do is essentially going to give us a vertical column right here that has everything aligned in the center, in the middle, just like this. And then we also want to add a specific style on here. And the style is just going to be gap of 0.5 rem, just to give us some space between these different items. Now let's close off that div. And inside of this div, we need to have our other flexbox container, which is going to be for this horizontal row. So this next horizontal row is going to have a similar class name of dflex, and it's going to be aligning the items in the center. And we're also going to justify our content in the center just to make everything as center aligned as possible. And also we're going to give it the same gap. So we're going to come in here, copy this gap down and paste it in there. And we're going to close off the div. And for now, I'm just going to put the text like hi inside of this one. And I'm going to put the text by inside of this one.
Okay, so just two divs. That's all we've got here. So we're going to take our null and we're going to replace it with two divs. I'm also going to add a little bit of formatting to my ternary here. This is a wickedly complex ternary. I don't normally like to do them this way, but we'll stick with it. So I'm going to add parentheses around my first condition here. So my true condition is going to have parentheses around it, and then my false condition is also going to have parentheses around it, just to keep things self-contained. So I'm going to have two divs, div, and then inside that we're going to have another div with a bunch of styling. So class name is going to be dflex, and really this is just fancy flexbox stuff to get everything aligned appropriately for both the top and the bottom row of buttons. Line items center, flex column, and our style is going to be, style, there we go. Style is going to be gap 0.5 rem. Okay, and then second row is going to be similar, so I'm going to copy and paste this. Class name dflex, align items center, justify. Let's see, align items center. I need to make this a little bigger so I can see it properly. Dflex, align items center, and then justify content center. Justify content and center. Now you can always wait until I push this and then copy it yourself. I'm not gonna, fault you for doing that. Or you could type it out. Either way. Or you could grab it from the finished version, which is, the big galaxy brain move, right? All right, save that. And in order to test this, I now need to change my quantity so that it's greater than 1. And as soon as I do, I can see that high and by are aligned the way I expect, right? High and by. And so now all I need to do is add the buttons on each row, and we'll be good. And once again, the way I tested this was just by manually toggling the amount that I'm passing in, which then flows into the logic and displays the appropriate output. So this is the kind of thing that React does automatically, but when you're building a React app, before you put in the logic for your state and your context and that kind of thing, it's a good idea to just build out the end result, right? The possible permutations of your UI, build those out first, and then hook them together with the appropriate React logic. Where's your row and column components now, mortal? Ha ha ha. Yeah.
So if I come over here and we change our quantity, to like 1, you can now see it says hi, and below that it says by, which is exactly what we want. Now we just need to change hi to be some buttons and by to be our remove button. So this section is pretty straightforward, actually. We need to create a button, and this button is going to have a minus symbol in it. And we also need another button with a plus symbol in it. And these buttons essentially are just going to have nothing right now. We're going to add some on-click event listeners to them, but for now, they're just going to be buttons. Next, we want to have a div, and this div is going to have a class of fs3, just like that, so we can have a larger font. And this is going to contain our quantity, just like that. Close off that div. And actually, what
All right. Thank you for the follow, Alpayon. And thank you, IL. I'm glad you like that explanation. I appreciate that. I love the feedback, positive or negative. Um, it helps me to know what I'm doing well and what I'm not doing well. So I appreciate that. Oh, and Dr. Moto says so the utility that we built for formatting currency, it apparently works because Dr. Moto is working in yen. And it apparently worked for yen. That's freaking awesome. Thank you for sharing that, Dr. Moto. All right, so now we're going to replace our high here. We're going to add buttons. So I think yes, I already imported that. Perfect. We're going to have a minus button and a plus button, minus and plus. And then in between there, we're just going to have the quantity. So we're just making the plus minus toggle. And then in between those two, we're going to display the current quantity of items in the cart. That's all. So in between there, we're going to say div, and the div is going to have a class name. Oops, not that. Come on, Emmett. There we go. Class name is going to be FS3, and we're going to pass in our quantity prop. Quantity, there we go. Okay.
I want to do, I'm going to change this to a span.
Oh,
And
span,
then
okay.
I'm going to wrap that span in a separate div. And inside this other div, let me just close it off here. I'm going to put some other text. So this other text is going to say in cart. So now if we
Okay, so all he's really doing there is just a stylistic choice. It's going to make uh, the quantity value looks slightly different than the other text. So we'll see how that looks in just a second. It's better to look at just visually once it's done. So just put the text in cart. So we have our span wrapping our quantity value and then just some plain text that's inside the div. So we'll save that. Um, and now if I look at it, we can see what that did, right? The one is much larger, in cart is very small, and both of those items are situated in between our two lovely buttons. All right, and the last thing we just need to do is add our remove button, and our user interface will be complete. Number grow bigger. And Dr. Moto, for the utility, they said that they specified that their locale was Japan, and they specified the currency type as well. That's really cool that you can do that. I love that. Bob Ross of WebDev, thank you. That's an honor. Thank you. Issy says my brain is fried from the prep. Well, I hope it's going well. Issy is prepping for a final round interview for their job, so please wish them luck. They're working on it. It's a system design interview, so rough stuff, but I'm sure they'll do great.
save, you can see if we come over here, it says one in cart, and we have a plus and a minus button. So that works exactly like we want. And the reason I put this in, or this one inside of here, the quantity inside this span, is so I can make the font a little bit larger so it stands out a little bit more. Now the very next thing we need to do is add another button where this by goes, and we want this to have a variant of danger, so it's that red color, and this is going to say remove. Also, I want to change the size here to small, and now if I save, you can see we have that remove button.
Okay, so last thing there, he scrolls away from things so quickly every time. Um, but so below on our second row here, so where we have our by text, we're going to remove that, and we're going to put in a button component. Um, and this button is going to have a variant. Now, Bootstrap has things called variants that have basically just built-in formatting. So it's going to format it in a particular way based on whatever variant you specify. And that could be color, font color, whatever. So there's a specific danger variant. Now, there's also other variants like warning and normal, and those have specific built-in formatting within them. We're going to use the danger variant because that's red with white text. And then we're also going to have size. I think you said size is going to be small. And then the text in there is going to be remove. Save that. There we go. And as soon as I did that, I have a lovely remove button that's a little bit smaller, and it has red with white text. No worries, Chanpo. Go get ready for your birthday dinner, Chanpo. This is going to be a long stream, so take a break and then come back, and you can definitely check out the VOD, check out the GitHub code. I'm going to be pushing as I go, so you can see the commit history and see what order we do things. Thank you for the follow, Nakuth. But yeah, you go get ready for the birthday dinner and have a lot of fun. Oh yeah, that could be Dr. Moto. Maybe the line break in the indent. Yeah. And Dan says in JSX you can sometimes use a bracket with an empty string inside for a white space hack. Not sure if it's better or not, but I've seen it a couple times. Okay, that's good to know.
Move. Also, I want to change the size here to small. And now if I save, you can see we have that remove button. And if we change our quantity up here to 0, and we save, you can now see it says add to cart. Now this is giving me a
Okay, Champo asks, will you be adding on any more dependencies? No. We won't be installing any more dependencies, so you should be good to go. If that's where if it's been working for you so far, the rest of it is just code. Just adding logic and functionality. The basic React functionality. We're not going to be installing anything else, so you should be fine. And also for the folks that are just joining us now, there is a README file in the repo. So !project for the repo. There's a README file in there, which is quick and dirty, but it should walk you through what you need to install and in what order. Yeah, you can just copy it after. Still go through it and make sure you understand it. But yeah, you can copy and paste as you need to.
essentially an error. The reason for that is because we're hard coding our quantity. So it's saying like, hey, your quantity is always 0 or your quantity is always 1. Why do you have this if check here? But that's going to be changed as soon as we start implementing all of the logic. And speaking of logic, that's the very next thing that I want to work on. So we're going to create a separate context here. And this context is going to be called shopping cart context.t.
Okay, so we're going to go now. We're going to start in on the actual logic. So our whole interface is already built, right? We have our buttons. We have a remove button. All of our cards are displaying exactly the way we want them to. Our layout is entirely done. Our user interface is done, and more importantly, the permutations. So the different ways our user interface can look, those are also done. So I know that if I change this quantity to 0, this card will look different than it does currently. And so we have all of those endpoints in place. And now we're going to build out our React context to trigger those different variations on the user interface when certain conditions are met. And that's going to help us hook it up to our shopping cart. So all of this is static right now, and we're going to make it dynamic based on React logic. And that's what our context is for. So we talked about this at the start of the stream, but it's been a while. So what context allows us to do is it allows us to pass information or props to a lot of different components at once, no matter how deep they are inside of the React UI tree. That might sound like a little bit of gibberish to you if you're not familiar with it. I would suggest going back and watching last week's stream where we talked about context in depth. But essentially, it's like a radio station. Context is like a radio station. So it's broadcasting over an entire set area. And so if you have a radio and you tune that radio to the right channel, you can pick up that radio station, right? And so if we have our context broadcasting out over an entire group of components, it doesn't matter where they are, if they're in a valley, if they're on a hill, wherever they're at, if we're broadcasting out of that area and the component is set up to listen for that context, then it can pick up that context wherever it is. And so that's essentially how context works. We wrap it around a set of components, and no matter how deeply nested those components are, if they're configured correctly, they can pick up that context without us having to pass it to them incrementally down the tree via props. So instead of playing a game of telephone with tin cans on a string and talking to your neighbors, right? Instead of each component having to talk to its neighbor, and pass that information down, they can just buy a radio, tune it to the radio station, and pick up the context directly from the source. That's how context works. And so in this case, it's maybe not entirely necessary, but it is useful to see in action and to see a good use case for it. In this case, a shopping cart that needs, so our storefront, information on our storefront needs to match the information in our shopping cart. And so an easy way to do that is to just wrap the entire thing in context and broadcast the information to everyone at once. Just code is 10,000 opportunities to misplace a comma. Well, that's what TypeScript helps with quite a bit. All right. So inside of our context, we're going to
Yeah.
add a new file inside of our context folder here. We're changing folders. We add a new file. Excuse me. We add a new file called shopping cart context. Oops. If I could spell context.tsx. Also, too, we didn't really talk about this, but you know that regular if you're writing React with a regular JavaScript, it's JSX, and so with TypeScript, it's TSX is your file extension. So we didn't talk about that directly, but
SX on text. There we go. Now inside here, I want to have two different functions we export. The first one is going to be for getting our context. So we're going to export a custom hook called use shopping cart. Make sure I spell that correctly. And this use shopping cart is just going to return calling use context. And we're going to pass it in our shopping cart context. Now we need to create this shopping cart context. So we can say const shopping cart context is equal to create context, which we can import from React, and we can pass it in essentially an empty object for now. The other
okay, so there's two things that he did there. Creating context, it takes a couple of different steps. So there's some standard hooks that we can use, that we have to use in order to implement context. One of those is the use context hook. And so essentially what we're doing is we're just creating a function wrapper for that hook so we can call it more easily. So anytime we pass this use shopping cart function into a component, we know that that component is going to be configured to listen for context or to use the context that's being broadcasted. So this is like our radio here. So and I'll write it out so you can see it a little better. Um, so first I'm going to say const shopping cart context is going to be, oh, and thank you for the follow, Borat. I appreciate it. Shopping cart context is going to be create context. So first we have to initialize our context. That's all we're doing for now. We're just initializing our context here. And then we're creating a function, use shopping cart, and we're going to return use context, and it's going to reference our shopping cart context. So we've initialized the context, and then we're giving the ability to use it, and we're going to give this ability to use it and we're to our individual components. So it's like giving them a radio so they can listen to the radio station. So we'll see this reference quite a bit, and it's really just letting that component listen for the context. All right, and then we also need to do the imports here. There we go. As soon as I do that, that's all corrected because these are just basic React abilities that React has. Create context and use context are built into React. Yeah, Dan says VS Code doesn't let you get away with writing JSX and regular TypeScript files, um, unlike with JS files. Yeah, you have to be explicit. AC says, did anybody know any resources for API design? Um, yeah, so Issy, yeah, maybe I would say O'Reilly. Yeah, I mean, they publish books on everything. Um, your library, so your local library, Issy, check out your local library's ebook program. I love that most libraries do have a robust ebook checkout program, and so you can get one quickly, like today, and you can usually read the book in your browser. So check out your local library, see if they have an ebook program, and search for REST API design. It might be, it depends on, I don't know what country you're in. In the United States, it's usually Libby or Overdrive that has ebooks that you can check out for free from your library on any topic. Um, Usually, maybe even a larger collection than the physical library actually has. And so you can search for like API design in the nonfiction section and check it out and read it right in your browser or on your Kindle. That's what I would suggest you doing. Yeah, Libby, Overdrive. Um, that's how I don't go to the library physically anymore. I just check out ebooks. All right, let's keep building our context. Yeah, and all yes, you do need that's a good point, Chris. You do need a library card or an account, but you might even be able to set that up online. I don't know. Um, Hopefully, you have a library card with a library somewhere, and you can access Libby or Overdrive that way. Having fun isn't hard if you got a library card. Yeah, the only time I actually physically go to the library anymore is when my card expires and I need to renew it. No worries, AC. Good luck.
Other function I want to export here is a function for actually implementing the provider portion of this. So this provider is going to give me all the values I need, and it's also going to do all the code for rendering out our shopping cart when we click on this button over here. So we're going to call this shopping cart provider. And this shopping cart provider is just going to take in some children, and we're just going to re-render out those children. And the reason for this is because anytime you use a provider, the provider needs to have objects and children inside of it. So we're just essentially creating a wrapper around our context that has this children object. And then down here, we can return our shopping cart context.provider. We give it a value, which for now, we're just going to give it an empty object as our value. And then inside of here, we're going to render out those children. Super straightforward. And if I save, you can see that that is all working.
Okay, so now what we're doing here is first we build the radio, and then now the second function that we're building is shopping cart provider. This next thing that we're building here is the radio station, the thing that's going to broadcast that context out. And all he's really doing here is he's just creating a wrapper that's using a context provider, and we're going to see that when we reference this. And notice too that this is a component, right? This is a component. This is a function. This is a component. So this component is going to wrap everything that we want to broadcast to, and we'll see that in a minute. And in here, we're referencing the built-in provider ability part context dot. So we've created the context already. Now we're creating a broadcast station for that context. And we don't know what values we need to broadcast yet. We don't know what we want our radio station to say. So we're going to leave it blank for now. We're just going to get it functional. Oh. Shopping cart context provider. Oh, that needs to be a parenthesis. Sorry, not a bracket. All right. And I need my close context dot provider. Emmett doesn't like me right now. There we go. Oh, come on. Emmett's killing me. Okay, there we go. That should work. And inside of our provider, we're referencing this children prop. Now, children is a built-in prop in React, and it basically just says, hey, whatever is inside of this component tag, when we actually put this component into use, whatever is inside of here should be rendered along with this component. So we'll see how that works in just a second. But children this is not a custom prop. This is built in, and it has an any type right now. That's okay. This is a built-in prop that React recognizes as, hey, there's gonna be some stuff in this tag. Whenever I use this component, also render the stuff that's inside of it. And also, thank you, chat, for sharing a bunch of helpful links for Issy. So hopefully they can prep for their interview. Thank you very much for taking that on, chat. Hi, Leah. How's it going? I hope you're having a good weekend. We're doing React stuff today. Leah is a fantastic streamer as well. Please give Leah a follow. If you aren't already following Leah, they're pretty great. Great content as well.
working. We just have an error right here because we need to change the props for this. So I'm going to come in here with a type. I'm going to call this shopping cart provider props. And this is going to have one prop, which is children, which is just going to be a React node. And let's make sure we implement that, or I'm sorry, import that. And React node is essentially just like the type that you give to the children property inside of React. And now,
Yeah. So Dan says explaining children to new devs has been surprisingly tricky. Um, yeah, it is. It is a tricky concept, right? I like to think of it as sort of like this is almost like a placeholder, right? This just says, hey, there's gonna be stuff here. There's gonna be stuff in between this open and closing tag, and it doesn't really matter what the stuff is, but it's important. And so React is going to bundle that all together and then pass it right back in as a prop, right? It's going to be passed in as a prop, and so it's going to be rendered out when this component renders. So it's basically saying, hey, React, don't ignore all the stuff that's in here. Render it along with this wrapper. So I don't know. It's hard, right? It's a difficult topic, like you say. It's not easy. I think it'll be easier maybe to see what it's for when we watch it in action in just a minute. We'll see how this applies in just a sec. But as with anything TypeScript, we need to give it a type. And I'm going to add a comment here. This is the radio station that broadcasts the context, that listens for context. Okay. And then I just need to add a type here. I'm going to put it up at the top because that's where types should go, in my opinion. So the type for our child prop is just going to be shop. I cannot spell. Shopping cart provider props. And we're going to return, oops, sorry, children is going to have a type of React node because that's just what it is. Don't got to stress about it. React node. And we got to import React node from React. So we'll do that as well. There we go. It's now, everything's imported. We have all of our types set up accordingly. And then so we just take our children prop and give it the appropriate type that we just created. And as soon as we do that, maybe, oh, I keep putting it in the wrong place. Sorry, it needs to be outside the brackets. My bad. There we go. As soon as we do that, all the errors go away. We'll save that.
we can just say that this is going to be our shopping cart provider props. And I like to have all my types at the start of my file, so I'm going to move this type up here. There we go. And now that got rid of all of those errors for this, and we can actually use this shopping cart provider. So if we go into our app, we can wrap our entire app inside of our shopping cart provider, just like.
Okay, so now we're heading back to our app.tsx, and we're going to set up our radio station so that it's broadcasting to our entire app. So we don't need a fragment here anymore because we're going to wrap everything in our shopping cart provider. All right. So I'm replacing this fragment with our provider. And now our radio station is broadcasting information about the cart to our entire application. So any of the components in our application can now be configured to tune into that radio station and pick up the context because we're broadcasting to them. And so here we can see how everything inside of here is essentially going to be treated as children. When we reference this component, everything in here inside of it is going to be considered as children. Dr. Moto said, I never used it, but all I needed to know was it was a keyword. Yeah, children is a keyword. Yep. Not a custom prop built in. Leah says, oh, you moved this upcoming week. That's awesome. Congratulations. I hope it's a good move. I hope you're moving somewhere that you want to be. Oh, and thank you for sharing that cheat sheet there, Dan. Absolutely. Showing us some different types that children can be.
Like this. And if we import this, there we go. Now our entire app has access to all the things inside of our shopping cart provider value inside this context here. And if you're kind of unfamiliar with how context works, this section is going to be really confusing. So I highly recommend you check out my completely free React hooks course. It's going to be linked in the description for you. It'll explain exactly how context works. But moving on from that, we now need to actually.
So we talked about context. You don't have to pay. Don't pay for anything that Web Dev Simplified is selling. I don't know if that's free or not, but don't pay. We talked about. We spent 3 hours talking about context and what it is, how to use it from the official React docs last week. So if you look at last week's streams, if you want to learn more about context, that's going to help you out. And I don't think it's. I don't think the application here is really all that confusing. So we'll get by. We'll figure it out. But you can always learn more by looking at last week's stream for free. That's the best kind. And thank you for the follow, Amar Dev, as well. I appreciate it.
Give our context a value besides an empty object. Now, the first thing I want to do is think about what do we all need inside of it. So we can create a type for this. We're going to call it shopping cart context. And inside this type, what do we want to do? Well, we need to be able to add things to the cart. We need to be able to increment them, decrement them, and remove them. So that's kind of like the main things we need to do. And we also need to figure out like how many of an item are in our cart as well. So we need different functions for that. For example, we can do one for getting the item quantity. We can say quantity, just like that. And this will just take in an ID, which is a number. So the ID of the item we want, and we're going to return a number, which is the number of that item we have in our shop.
Okay, so here all we're doing is we're building the props for sorry, we're building the type for the context that we're going to be broadcasting, because with TypeScript we have to declare types for everything. It's going to be a little confusing at first, but you'll get the hang of it. You'll see how it gets applied in just a second. Oh, hey, welcome to the stream, Alien. Yeah, so one of my eyes is permanently looking in the other direction. I have a visual condition called strabismus, and that means that my eyes point outwards slightly. So both of them do. I normally look out of one eye or the other. And so, in general, that's what you see when I'm looking at a slightly different angle. It looks kind of odd when I look at the camera, but I can see just fine. And I can drive and do all the normal things. So it's really just it's really just a visual, I don't know, defect or impairment or whatever. Luckily, it doesn't hinder me in any way. So, fortunately, but yeah, so it's more than just lazy eye. It's a little bit of both, right? Double lazy eye. I think I win. Both my eyes are lazy. Do I win? I don't know. But yeah, so that's what that is. It's called strabismus. No worries. It doesn't offend me, Alien. I think it's always good when we can learn more about each other in a positive way. Thank you for the follow. Follow for double lazy eye. What was the name of that? It's strabismus. Strabismus. I think I spelled it right. Strabismus. Yeah, strabismus. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. I think that's right. If you Google it, it'll probably correct you if I spelled it wrong. So it's close enough. But yeah, birth defect. Just a small one. All right. So let's set up our types for our context. Let's see. I already declared this, so but I didn't set up the types. All right. So like with anything TypeScript, we have to set up our types. Shopping cart context, declare this type, and we're going to have a few different things in here. So basically, all we're going to pass in for these types is we're going to declare a few function types. And this looks a little bit different than what we've done so far. Is so you can do more than just like set things as type number, type string, type boolean, that kind of thing. You can even set things as type function, and what those functions take in, and also what they return. And that's what we're going to do here. So we're going to not only declare that our context is going to be a few different functions, we're going to say these functions are going to take in a value of type X, and they're going to return a value of type Y. So it's kind of a nice shorthand for setting up the types that functions require all in one place. Oh, you're funny, Dan. Yeah. Yeah, Bohi. So a lot of folks do have it. Some folks are able to correct it via vision therapy. I am not. My case is too severe for that. But some folks do have it, and you would never know because they manually correct their vision. But yeah, one of your colleagues might have it as well, or they could just have a regular old lazy eye. You never know. It's a little. You can't really tell by looking. You would have to ask them. You've been way too distracted how unnaturally focused I am as a streamer. Do you ever think about asking? Well, thank you. Alien says I get a lazy eye when I'm tired. That can happen. Your eye muscles relax, and then your vision drifts out of your vision drifts out of alignment. Your vision becomes unfocused. Yeah, that can happen as well. Oh, you're funny. All right, so the first thing is we're going to have a function called get item quantity. And what this function is going to do is it's going to take in an ID, a value of ID, which is a number. We already know that. And then it's going to return a number, which makes sense, right? If I'm getting item quantity, I'm probably going to be, passing in an ID value, and then I want to know the number of items that we have that match that ID, right? How many items are in my cart that are, ID one, and that's going to return a number. So that makes sense.
Shopping cart. Now we're going to have a couple other functions. For example, we want to be able to increase our cart quantity, just like that. Again, we're going to be passing in an ID, and this
So I'll
doesn't
let him
return
finish these,
anything.
and then
We
we'll
want
be
to
done.
have the same exact thing, but for decrease. We're going to decrease this. It's going to take in a ID, and it's going to return nothing. And then finally, we want to do remove from cart, which takes in an ID and returns nothing. So we have 4 functions, and all 4 of these functions are all the implementation we need.
Whoa, hang on. He always clicks away from it way too fast. All right, so let's implement the rest of these. And Bosie, yeah, so in my case, whichever eye you should look at is the one that's looking at you. So just match whichever one is looking at you, and that will be perfectly fine. If you're not sure which one to focus on, you can just look at my nose. One with one by, and I drove a Porsche. Man, I would. What kind of a car does double lazy eye get you? I don't know. When do I get my Corvette? If they get a Porsche, when do I get my Corvette? All right, so we'll copy this 4 times. And yeah, and then you say they're all lovely colleagues, and so whenever you have a visual and a visual defect or an impairment of any kind that's not invisible to others, often you do have, in order to be successful, oftentimes you do have to compensate and be just a little bit, I don't know, a little bit above the curve than folks who don't have any obvious impairments, right? And so I think the fact that they're all lovely is probably partially because they are lovely, and then partially because they have to be in order to be successful in the workplace, because they have something visual about their appearance that could hold them back. The Maserati, the Lambos are taken by PHP. Thank you for the bits. It's lovely. Thank you, Bose. Builds character. Yeah, damn right. I appreciate that, Bose. Thank you. All right, so we have get item quantity and other things that we're going to need to do for our cart. So get item quantity just for display purposes. We also need to increase. So increase cart quantity. We'll also want to decrease our cart quantity, right? These are just, so when we're thinking about state and the possible ways that our UI can behave, we're really just thinking about all the actions that we can expect to take, right? We're going to want to update our quantity. We're going to want to increase the quantity of items in the cart, decrease them, and remove from cart. All of these things are actions that are going to change our user interface in a visible way, right? Remove from cart, ID number. And so increase cart quantity doesn't have to return anything. It's just going to trigger an update on the quantity value itself. So this one also doesn't need to trigger anything or to return anything. And then remove from cart is also going to be void, because again, it's just triggering a UI update. It doesn't need to return anything itself. Thank you for the follow, Hardstyle. Yeah, when we're
And
declaring,
returns.
when we're declaring type, we don't need to add commas, which might trip you up if you're thinking in terms of traditional objects. Yeah, and as Dan said, yeah, how to write the type of a function that often is something that often trips people up in TypeScript. Here we have 4 examples, exactly, right? But it becomes simpler when you think of it in terms of the name of the function, what goes into the function and its type, and then what that function should return. So it's a natural progression, right? It's almost like we're declaring an arrow function almost. We're saying, all right, here's what goes in, that's in parentheses, just like if we were writing a single line arrow function. And then what comes out is after the arrow, just like a regular single line arrow function to some degree. It's not a perfect match, but in general, mentally. Yeah. So now that we have our type, we can actually set up these functions.
Nothing. So we have 4 functions, and all 4 of these functions are all the implementation we need to do this store item. Now you will crucially notice I don't have an add to cart function inside of here, and that's because adding an item to the cart is the exact same as increasing our cart quantity by 1, because going from 0 to 1 is the same thing as adding an item to our cart, so I didn't see the need for adding that in. Now what we can do is we can say that our context is going to be as this type. So what this is saying right here is our shopping cart context contains these values as its type. So now down here you can see it's saying, hey, we're missing all of those things. We need to put increase cart quantity, decrease cart quantity, remove from cart, and so on. We need to create those.
Okay, so all we're doing here now is we've created our context type. And so we can assign that, we can pass that type into our context itself. So create context as shopping cart. I'm just gonna copy this. It's not gonna autocomplete for me, so I'll just copy and paste. There we go. Create context. Okay, so now anytime this context is passed, it's going to be expected to contain all 4 of these functions. That's all that that's saying. Save that. And so now, as he mentioned, if we go down here to our value, it's saying, hey, the context that's being broadcast, our radio station that's broadcasting this content, right now, it's just broadcasting static. And we have set the track list for this radio station, the playlist for this radio station, to contain these specific topics or these specific songs. So right now, we're supposed to be broadcasting this playlist, but it's just broadcasting static. So that's a problem. We need to set up those individual functions. So Dr. Moto, I would, and thank you for the follow, Brenswen, as well. So, Dr. Moto, if you're not sure about the usefulness of TypeScript, I actually have a stream that's just an introduction to TypeScript, very basic, talks about the advantages that it can bring you at a basic level. And then we build out, and then in the very next stream, we actually built a project with TypeScript. I would suggest watching that stream before you dismiss it out of hand. TypeScript is extremely widely used in a lot of places, and it has a lot of advantages. I'm not going to go into them here because it's just going to take a while, but do give it a chance and check out that stream where we talk in depth about the advantages that you gain from using TypeScript. You can go to my YouTube channel and just search TypeScript, and I believe the stream is called Intro to TypeScript. Yeah. And as Dan summed it up very nicely there, but if you need more convincing, I would suggest watching my stream on Intro to TypeScript. All right, let's set up these functions.
Those functions. Now, in order to create those functions, we obviously need to have a place to store all of our cart information. And for now, we're just going to do that in a use state, but we're going to move this to our own custom hook for local state storage as well. So we can say const cart items and set cart items is equal to use state. And this use state here is just going to have an empty array by default. And we're also going to give this a type of cart item array. So let's define that cart item type all the way up here.
He always goes away too quickly. All right, so all we're doing here is we are initializing state. This is a very standard way to do it. State is always pretty much declared the same way. This is part of what we're going to broadcast is in our context. So our state is going to be held inside of a variable called cart items, and then how we update our cart items state is via the set cart items function. And this is all that we use when we want to store and update our state. This is how we always declare state. And we can set the initial value via the use state hook. This is a standard hook in React. Then this is when you set up your when you set up your state, it's always going to be declared the same way. The next thing we're going to do is a little bit unique.
Cart item array. So let's
So we're basically going to set the type of our initial values of our state as an array called cart item. This looks a little bit different than what we've done before, but it's just a TypeScript thing that says, hey, initial value of our state is going to be an empty array called cart item. Just one extra thing than what we've seen before. It says, can't find name cart item. That's okay for now. We're going to fix that in just a second.
define that cart item type all the way up here. Type is a cart item. And in our case, a type for cart item is really straightforward. We have an ID and we have a quantity. Whoops, quantity. And both of those are numbers. That's all that our cart contains information on. And we don't need any more information than that, because if we have the ID, we can look up all the information for like title and price and so on. And if we have the quantity, we can calculate what the total price is going to be by using the price multiplied by the quantity. So that's all we.
Yeah, so he's basically just declaring here what's going to be stored in our cart item array that we're storing in state. So our state is really just going to be controlled by this cart item array, and our cart item array is only ever going to contain 2 values per item. So each thing in our array is going to have an ID and a number, an ID and a quantity, sorry, because that's really all we need to look up any possible object. If all of our store items have unique IDs, we can match ID to ID and then assign that quantity to a specific item. We don't need any more information like name or price or anything like that, because we can always look up that information using the ID value. Yeah, I think, yeah, you can also use semicolons here too. I believe the official docs might use semicolons. I don't remember. I'm lazy though. I don't. Yeah, I can do a push for you. Just 1 second. Let me finish. Let's finish this context, and then, well, here, I'll do it now. That's all right. Git commit. Set up context. Oops, I did it wrong. Sorry. Commit -m set up context. There we go. That's better. All right, I did a push what we have. Actually, I think I didn't save this last bit, but hopefully that gets you enough. I can do another push if we need to. Semicolon it up. Yeah. Yeah, and you're right. The TypeScript might not always be necessary when you're not working on a team, right? We can build things perfectly effectively in JavaScript, but if you don't know it at all, and then suddenly you're working on a team and they're using TypeScript, you're going to be hella lost. And so I think it's important to just be familiar with it at a basic level and know what it can and can't do and how to implement it, even if it's not something that you use every day for your personal projects. Miss Chef says that's a very cool project. Well, thank you, Miss Chef. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, the finished version is pretty rad. We're doing it's a store for kittens, and you can add and remove things from the cart, and you can bring up your shopping cart, and it's all based on using React and TypeScript, storing things in content. Thank you for the follow, Miss Chef. I'm glad you like it. All right, let's keep going.
We really need to store. If we store like the name, for example, in here as well, that's going to be duplicated information. And if, for example, our book name here changes in the future, it's not going to line up with the cart item. But if we use IDs, it's going to make sure if we change the book name in our data, it's going to get corresponded into this cart item as well. So now with that, we essentially have a storage place for our cart items. Now all we need to do is actually create those functions that are going to increment, decrement, and so on those different values. Now the first one I'm going to create is going to be the get item quantity, because this is pretty easy. It takes in an ID, which is a number, and inside of this function, all I want to do is take our current cart items. I want to find the item with the current ID, so we can say item, where the item.id is equal to our ID, and then if we have that value, I want to return our quantity. Otherwise, I want to return a default value of 0. So with this question mark syntax right here, we're saying if this evaluates to something, then get the quantity on it, or return 0 if we have nothing.
Okay, so all we're doing here is we're setting up the first of those 4 functions that we're going to be using to that we're basically we're broadcasting those functions out so that our components can use them and adjust the cart quantity from within the components, which will then update our state and everything will be good. No, it's not for meat sales. I foster kittens for the Humane Society, and so these are pictures of actual kittens that I've fostered. Um, Yeah, and Dan says picking up a bit of TypeScript experience makes working in other typed languages a lot easier. Yes, most other languages, other than, well, a lot of other languages other than JavaScript are typed. So specific values have specific types. Even SQL is typed. The language that I use every day for my day job, it's typed. And so JavaScript is weird to me that it's not typed. And so TypeScript can bring you more in line with those other languages. But okay, so let's add this function. And this is, a function that's inside of a component, right? And we're allowed to do this. So with React, get item quantity, there we go. We're passing in a number, just like we said we were. Our types line up. And with React, you know that you're not allowed to put components inside of other components, right? We can't define components inside of each other. However, we are allowed to create a component and then add functions inside of that component. That is allowed. That's something we're allowed to do. So a bit of a distinction there, once again, between functions and components. Cart items, and all we're doing here, it makes logical sense. We want to get item quantities, so we take in an item ID and we simply search through our, we're looking inside of our state. Remember, this is our state variable here, right? So we look inside of our current state variable and we see, do we have a matching item? We match it on the item ID that we passed in. And if they match, then we get the quantity, else 0. Else we return 0, right? Because we have a return value here. So we need to either return an item quantity that matches to the ID or a value of 0. All right, save that.
That's all this function does, and we can add that down here into our value. So now we have one of those 4 functions defined. Next up, let's define our increase cart quantity. Takes in an ID, which is a number. And this function right here is going to be quite a bit more confusing. First, we just need to call the set cart items. I want to get our current items, just like that. And this current items is going to be whatever our current list of items is, and we need to modify this list. So if our current items dot find of our item IDs are equal. So if we can find an item inside of our cart, then obviously that means that we have an item. So what we want to do is we want to check to see if we don't have an item. Because if our item doesn't already exist in the cart, well, we need to add it to our cart. So here what we can do is we can just return all of our current items. We can add in a new item, which has an ID and a quantity here. Quantity of 1. So this
Okay, so it's important to understand what's happening here, because if you recall, when we declared the type for this function for increase cart quantity, we said it takes in a number and it returns a void, right? And you're like, but wait, what he put here, it has a return value. So how does that work? Well, let's type it out and then we'll walk through it exactly what it's doing, because it's actually not returning anything outside of itself. And I'll explain why that is in just a minute. So cur items, it's looking at the list of current items and it's saying, hey, does the item already exist in our list of current items that are already in our cart? And if it doesn't, then add this new item to the list. Y'all are funny. All right. If cur items find item.id. So if we get a match on that ID, or sorry, if we don't get a match on that ID, my apologies, then return the current list of items spread out, because we need to append current list of items, and then append this new item to the end of it. And quantity of 1. So, and every new item is going to start with a quantity of 1. Now, the reason why this has a void for its type return is because what we're actually doing here is we're updating state. So we're not returning directly out of the function. We are calling our state update function, and we're delivering that new value into our state variable. So we're updating our state variable, not returning directly out of the function. All we're doing here is we're updating our state variable with this new information. I think I may be missing a bracket here. I need to double check. Cur items. Well, we'll see.
First scenario that we ran into with this if is essentially saying, hey, you know what? If we don't have this item at all stored anywhere, then what we need to do is we need to add a new item for it. Otherwise, if the item exists, all we need to do is increment the count of that item by 1. So instead of our else down here, we can do a different return, and this return is just going to map over all of our current items. So we can say map each one of our items, and for each one of our items, if our item.id is equal to our ID, then that one we need to change. So we can return that item, spread it out, but we're going to take the quantity and add 1 to it. So all we're doing here is saying, hey, if we found our item, take the current item, keep everything the same, but increment the quantity by 1. Otherwise, we're just going to return the item as is without any changes at all. So that right.
Yeah, and once again, we're still inside of our sets. We're still inside of our state updater, right? And so all this stuff is going to affect our state variable. So let's see, inside of the else here, we've got a second return and cur items. We're doing something very similar here. We're doing a map, and we are increment. If the item is found, we're going to match to it. Let's see, if item ID, because if we've gone into the else statement, then we're going to have a match somewhere, theoretically. Then we return something similar, the specific item with the quantity now updated to whatever the current quantity is plus 1. So just find the item, match to it on the ID, and update the quantity by 1. And then finally, we just have, just in case something has gone wrong and we've ended up in the wrong location, then we just return the item back as is. But this is probably not going to be triggered. We're covering both of our bases here, but just in case, we're going to add this additional clause. All right, let's see if I got all my brackets right. I think I did. Go me. First try. Brackets. Yay. And let's see. Dr. Moto asked earlier, does your dog have problems when you bring in new cats? Talking about my foster kittens. Mine go nuts over the stray cats we see out on walks. Yeah, my dog is not compatible with my kittens. He has a prey drive. I know this. He's a great dog, but it's, just his nature. He wants to chase small, squeaky animals. And so he is not allowed to interact with my foster kittens at all. They stay in a separate room behind a door that stays closed at all times. And he's also very obedient too. If I accidentally leave the door cracked, he'll stick his nose in like he's interested in it, but he won't go in because he knows he's not allowed. So he's a very good dog. Good Lord, we went from 0 to 100 on this part. Yeah, I think it's important to recognize what this logic is actually doing. It looks gnarly, but it's really not too bad. It's really just saying, hey, if the ID that we've passed in isn't found in the current list of items, so whatever is currently stored inside of our state variable, if that item is not found, then just append the new item with a quantity of 1 to the list of existing items and assign it back to our state variable. So just update the state variable with this new item appended to the end of the list given a quantity of 1. Now, if the item is found, we go into our else condition, right? And we're going to loop through the items, find the matching item, and just increment its quantity by 1 because it's already in the list. So therefore, we don't need to duplicate it. It's already there. We just increase the quantity by 1. So it's really not, it's really just an either or, right? Either it exists in the current list or it doesn't. If it does exist, then we just increment its value by 1. Either way, we update our state variable, which is cart items. We update our state variable accordingly with the new value when we're done. And that's going to trigger all sorts of cascading changes in the rest of our components. That's all that's happening. Dr. Moto says, I definitely didn't get all my brackets right. Yeah. I'm going to put this increase quantity function on a technical interview. There you go. Vicious. Okay. Well, yeah. Once I've done all these functions, I'll do another push. And so if you're struggling with errors on your close parentheses or whatever, you can just copy them from there.
Right there is our increase cart quantity done. Let's add that to our list, and slowly and surely these errors are going to get less and less. Now let's just minimize these both down, because the next thing I want to work on is decrease. And decrease is somewhat similar to increase. The only difference is what I want to do up here in our find is I want to check to see if our quantity is equal to 1. Make sure I do this correctly. There we go. So if the quantity of the item that we find is 1, we'll then get rid of it. So what we want to do is we want to take our current items and I want to filter them for our item where the ID is not equal to our current ID. And this is just going to return a brand new list of all of our items. All of them are going to be exactly the same, but whichever one we pass the ID of, we're going to remove that from our list of items. And if we pass an ID for an item that doesn't exist, this is still just going to return us the current list. So it doesn't matter if we pass an ID that doesn't exist or we pass an ID of something that has a quantity of 1, both of these scenarios are going to work just fine. Now down here, this second part is going to be really straightforward. All we need to do is change the plus to a minus, and that now takes care of decrease. Let's minimize that.
Okay, hang on. He goes so fast all the time. All right, so what he's doing there is the best way to do this is to just copy the increase function and just drop it down below. So we can just relabel this as decrease. I can't spell decrease. There we go. Decrease quantity. Once again, we're still taking in a number, right? We're just ticking a value down by 1. So once again, same thing. We're updating our state. Whatever we do here, it's going to return void because what we're actually doing is updating state and assigning that directly to our state variable. And so instead here, what we're doing is, I want to make sure I get this right. We're checking once again to see if the ID that we've passed in matches an existing item ID in the list. And we're checking to see if the quantity of that item of that item is equal to 1. Because if it is, then we're going to take it out of the cart entirely. We don't want any items with quantity 0 in our cart. And so if it's already at 1, tick it down by 1. It's going to be 0 anyway. We just want to kick it off the end of our list. And so we're going to modify our return value here to just be return per items. And we can just do a filter there, because what filter does is it's going to filter out anything that we don't want to be there. So anything with an item ID that matches, or that doesn't match the ID that we passed in is what's going to be preserved. It's what's going to make it through the filter. So this is kind of a lovely showcase of different array methods that you can use. Filter is another one. Map is a good one too. Now, if the quantity of that item is greater than 1, then we just want to tick that quantity down by 1, right? So just a minus there instead of a plus, and that takes care of our quantity function.
All we need to do is change the plus to a minus, and that now takes care of decrease. Let's minimize that.
Oh yeah, good point. So yeah, we have this question mark here that he's using. Okay, Dan has the correct name for it. I think it's called the optional chaining operator. Yeah, and that's really what's happening, right? And so we're doing a chain. We're doing a chain like we would normally do. You can chain things together off of the same element, right? So cur items here, everything's chained off of cur items. But in this case, it's optional whether we return the quantity or not, right? And the optional part of that depends on the results of this find operation. So it's kind of like a ternary, right? It's like a chained ternary. We're still working off of cur items. And if we locate the item with that ID in our list, then we continue the chain and we set our quantity equal to one. Or sorry, when we check and see if that quantity is equal to one in this case. So it's kind of, yeah, it's like a chained ternary operator. Hey, Rubito, welcome to the stream. Gomez says, are you a JS dev? My day job, what I get paid for, is I'm a SQL dev. So I work with databases. I work with backend databases and only using SQL. What I do for fun is JavaScript, TypeScript, React, and web dev stuff. So I don't get paid for this, but my day job is a SQL dev. And I love both. You can love more than one thing, right? Rubito says, I'm pretty new to React. This looks cool. Yeah, it is cool. And we're using a tutorial to help us build it because it helps. This is a wonderful tutorial that works off of a lot of the basics of React. And here's the link to the tutorial if you want to look at it yourself. Dante, you're a SQL dev too? Oh, that's rad. Dante, do you do any ETL stuff? Oh, you mostly use SAS? Okay, I've done a little bit of SAS here and there. Early in my career, when I was doing more analytics dashboards and stuff, I used a little SAS. Yeah. Oh, Vorpal does a lot of stuff with their J job. Gomez says, "Do you like your job?" I love my job. It's great. I love SQL. SQL's fantastic. SQL's my jam. It's what I've used for most of my career. Odell, thank you for the follow. Yeah, SQL's rad. I love working with databases. I love the back end. It's my jam. Rubito, you do Python and JavaScript. Yeah. No, yeah. So no ETL. So yeah, you're more on the reporting side. That's awesome. Yeah, I'm on the hard back end. I work with really just the back end of the data. Mostly SQL and C sharp. Yeah, those go together a lot. I've seen. Okay, so this is our decrease function. We've done our get item quantity, increase, decrease. Now the only function left is just remove from cart. And this is when a user can click on the remove button, and no matter how much quantity of that item we already have, no matter if the quantity is 600, right? They click that, the whole thing gets blitzed from the cart. So pew, it's all gone. So quantity doesn't matter in this case.
Added into our list, decrease cart quantity, and now we're down to our final
Thank you for
function,
the follow, Rubito.
which is remove from cart, which takes an ID, which is a number. Now this remove from cart is very straightforward. Essentially, all we're going to do is just take this line right here. So we can take set cart items, get it our current items, and then all we want to do is just filter out the items where the ID is not equal to our current item ID.
Yeah, so once again, we're doing a state update here, right? We're doing a state update here, and because we set this as returning void, we're accessing that state update function, and we're really just doing a simple filter. It's very straightforward because we aren't dependent on any values contained within the item. We're just directly locating the ID and removing it from the list. So set cart items. This is our set state. Cur items. We're taking in cur items, which is the current list of items that's stored inside of our state variable, and we're just returning this. Boo. There we go. And I think that's all we need to do there. Save.
That's all that remove from cart is going to do. And if we save, you can now see all of the errors in this file are gone. And we now
okay, so now the last thing that we needed to do, he's been doing it, but I haven't because he goes so quickly. We're going to take each of our functions and include them inside of our context values. So get item quantity, and then I'll do a push up to GitHub so y'all can have it. And essentially all we're doing here is we're inserting our functions into the context so we can broadcast them down to all of the components inside the broadcast area, right? All the components in the app now have access to these functions, and they can update. This is how they update our state, right? Because components can't update state directly, but they can call functions that are located at the same level as the state and use those functions that exist up here to update the state that also lives up here. That's how state works. So we're giving them access, the ability to call these four functions whenever they want. All these children can ring the bell and call into the radio station, and the radio station will update the state. All right, save that. We shouldn't have any more errors here. I think we're good. Yep. Perfect. Um, let's see. Gomez says, I wanted a personal question. What country are you in and how much do they pay? Yeah, so I'm in the US. So salaries are generally higher for software devs in the US. However, I work for a public university. And so salaries are generally lower for developers within a university. So I make less than $100,000 a year. Um, if I was working in the private sector, I would be making more than that probably. Fortunately, I mean, I do love my job. The work-life balance is great. The benefits are great. The retirement contributions are great. Um, Health insurance is great. That's very important for someone in the U.S. We need health insurance because otherwise we will go bankrupt. And so, you know, it depends on what you want out of life, right? I'm actually looking at other roles that are in the private sector at regular companies because I could be making so much more money. However, I don't. I absolutely love my job. It is an excellent job, and a lot of people stay working at universities for 20 years or more because it's a fantastic place to work. Dan says, "What kind of DBs does a gal like you use at home?" I use MongoDB. I don't use SQL at home. I do enough of that during the day. At work, I use Oracle. I use Oracle, and I've used Microsoft SQL Server. Is there a higher resolution we can stream at? I don't know. Let me check. It's already at 1080p 60. That's the highest it goes. I can see if I can make it a little bigger. We can get a little bigger. There we go. It overlaps, but that's okay. Keep mistaking curly brackets in parentheses. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and do a push, and so hopefully that'll help. Um, if you're struggling, I can git commit -m finished context logic. I think it's finished. Well, close enough. And then we'll do git push. There you go. So now you can go exclamation point project and go to the repo and pull down whatever code you need out of the context. Dan says, "I don't even get out of here. Is it just called Oracle?" Yeah, it's by the Oracle company. They have their own flavor of SQL, and they like to sell it to enterprise, sell it for enterprise database management for an incredible amount of money. It's extremely expensive. Dr. Moto says, "I work for MIT, and I also make less than $100,000 a year being a chemist." Yeah, that's just how it is when you work for a university. That's how you roll, right? You know what I'm talking about. Yeah, I have a master's, Dr. Moto. Yeah, I have a master's degree. But that's the thing when you work for university is that everybody has a master's or a doctorate. Gomez says, "Can you afford not to work, for example, 1 to 3 years?" Yeah, I think so. I'm fortunate that I own my own home, which helps a lot. Oh, get your master's, Rubito. That's awesome. Oracle's expensive, yeah. Okay. So we finished our context logic. Now I think we're going to get to apply it. Yeah, we are going to need another break here. We missed the break at 7 o'clock. I do apologize. Let me see what's next, and then we might just go ahead and break if we're at a good stopping point.
Have all these values for get item quantity, increase, decrease, and remove. So we can use those inside of our actual store item. So we can actually use that context. So what I want to do is I want to come in here and I want to say,
Okay, yeah, so we have finished with the context logic, and now we're going to just implement that logic in all the places that can use it. So, for example, we're going to replace our hard coded quantity values with dynamic values, which are influenced by whatever the current state value is. Um, all right. So, yeah, I think this is a good time for a break. Um, is 5 minutes okay? Do we need more time? Are we okay with 5 minute break? You guys tell me. It'll only take another hour to get through the next 20 minutes. I mean, honestly, yeah, probably. I went into this knowing it was going to be a long one. I mentally prepared myself beforehand. But I felt like this tutorial was too good not to do it. And so I wanted to. That's right. We always add extra bonus knowledge. That's why I do these. 5 is fine. Okay. Yeah, go get a snack, get some water, use the restroom, whatever you got to do. It'll be okay. The most current code is pushed to the repo, so you can copy that down if you need it. Um, bonus knowledge and snarky comments. Yeah. All right. 5 minutes. I'll see you back here. I'm going to get some more water and eat some more sesame sticks. And then we'll come back and we'll apply this context that we've set up. All right, folks, we got about a minute left in the break. I've had some more sesame sticks and a fresh glass of water with lemon juice in it, so I am raring to go. I hope you are as well. Oh, that's right, Dr. Moto. I forgot about the poll. Let me set that up. I'm sorry, Dr. Moto. Hang on 1 second. Thank you for reminding me. I got you, fam. Okay, I'm going to stop the timer. I'm just setting up the poll. Give me 1 more second. How do you hang your TP? Thank you for the follow, Brian Suelo. I get my webcam back on here. Poll is coming up momentarily. This is a very important poll, so I hope you all answer it. Over, under. It has to do with how you hang your toilet paper roll in your bathroom. So, once again, very important. Please do answer. There are two choices. Should be pretty easy. You should see the poll at the top of your chat window now. Please do contribute. How do you hang your TP, over or under? I already spoiled it. I hang mine over, but I'm curious what chat, how chat chooses to implement this vital instrument of hygiene, under or over. And by over, we mean, over the top of the roll, and then under is like, you know, down the back of the roll. Mr. Carson, make sure you vote. You got to vote in the. You can't just say it in chat. That's not allowed. You got to vote in the poll too. All right, let's get back to it. So we finished with our context logic. Now we're heading back to our store item. We're heading back to our store item component where we're actually going to implement that context. Look at these under monsters.
Const get item quantity, and let's just say use shopping cart, I believe is what I called it. There we go. We want to get our item quantity. We want to get our increase, our decrease, and our remove function. We're going to get all those out of here. And then what I want to do is I get our.
Okay. So first thing we're going to do is we are going to get rid of this hard-coded quantity value. I need to make this, oops, not that. Hang on. Move this a little bit. There we go. Come on. Okay. So we're getting rid of that hard-coded quantity value. And what we're doing instead is we're pulling in, we're tuning our radio to the radio station, and we're picking up the broadcast of all the functions that we just created, right? Because our wrapper, our context provider, is broadcasting those functions to all the components in our app. And now we need to tune our radio to pick up that station. So get item quantity, increase cart quantity. We can access all those functions via context. Increase cart quantity, remove from cart, and we can get them from our use shopping cart context. And as soon as I do that, we can see that our context has been imported automatically, and these functions are now accessible. It's giving us a little error, but that's all right. It'll go away. Cart. Sorry. There we go. Now those functions are active because we've actually called use shopping cart. Okay.
Our quantity, which is just get item quantity for our ID. So right here, we now
that we've imported, it's sort of like importing those functions, getting access to them, I guess. So now we can say, all right, const quantity is whatever the result of calling this function is. So essentially we pass in whatever ID we're currently on, whatever ID we've passed in here to store item, we call get item quantity on it, and we store that quantity value in a variable. All right, I need to change my window size here. Sorry. There's not enough space on my screen. So I can't see chat and I can't can't see chat and have the video up and my code at the same time. I can make my code window a little smaller, a little bit. We'll get it. We'll figure it out. Okay, there we go.
Now have our quantity being dynamically set, which is perfect, and we have the ability to increase, decrease, and remove our items. So let's just set up our event listeners. So if we scroll down here, we have our button for our add to cart. So inside of our add to cart, I want to add an event listener for on click. And this on click is just going to call the increment function. So let's just say increment. I'm sorry, it's increase, not increment. Increase cart quantity, and we pass it in our ID.
Okay, so what we're doing down here in our button is really just, where is it? Yeah, so add to cart, our add to cart button. If we think about it logically, what do we want to happen when we click add to cart? Well, we want to call increase cart quantity. And if that item doesn't already exist in our cart, it's going to be added to the cart, right? And so add to cart is going to function exactly as expected when we call increase cart quantity. That item's not already in the list. We call increase cart quantity. Bam, it gets added to the list with a quantity of 1. And so that's exactly what we want to happen when somebody clicks the add to cart button. And so in order to implement that, all we need to do is simply add an event handler that handles clicks. Should be fairly familiar with this. And when we do, it's going to call our increase cart quantity function. Nope, maybe not. Hang on. Increase cart quantity. There we go. Increase cart quantity. And we pass in that ID value so it can add it to the list. All right, so now our increase cart quantity, or our add to cart button is actually functional, just like that.
I'm going to do the same thing for a lot of the other sections. So we're just going to copy this. Our plus button is doing exactly that. So let's just paste it down. Our minus button is going to be decreasing.
Yeah, and he's right. So essentially, we're just going to add click handlers to all of our buttons. So we've done this one. Our plus button is going to need one. It's going to do the same thing, increase cart quantity, because if that item already exists in the list, it's just going to add one to it. So it's going to work for both. And then our minus button should just be decrease cart quantity. Decrease. There we go. Call that. And then our last one is just going to call remove from cart.
And our button here for remove is just going to say remove from cart.
Yep. So one last click handler to call remove from cart when somebody clicks the remove button, which just nukes the whole thing, right? So another click handler to call remove from, there we go, remove from cart. Perfect. Top 40 on React FM. Here on WSQL with your host, DJ Mayan Wolf. Yeah.
So now let's go ahead and test this. We're going to come over here. We're going to click add to cart, and you can see it added this. I click plus, it's increasing. Minus, it's decreasing.
Yeah, and so we can go ahead and test this ourselves as well. So we still have this value up here set manually to 1. That's okay. But we should be able to test these individual add to carts now. They should be hooked up because what they're going to do is they're going to be listening for clicks, right? And as soon as they get a click, they're going to call whatever function we've assigned to them. And in this case, it's going to be increase cart. What that's going to do is it's going to trigger, the function we assigned, which triggers a state update and performs the appropriate action. There we go. Badoop. Right? So this has called our appropriate function, which updates the state, adds this item to the list. So if we were to look at the state right now, if we were to look at the state for this app, we would see that our creamsicle item has a value of a quantity value of 1 that's currently being stored in the state. And then the same thing if we increment it up, same deal. that'll have a quantity of 6 assigned to it now, stored in state. Um, and our UI is then reacting. React, right? Our UI is reacting to those state values and that are being passed in via the context and displaying them appropriately. So it's a feedback loop, right? Our component calls the function, which updates the state up top, and then that state is passed down as props back into the function, back into the component that originally triggered the update. So it's a cycle. The component triggers the function, which updates the state. State trickles back down into the component itself and causes UI changes. So that's how that feedback loop works, right? That's how we connect user interaction to what is displayed back to the user. It's all controlled by state, and it's all a loop. And that's literally the fundamental relationship within React, is the connection between user interaction and then visual feedback via the user interface. I think we need to purchase several kittens just to be safe. Yeah, we'll buy a multi-pack, we'll buy a luxury model, and we'll buy one, we'll buy 10 or 12 extra smalls. Yeah, absolutely. Now I'm curious. I'm just looking at my little, yeah. So if we look, I have the little React plugin installed. We can see that it's orange because I'm in dev mode with this particular app. Yeah. Hey, Ahmed. Yeah, so I have a birth defect called strabismus, which makes my eyes point in slightly different directions. It doesn't affect my vision really at all. I can see, I can drive, all those things. It just looks a little funny, but it doesn't hurt anything. And in fact, it actually helps me keep an eye on chat a little better, right? Wider field of vision. That's what I'm talking about. Thank you for the follow, dead code. Yeah, so we've purchased several, and if we were to look, like I said, if we were to look inside of our state right now, we would see these values being stored. We would see, well, really, we would see a list of ID values and then a list of quantity values. That's all that's being held in state. And actually, can we look at that right now? Let me just see here. I'm going to do an inspect. I'm going to look at my components. We can see the props that are being passed in. Let's see, did I go? I always forget where to go here. Profiler. Components. Props. I can see what's being passed in. I'm not sure if I can see the state here. Someone correct me if I'm looking at it wrong. I thought you could usually see state in here. What was being stored? Nah. TypeScript got everything red. Can I see it? No, I can't. Yeah. Maybe I have to inspect outside of it. Let me try one more time here. Rendered by app. We can see the stack here, how the router wraps around everything, but oh well, it's okay. We know what's being stored here. It's just the ID values and the quantity values. Dr. Moto, I'll do another push here shortly, and once we're done updating this with our context, and then you can fix whatever broke. Thank you for the follow, Ahmed. Appreciate it. All right, I'm gonna pull this back down.
If I minus all the way off, it gets rid of it. Click remove, it gets rid of it. So this is doing exactly what we want. Now we just need to make it actually show up in our shopping cart, because right now our shopping cart does nothing and it always says we have 3 items. So now we're going to be working on opening and closing.
Okay, this is a good point for a push. So I'll go ahead and do that, because we're gonna actually implement the shopping cart, the I don't know, what do they call that? The slider menu that pulls out from the side. We're gonna implement that. So git commit m added context to store item. Do a git push. And if you're just joining us now and you want to see how the project is going, you can do !project in chat to get a direct link to the repo that we're currently working on.
This shopping cart right here. Also, we can actually get this quantity section here as well. That's going to be pretty easy to do. So if we go all the way back here to where we have our nav bar, inside of our nav bar, we need to essentially have some functions for opening our cart, and we need to have a function for actually getting the quantity of the items inside of our cart. Inside of our shopping cart context, we need to add some functions for that. We're going to add here an open cart function, which is just an empty function that takes nothing.
Okay, so we're going back into our shopping cart context, and we're adding a couple of new functions. These are going to be specific for opening and closing our cart. So they're going to just be called open cart and close cart. And that's just going to be what's going to cause that drawer. Yeah, that's a good word for it. Drawer to slide in and out. I feel like I say drawer weird as like a Midwesterner. I don't say it in like the Southern way, like drawer, but so open cart and closed cart are both going to return void. They're also not going to take anything in. They're really just going to be Boolean switches. So closed cart, open cart, and closed cart, they're both going to be void, I do believe.
Nothing and returns void. We also, while we're at it, probably want to have a close cart function as well. And then we also want to be able to get our cart quantity. There we go. Our cart quantity is just a number. That's just the total number of items in our cart. Let's move that down here. And I also want to get our cart items, which is just our cart item array. This is all the.
Yeah, and so the last two things we're going to declare are just our cart quantity. So this is going to be what's going to help us show the total number of items in the cart. Cart quantity is going to be number, and that's how we're going to calculate our total. And then cart items is just the list in our array. Cart item array. And that's how we're going to just list the stuff in the cart to display it. No, I do not think of underpants when I say drawer. No. It is funny though. I don't know if this is universal across countries, but a lot of folks spell drawer wrong. They spell it like DRAW, like draw, because the pronunciation is similar. So drawer versus draw. And so people don't hear the ER, and so they'll spell it wrong. They'll say, I opened the draw. But I think that's kind of interesting. Yeah, yeah. In the U.S., drawers is a euphemism for underwear. Yeah, I'm curious. All you folks who are not in the U.S., is that a euphemism for like underclothes?
Information we're going to need. Our cart items are going to be for populating our cart. So up here we can put all the information for our cart, and the quantity is going to be for our actual button right here. Same thing with open and close. So if we scroll down, obviously we don't have those values, so we need to work on getting those values. Let me minimize these functions here, get them a little closer together. Whoops, there we go. That way they're kind of out of our way. And what I want to do is first we can just add our cart items in there. That's the easiest one to take care. So we have our cart items done. Now the next thing that I want to do is I want to work on our cart.
Okay, hang on. So what he just did there is in our context provider, down at the very bottom, and I could probably format this better. I'm going to do value, and we'll do this, 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 and this. All we need to do here, that is just add cart items, because that's just a number. There's no calculation there. Cart items, boop, boop, all done. And then we're going to add our open and close functions, because cart items is just a thing, so it can just be broadcast as part of our context. And then so we can say like, hey, we're missing open cart, close cart, and cart quantity.
That's the easiest one to take care. So we have our cart items done. Now the next thing that I want to do is I want to work on our cart quantity. So we can just say quantity, and let's actually just call this cart quantity. This is going to be equal to our cart items dot reduce. For each one of them, I want to take our quantity and our actual item. So this quantity right here is like essentially our total. And I'm just going to return item.quantity plus our quantity. And I'm going to default this to start at 0.
Okay, so all we're doing here is just declaring this const, which is our cart quantity. Once again, this is for calculating our total items that are in our cart. So we just take the cart items in the items that are currently stored in our state variable, so indicating whatever's in there currently, And we use the reduce array method, which is a great one to know. And basically for each item, we take the quantity and we keep adding to the total. We essentially loop through all the items. We start with the first quantity, and then we loop again. We add the next one to it, and the third one, and the fourth one, and however many items are in there, we're just summing the quantity of all the items together. That's all reduce is doing. It looks a little weird if you're not familiar with it, but that's all we're doing. We're just we're capturing a sum, and we're adding each subsequent value to it. It's like a running total, I guess. It's, if you want to think of it that way, it's a running total. And then I think we also need a default value. Yeah, there we go. That fixes it. And then that's how we can calculate that.
So all this is doing is just counting up all the different item quantities for every item in our cart, and it's going to return to us this cart quantity variable, which we can just paste down here. And now all we have left is our open and our close functions that need to be implemented.
Okay, so once again, we've calculated this out now, so we can add it into our context. There we go. And now we create our open and close functions, which are super simple. They're just Booleans, and you flip the value. Now, Dr. Moto says, underwear is shidagi and drawer is hikadashi. We don't have that problem because of kanji. Yeah, there you go. Different languages can help with that. No worries that you triggered auto mod. Premium kitten kits, monthly kitten subscriber, kitten season passes. Yeah, absolutely. I have the kitten season pass. Sometimes it's harder than it seems, but it is very rewarding. I absolutely get a lot of rewards out of it. Sometimes it's a bit of a grind, you know. Some games are a bit of a grind. Like it's like an MMO season pass, like an MMORPG, like a season pass for one of those, right? There's a lot of grind, but in the end, you generally get what you paid for.
To do this, we can create a state variable up here. And this state variable is going to be a very simple state variable that's just going to be defaulted to false. I'm going to say is open and set is open, and then we're going to have.
Okay, so before he goes too far off of that, we're setting up another state variable. So we have this one, which is holding the actual physical items and their quantity, like the quantity of each item in our cart, right? And then we just need one more, add one more state variable that literally all it does is it checks to see whether the cart is open or closed. And that's going to be a true false value. It's just a Boolean. It's all it is. And it's just going to be open, yes, no, what are you? So is open, and then set is open, which is the function that triggers that update. Set is open. And then use state. And we're going to set it by default to be false because we want the cart to be closed. When the page first loads, the cart should be closed. And we click it, it gets set to true, cart is open. And then we store that value in state. Dan says, who programmed these kittens to eat 5 times a day? Man, I wish that they only ate 5 times a day. I wish they didn't have to eat at night. Luckily, my kittens are old enough now that they can eat on their own at night. But gosh dang, when they're young, they eat every 2 to 3 hours. So yeah, that's like 8 times a day and night. Booleans are the real values. The value of this computer science was built on. All those other values are just flyover value. That's right. Booleans are the salt of the earth. Yeah. Zeros and ones, baby.
Have a simple function open cart equals set is open to true. Make sure I spell const correctly. And we're going to have close cart, which is going to set our open to false.
Okay. You've, again, scrolled past that super quick. I'm going to try to pause it.
Correctly. And we're going to have close cart, which is going to set our.
Okay. There we go. That's close enough. All right. So these are really simple. These functions are super simple. They're even single line arrow functions, which are always fun, right? We love that. Const. It's a Code Wars style function. It's one-liner. It's a one-liner. It's an arrow function. It's super slick. It's the Corvette of functions, and all it does is call the state setter. So our state set function, which will trigger a state change. And so essentially all we're doing here is we're just encapsulating it in a slightly, something that looks slightly better. So anytime we call open cart, it is always going to set is open to true. And anytime we call close cart, it's going to set is open to false. So that just makes it a little clearer, what is happening with state when we call these. But I don't know that this is entirely necessary. It's just something we can do. Um, but I guess we do need to pass a function so that the component can call it. So I guess it is necessary. Yeah. But they're really just doing one or the other. I'm just thinking we could have one function that like flips it one way or the other, but that would require some additional logic. So this is fine.
Open to false. And then down here, we can put open cart and close cart. And if we save, hopefully that should get rid of all of our errors because now we have.
Okay, and then once again, we need to add those to the provider. Open cart and close cart. Add those and save. Okay. Dr. Moto says, still trying to catch up. Did we change the nav bar to reflect the total items in cart? Not yet. I believe that is still hard coded, although I do want to check yeah, no, I don't think we've done that yet. I think that'll be next. Yeah, I do want to check my store item component though. I think that might not be rendering correctly, but we'll see in a minute here.
Have all of our different values that we need defined. So now we can actually move over to our nav bar at the very top.
Yeah, okay, this is where we're going to update the nav bar. So I want to take one quick thing here, go back to store item. I think I know what's missing because I honestly think he skipped over this, but it's in the finished product, but I don't think he ever touched on it. So give me 1 second here. I'm going to check against the finished code. Classic web dev. Yeah, he's sometimes I've seen this before, which is the only reason why I'm saying it, is that sometimes he will just not cover something, but it's in the finished version. So and it won't work without it. And that's not a slight against him. He does great tutorials. There's just so much to cover, right? So I think, let me look, and I'm not saying that is the case. Well, I think the tutorials are formatted really well, and they do interesting projects. But he goes so fast that there's no context, right? You don't know why anything's being done, which is why I like to go over them, and we talk about why things happen, right? Why do we need this? Why do we use this? Okay, I tell you what, I'm not going to spend time on this. I'm going to just copy and paste the finished version because we're done with this store item. We've finished it. I'm going to see if I just paste over. Whoops, not that. Hang on. And then I'll push this if I did get it wrong. Because we finished it anyway, so. Okay, we've got one thing. Shopping cart. Okay, why doesn't it like that? Shopping cart. Oh, I shouldn't have copied over my imports. Hang on. We'll get it. I'm not going to copy my imports. I think it's crying about that. Boop. We'll just copy from the type on down. Yeah, I've got there's a couple extra lines in there. I see them. It's all good. Where did those come from? All right, let's see if it renders again. Nope, still not. Problems. Let's see. Is open is declared, but its values isn't ever read. That's fine. And All right, what's the problem? key. Get item quantity is not a function. Okay. At store item. Ah, that might be the problem. Store item. Okay. Store item TX1520. Okay. Get item quantity is not a function. Okay, we're getting that. Those things look like they're being imported successfully. Interesting. So profs, we're pulling that in just fine. All right, let's check context here. We're finished with context as well, so I'm going to go ahead and grab all of that. Yeah, it looks like the error messages referenced the TypeScript file numbers. Yeah, so it did. So if we looked in store item, it referenced line 15, and it didn't like this get item quantity function. So that was a one-to-one match with the actual line in the file, which I think is really nice, and you don't always get that, right? Something about going back and recording it. Yeah, absolutely. I don't begrudge it a bit. Not helping us now, though. I know. We'll figure it out. All right. I would love to copy the context, except there's one thing that we haven't implemented yet, but that's all right. Let me do this. I'm going to copy it in a couple pieces. I'm going to skip the. Oh, did I skip a. Did I skip an import? No, I didn't yet. No, that's fine. Oops. Uno momento, por favor. Okay. Nope. Would help if I didn't overwrite it. All right. Okay, shopping cart provider, context, that's fine. And shopping cart context, that's fine. Use shopping cart, all right. Okay, is open, hasn't been called yet. Set cart items, use state. Is open, use state. I think the functions themselves are fine. No errors there. It's times like these when I wish Rascal 2 were here. Thank you for the follow, Art1Pie. I'm glad you're enjoying the troubleshooting. Sometimes that's the fun part. And then we have one extra thing here. I'm going to take that out. We haven't built that yet. Okay, I don't think I really changed anything there. All right, so context is fine. Store item is fine. Interesting. Pages, store. Double check my store page here. Ah, I think this might be it. Let's try this. I think I might have it. Nope, not quite. But we did it. We fixed one of the errors, which was a missing key. So React requires keys for its items. And so, well, it doesn't require them, but it highly suggests them. You should have keys for your items so it knows which item to update when a re-render should happen, so it can match ID to ID. And so we fixed that, missed that. And we got our store. These two pages are empty. Hooks, data, don't have that yet. Is the store provider run? Yeah, well, let's check that. So that's in app.tsx. That should be fine, but let's double check. So our stop and cart provider is around where everything is instantiated, but we'll double check. That should be just copying this function and paste it in. There we go. Hey, okay. So something about that was wrong. Let's figure out what it was. What is the difference? One of these things is not like the other. One of these things just doesn't belong. Hey, Art1, welcome to the stream. Currently learning JS. That's awesome. Good job. All right, let's play spot the difference here. Shopping cart provider. I'm looking at the completed code on my other. I don't see the difference so far. Store, about, routes, container, provider. Everything looks fine. But did I spell something wrong? I did save. And that's when it came back. Oh, you want to? Okay, I see what you mean. All right. Yeah, I see what you mean. Let's refresh this. Okay. Yeah, it's fine now. Who the heck knows? It's working. Even with the old. This is the old. This is the old code. We'll go back. I just want to make sure that redos. Yeah, redos Control Y. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So that's where we were at before I save. Yeah, all good. Fixed itself. Yeah. That's the best kind of error, when the error just magically appears and then magically disappears. Hooray. It's like I needed to just save this again, and then it suddenly started working. So who knows, but it's fixed. That's the worst kind of error, right? Yeah. The one thing I was missing, just FYI, the one thing I was missing was in my store. I was missing the key on my column values. And what that helps React do is it helps React determine if one of these store items changes, then React needs to know which one has changed. Even if they change order, like they rearrange themselves, even if the name changes or things about them change, React can still match them up with each other by using the ID value, which is immutable, which doesn't change, right? And so keys are really vital so that React knows exactly what to re-render and what to leave alone. That shouldn't break it. I don't know, man. I'm gonna go ahead and push this. So whatever it was should be fixed. Git add git commit -m fixed weird bug. I don't even know what to call that. That's what you get. All right. So everything should be up to date now. There you go. It's working. It's in a working state. Everything's functional. Hooray. We're working. Okay. Now we can hook up our nav bar to actually read in this context with the logic that we've already created. And let's get our nav bar working.
Top, we can get those values that we want. For example, our open cart function and our cart quantity. We can get those from, I'm sorry, not from, we can get that from the use shopping cart. There we go. So now we can put this open cart function.
Okay, hang on. He's going real fast again. Let's slow down a little bit. So once again, we are grabbing, we're listening for the radio broadcast, and we're picking up what we need from that broadcast, right? And what we need from that broadcast is just two functions this time, which are open cart and cart quantity. We're pulling that down from the context that's being broadcast. And how we do that is we tune into the radio station by calling use shopping cart. We use that context this way. Now we can have access to those functions that will allow us to update our
Cart.
state.
There we go. So now we can put this open cart function. When we click on our button, we can just say on click is equal to that open cart function.
Okay, so now once again, like we did with the buttons in the store on the storefront, all we need to do is just hook that button up to an event handler and have that event handler call our function, open cart, which is going to cause that drawer to slide open. So button, 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 where is the button? Here it is. And so we can just say button on click and open cart. There we go. Thank you for the follow, El Guapo. Buy all the kittens. Go, 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 go. Yeah. Actually, Dan, if you want to, yeah, for real, if folks want to learn more about keys and why React requires keys, I think that might it's either in probably in episode 1 or 2 of our ongoing React series. You can find that on my YouTube channel. We talk all about it. We reference the official React docs. Exclamation point YouTube. If you'd like a link to my YouTube channel, which is ad free and not monetized, so you will never get an ad on my YouTube channel, so you can watch my streams in peace. Yeah, and should be. I think we cover keys pretty early on. I don't remember exactly which one though. All right, so on click, open cart. That's all we're doing. And if you recall, all open cart does is it flips a Boolean to true. So whatever that value is, you click on the cart button, it's going to flip that cart state to true.
And then down here a little ways, we can put our cart quantity.
Okay, and what we're doing there, which you did really quickly, is we're replacing this static cart value. So this value of 3 that we just hard coded in there so we could see how it looks in that little red circle. We're going to replace it with our cart quantity, which again is being passed in from our context, right? So this cart quantity value is being held in state, and we are passing it to this component via context, and so it will always stay in sync with whatever else is going on in the app, because again, context. That's the cool part. All right.
And actually, I'm going to move this right here so it actually wraps our entire button, because there's no point in having the button be able to open our cart if there's.
Okay, so once again, he went kind of quickly there. Added some logic to trigger the button on click open cart. Let's see. So I'm going to grab that logic from the finished product because I don't want to try to scrub back through and find exactly what he did there. So in the nav bar, all right. So for the cart button, we're going to add a little bit of simple logic that just says cart quantity. If cart quantity is greater than 0, then and only then show the cart button itself. That's all that's happening here. If cart quantity is greater than 0, then show the cart button, else don't show it. So if you're not familiar, the double ampersand here in JavaScript, the double ampersand says basically, hey, if this is true, if whatever is to the left of the ampersand is true, then do whatever's to the right of the ampersand. If it's not, then don't do anything. And I see your, Blaine, I see your question. I'll answer that in just a second. Let's just finish this here. And I just I don't want to lose my, so we're doing that. And then close bracket. I need to figure out where this close bracket goes. Hang on. Close bracket is going to go close parenthesis, close bracket. Okay. And cart quantity is there. All right. Oh, and I have this. This needs to be, sorry, in the outside of the button tag. That's why. Okay, there we go. That should work. Yeah, that looks good. Okay, so now we can see that I have two items in my cart, right? Two items in my cart, everything else is empty. Two items in the cart is being reflected here. That matches. If I add 3 plus 1, that's now showing 4, 5, and 6. So, yay, cart total is working. Go us. Okay, let me catch up with chat. Blaine says, are there a lot of data structures and algorithms in web dev? So I'll be transparent here. I actually don't do web dev for my day job. For my day job, I am a SQL developer. I work with databases. So my experience might be a little bit different than some. If there are employed people who are employed as web devs for their paid job, um, if they want to answer Blaine, I think that would be a better answer because, yeah, I don't get paid to do web dev. I do it for fun. And I see Dan has already answered. Yeah, exactly. And I would agree with that, Dan. In web dev, you tend to use a lot of pre-built tools and libraries that do that sort of. You don't have to do it yourself, right? It's already in there. You just have to know how to use it. Exactly. I very much agree, Dan. Data structure and algorithms are one of those fundamental things that will help you, absolutely. But it's not the same thing as learning the tools you're actually using to build stuff. Um, and in my experience, I don't have a CS background at all. I didn't even know what data structures and algorithms meant, like as a vocab word. Like, what the heck is that? And I'm already employed as a dev, so I would say that I wish that I knew them better. But I don't necessarily, in my job as a SQL dev, I don't necessarily have to use them. And in my job, in my fun time, in my hobby as a web developer, I don't. It's not something I have to use every day either. Um, Everybody's experience is different, but in my experience, not knowing them um, has not heavily hindered my career progress in as a SQL dev, and it is not meant that it's not hindered me from building applications as a web dev. Now, once you start building those applications at scale and building them on for a company on teams, then that may be something that you need to know more of. All right. Well, and the question from Dr. Moto is, what did you import for cart quantity? Yeah, let's look at that. So cart quantity, we can tell it's coming in. Just the way it's formatted, it's coming in. It's either a variable or prop, right? And so if we scroll up here, we can see it's coming from our context. So if we look inside of our context, cart quantity, it's being exported as it's being broadcast by our provider, right? And cart quantity, it was just one of those things that we calculated a little bit earlier. It's just a constant. We do a reduce on our cart items and calculate the total that way. So it's coming from our context. I hope everyone that I hope everyone that makes sense to everybody. Dan says, weirdly, I have a chemical engineering degree, not a CS degree, so I'm not sure. Yeah, you'll be surprised. And Dan, me too. I don't have a CS degree, right? Um, you, I think you'll be pleasantly surprised to learn how many folks are working in tech that don't have any sort of degree related to computer science at all. Uh, Most of my coworkers don't. They have sociology degrees, they have journalism degrees, they have, friggin' English degrees. Um, I think only one of my coworkers actually has a CS degree. Everybody else has something different in their background. Honestly, I don't wish I went into CS, but that's not to say it's a bad thing. I'm just not very good at math, and a lot of the CS courses are very math heavy, and I would have been highly discouraged, I think, had I gone into CS the traditional way. I was highly discouraged anyway, but I think it would have really beat me down. I don't know that I would have enjoyed it as much as I do just learning it like this and getting paid for it at work. All right. So I hope that answered the question about where the quantity came from. And let's go back to our nav bar, finish that out.
there's nothing in our cart. So now this cart button doesn't even show up until we add something to it, and now we have that button here. And when I click it, it's calling this open cart function, but this function doesn't do anything yet. So now we need to work on actually styling out how our shopping cart is going to look. So inside of our shopping cart context, what we want to do is we want to render a section for our shopping cart, just like this. And we're going to create a brand new component.
Okay, so back into shopping cart, excuse me, back into shopping cart context, we're going to render out a new component called shopping cart. There we go. New component called shopping cart, and we are in shopping cart context, so not to lose track of where we're at. Shopping cart context, new component. We haven't built it yet, but inside of our components folder, we're going to add it. Shopping cart.tsx. Add that there.
Component for that called shopping cart.tsx.
Thank you for the follow, Jack Lance.
And inside here, we're just going to export a function called shopping cart. And for now, we don't know what it's going to take or what it's going to need, but we can actually style out the HTML of it so we can figure out what we need. We'll come in here, we'll do a quick return, and we're going to use something called off canvas. This is something from Bootstrap, and that essentially is this like slide in effect that you see right here. That's what this off canvas is. And this off canvas, inside of it, we need to have an off canvas header. And this off canvas header is just going to say cart, for example. Also,
okay, so once again, we're going back to importing things, right? More pre-built components from Bootstrap, which do everything we need already. So export function shopping cart. We're gonna return. This is a pretty neat component. I feel like I want to use this more. Off canvas. That's gonna be our new component. That. All right, and then we can, once again, we can click our little light bulb and import it. Boop, boop, like that. Thank you for the follow, one Firestarter one. And just like with our card, like we saw earlier with our card, it can have multiple sub components, right? We can have a title, we can have contents, that sort of thing. So with our card, we saw that we could have a title, we could have an image, blah blah blah. This is going to be the same thing with this. So off canvas dot. You can see we have some options here. Off canvas dot header, and that should autocomplete. There we go. You can just put something in there.
inside of here, we want to give this a close button. And we want to make sure that we also say off canvas dot title, and we'll put our cart text inside of our title. So if we say that you can.
Okay, so what's kind of neat here is that inside of the header, we can add a close button element, and that's just going to put a pre-built X button in the top right corner of the cart. I think that's kind of neat. And inside of here, we're also just going to add a title, off canvas, maybe off canvas dot title, and our title is going to be cart.
You can see we have our header, and then we have our title inside the header, and the header has a close button. And we can just set the open property of this to true. And now if we save and we make sure we import this right here, we should see that we have.
Okay, so what we set here was open. Let's see, I'm going to go back and make sure I get that right.
Of this. And now if we save.
All right, so open is going to be equal to true. And this should maybe default to the cart being open. That's not necessarily what we want, but at least it's going to show that it's working. And so if we go back to shopping cart context, we can import this component now. Add import. There we go. That fixed that error. Save that.
And we make sure we import this right here. We should see that we have this open on the right-hand side of our page, or at least open on our page somewhere, but it doesn't look like it's rendering on our page at all. The reason for it is this should say show instead of open.
So he used the wrong property there. That's okay. We can fix it. So it should be show instead of open. Save that. There we go. And as soon as I did that, as soon as I made that change, it opened the little drawer. So I'm going to do false. We'll do that. Pew. Hey, Badias, thank you for the follow. And then let's do it again. That's fun. True. Whoop. So essentially, we're just manually triggering that true false, right? And that's what our function is going to do on click. So on click, that it's going to do the exact same thing. It's going to trigger this show property, and then false. So make it go away. There. And thank you for sharing your knowledge and expertise, Dan. Dan can code. I really appreciate that. Thank you for sharing that. I'm not reading everything, but I'm seeing it. I'm sure that's very valuable to anybody who is just starting their tech career. These bootstrapping components sure come in handy. They absolutely do. Yeah, and like we were talking about earlier, they're not the best for somebody who's just learning how to do layouts and that sort of thing, and how to build. But once you can kind of visualize what you want and you know how to do the basics, then you can start to implement some of these pre-built components and things like that to get to your layout faster.
Now you can see this is showing up on the left side of our page. To get it to show up on the right-hand side of our page, we can say placement is equal to end, and now you can
Yeah, and so we want to swap this. We want to swap this to the other side of the page. So I'm going to put it back to true here, and we can change the placement. Placement. I can't spell. Okay, there we go. Placement to end. Save that, and now we can see that my cart has moved to the right side, and it now pulls out from the right side of the page rather than the left. Hey, Axel. Do I only speak English? I speak uh, pretty much on par with other Americans. I speak English with a little bit of Spanish. That's about it. We Americans are not always known for being multilingual. Uh, Klingon. I used to speak some Klingon, actually. I had the Klingon language dictionary. I still do somewhere. I used to practice it. I don't anymore. Kapla, all that. Yeah. I used to know some Klingon phrases. Oh, you're from Mexico. That's awesome. Hola. Thank you for the follow, Axel. That's all I've got. Yeah, like I said, I used to know more. I Klingon. I don't remember it though, unfortunately.
see that that's showing up on the right-hand side of our page, just like we want. And if we click outside of it, it should close it. But we don't have an on-close event set up to this. So we need to set up an on-hide event, which in our case is called cart close.
Hey, no worries, Dan. I'm glad you're having fun hanging out here. And so, okay, what we're doing next is we can trigger the show and we can trigger the hide. And so we're adding this additional on hide property to our off canvas as well. And what that's going to do is it's going to trigger cart close. So on hide, cart close, and that will just flip that show boolean to false, and it will cause the cart to, you know, the drawer to close, right? Axel says, "Can I write in Spanish on mini streams? They prohibit speaking, writing in other languages." Yeah, I don't have any restrictions on languages here. I'll do my best to read it. Hopefully, I can. But yeah, feel free to write in Spanish. And there may be somebody else in here who's better at Spanish than I am, who could also help translate. But I want you to be able to communicate in a way that feels comfortable to you. So yeah, go ahead. You don't know many people that can respond in Spanish. Yeah, it's pretty good though. Piece of shoot.
This cart close function comes from our context. So we can import our context here. So we can say cart close equals use shopping cart, just like that.
Okay, so now inside of our shopping cart, we're going to add the ability to call that cart close function, right? Because just like in other cases, um, this cart close function is held in our context, and this function is held in our context, and so we have to make that context available to this particular component. So that's all he's doing here. We're just grabbing that function out of the context and implementing it. Comentarios. What is that word? What do I utilize? Wait, okay, I get it. What do I use to see the chat messages during the stream, right? Yeah, so I use my client that I use is called Twitch Studio, and it's free and it's made by Twitch, and it's pretty easy to set up. So if you want to stream, um, I use a client called Twitch Studio, and here I can drag it over. So you can see on the screen now, that's how I see chat right here. So I can see all sorts of stats about my stream, and I can read chat on. I have a second monitor, and that's how I read chat. I wish, Dan. But yeah, I have this is you see the what you see on my broadcast is my large monitor, and then I have a small monitor off to the side, which is just for managing my stream, doing polls, um, reading chat, moderation, making sure that my camera looks okay, all those things. So it's to stream, you almost need to have a two monitor setup. It's really hard to do it without two monitors, at least two monitors. Some people use more. But hey, I know some people that do it with a single monitor, and what they will usually do is they will pop chat out into a separate window and drag it on and off the screen as they need to read it. Okay, so Dr. Moto, did you pull in the cart close function from context? Because we haven't done that yet. So let's do that. That should make it work. Oh, and then there's one more thing that we also need to do, which is why it's not working for you. So we'll get there in just a hot second. Use shopping cart. And that imported it for us. So perfect.
And now we just refresh this real quick. We click outside of here. It should close. But of course, this is not working. That's because I called this close cart instead of cart close.
Oh.
Paste that in here. Refresh this. And now when I click on the outside of it, or click on the X here, it should close, but it's still not closing. The reason for this is show is always set to true. This should be set to is open. Whoops, is open.
Yeah, so one last thing we need to change there, which is instead of show always being set to true, that means that this, the hide won't work. We need to set it to our is open Boolean, right? This was our other state value. We declared two state values, one of them holding all the information about the items themselves, and the second state variable, which is literally just true or false based on whether or not the cart is open. Yeah, state, exactly. Don't scream, Dr. Moto. We'll get there. We're almost there.
And this is open, we can pass into our shopping cart. So we can just say is open, just like that.
All right. So is open. We're passing that in as a prop. Is open. Okay. And doesn't have a type yet. That's okay.
So this is open will be passed in from here, where we just say is open is equal to is open.
Yeah. So this is where instead of using context, we're passing in this state value as a true prop. So what's happening here is that when we reference our shopping cart component inside of our shopping cart context, we need to pass in is open explicitly as a prop. So not as context, but as a prop itself directly. There we go. Now the app has come back.
And then inside of here, we want to make sure we give this a type. So we can say type shopping cart props type, or I'm sorry, it's going to be is open is a Boolean.
Yep. And so the last thing we do is we just ensure that our shopping cart props have a type of Boolean, because that's what it is. It's either true or it's false. Now, I know we did a lot there. Let me just finish this real quick. There it is. Let's see, shopping cart props. There we go. And that should fix all the errors that we have. So what we did there is we replaced, um, essentially, we replaced this true value with this is open state, which can either be true or false, right? It's going to flip on or off, one or the other. And we passed it in to our component as a prop. We reference it here. We had to give that prop a type because we're using TypeScript. And when we called the component, we had to pass it in explicitly as a prop. So I'm going to go ahead and push this up to the repo in case you got a little bit lost there. That's okay. Commit, added, cart, open, close. There we go. Now you should have it. So shopping cart and shopping cart context should be up to date.
There we go. Now we refresh. By default, it's not open. If we click this button, it's now open. Click.
Okay, I'm going to refresh here and we'll see if it works. So there's no items in my cart currently, right? I'm going to add one item to my cart. The cart appears. It shows the correct value. I'm going to click the button. Hey, cart opens up. I click the close. Cart closes. Open, close, open, close. Hooray! Woohoo! Partial understanding. Yeah. Yeah, and if anybody wants to, look at the code at their leisure, um, you can do exclamation point project, and that will take you directly to the repo, or you can do exclamation point GitHub and look at all the other stuff I have out there on my GitHub. It's out there, so you can use it if you want to. So either of those commands will take you to my GitHub. Dr. Moto, make sure that you have to have something in your cart for the cart button to show up. So you have to add something first, and then that will make the button appear. So let's fund our startup with some venture capital and sell some kittens. Yeah.
Outside of it, it closes. That's great. Also, we should just make sure we give this the shopping cart props. And then the next thing I want to do is style out the section of content that goes inside of our cart, because right here you can see we have our nice little cart item.
Okay, let me make sure we're in shopping cart. Make sure I give it the props. Is open. Yeah, shopping cart props. I did it. Okay, so now we're actually going to add the items to our cart
section. So to do that, we're going to be needing a body. So off canvas dot body, and inside of the body, we're going to create a stack. And a stack is just a really easy way to stack things either vertically or horizontally. And we can give it a nice gap, for example, of 3 to give us some space between each one of our items. And this comes from Bootstrap up here. So inside of this stack, what we want to do is we want to loop through all of our cart items. And our cart items comes here from this. So we can say cart items. That's part of our shopping cart context. So for each one of these, we're going to loop through them. We're going to get an item. And then for each one of those items, I want to return a component called cart item. We're going to give it a key of our item.id. And then we're just going to spread out our entire item outside of that cart. There we go. Make sure I close that off.
Okay, so all he's doing here is adding another element to our drawer, to our cart drawer, right? We have the header, we have the title. Now we're creating the body, and we're going to use a stack, which is going to allow us to stack things vertically in the cart. And we've imported that component using our little light bulb trick. And we can give it a little bit of a gap. Gap is 3. And all we're going to do to build this stack is to loop through the list of cart items. So the items that are currently in our cart. Remember, this is our state value. Cart, hang on. Cart items. There we go. Dot map. And we're going to loop through those items, all those items, just like we have been doing elsewhere. Loop through those. And for each item that's currently stored in our state, in our item state, we're going to render a cart item component with everything that entails. So cart item with a key equals item ID. Because once again, anytime we are looping through something and creating a list of things, we need to add a key so that React knows which items to update. That's just the thing that React does. Now, cart item is highlighted, is underscore, has the squiggly line under it because we haven't created it yet, but it's a very simple little component. And then cart items, we are going to pull in from uh, we're going to pull in from our context, I believe, but we'll see what he does.
Add that in. And there we go. Now we just need to create this cart item component.
Okay. So const close cart. Yeah, so const, we need to also import cart items from our context. There we go. Close cart and cart items come from our context because that's where they live. It's a state item. It lives inside of our context. And then we're going to create our cart item component. We'll go up to our components here, new file, and this is going to be called cart item.tsx. Okay. And we'll build out this component. Oh, we got a hydrate and a posture check. Okay. I can do both. Roll the shoulders back. I also have scoliosis, so one shoulder goes back a little bit farther than the other. Oh, it's fun stuff. Oh, you figured it out, Dr. Moto? That's awesome. First row and column, now stack. I don't trust it. Just like the automobiles the kids use. But a good horse will do just fine, right? Yeah. I actually grew up around horses. My parents still have a bunch of horses.
So what's coming here? Cart item.tsx export function cart item. And this cart item just takes in one of our items from our cart, and our items from our cart have an ID and a quantity. So that's all we need to care about. We can come up here, cart item props, ID, number, quantity, number, and then here.
Okay, so our cart item is essentially taking in our current state value. So the ID and the quantity of the item. We can declare the types for those props and assign it to the props themselves. So ID is always going to be a number, and quantity is always going to be a number as well. And so we can take this and assign it as the type for these props.
Here, cart item props. There we go. Now inside of here, what we need to do is we need to actually implement all of our features. So if we look here, you can see we're showing the image. We're saying the actual price. Let's add a few more of those to the cart. Or I'm sorry, the name right here. We're saying how many we have in the cart. And we're saying the price, the total price, as well as a remove button that'll remove it. So just add a couple more of those back to the cart. And if we have multiple, you can see they're showing up just like this. So the first thing we need is obviously that remove function. So we're going to say remove from cart. That is equal to use shopping cart. Also, we need to get our item itself, because right now we have the ID and the quantity, but we don't have like the name, price, and so on. So to get our...
Okay, so once again, first thing, we're pulling in the remove function, and we need the remove function because we have the little X button. In our finished version, our cart has this little X button. And so in order to do that, to remove an item from the cart, we need to call our remove from cart function, right? So we're going to need to hook up a button to that. So pull that in from the context, use shopping cart, badow, and const item is basically we need item because all we're passing into this component is just ID and quantity. Okay. And so we can use, like we talked about before, we can use the ID to look up all the other information about the items themselves. It's a reference. If you're familiar with databases at all, generally what we do is to look up an item in the database, we give each item in the database a unique ID. And if we know that ID, we can look up all the other information about that item just based on the ID value alone. And so that's what we're going to do here. Mittel says, "OMG, I was on hold waiting for Oracle to pick up for nearly 3 hours." Being, I am an Oracle, SQL dev, and that does not surprise me in the slightest. Oh, hey, New Horizons, how's it going? Good to see you. I'm so behind on projects and 100 devs. Want to say thank you. Oh, thank you, New Horizons. It's really good to see you again. I appreciate you stopping in. Yeah, that's the best part. Is that 100 devs is self-paced. Yeah.
Item, we can get that from our store items, and the store items is
Hey,
just
Thomas
our
Elder.
JSON. So we're going to import store items from // data / I think it's items. Yep, items.json. So what we can do is we
All right, so all we're doing here is, like we said, we're going to look up information about the item based on the ID value alone. And so since we're kind of just using a very small list here, we're just going to import the items directly from our data file. So the raw JSON, we're just going to import that. Store items from wherever that is, data items.json. We're just going to pull them directly in, and we're going to look up the specific item that we're referencing. Store items dot
can try to find the item
yeah.
that has the ID equal to our ID. And if our item equals null, then we're just going to return null. Essentially, we don't want to return anything at all. So if we don't have...
Okay, so very simple find, right? And we pass in this particular ID, and we check that ID against all of the IDs in our item list. And if there's a match, then we store that match inside of our item variable. However, if there's no match found, then we just return null and nothing is shown. Return null. There we go. Dr. Moto says he changes styles a lot. Yeah, I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. I think it gives exposure to a lot of different ways of writing things and how many different ways you can write things and it will still work. Not saying it's good for consistency, but
have an item, we can't find one, just return nothing. That means the item doesn't exist. Then the next thing we can do is we can come down here and we can turn information about what we actually want to render. And what we want to render is a horizontal stack. So we can come in here, say stack, and our direction is horizontal. And we want to give it a gap of 2. Now inside this gap, we're going to have a bunch of sections for our image. This section right here, which is like a vertical stack, and then the section over here on the far right. So first, let's worry about our image. So we can say our image here. Whoops, make sure that's self-closing. We can give it a source, which is our item.image source, our image URL, and we can give it some style to make sure the image isn't too large. For example, our width is 125 pixels. Height is going to be 75 pixels. And then finally, object fit is going to be cover. There we go.
okay, so once again, we're creating another stack, which I think I like this. I think this is interesting. So creating another stack, just like before, again, it just lets us arrange items in like a single line, right? Except this time for our item information inside of the cart, we want that to be horizontal rather than vertical. So all of these cart items are going to be stacked vertically, but inside the item itself, the information needs to flow horizontally. So we can change the direction here, and we can say horizontal, and we can import this. Add import, there we go. Horizontal, and we'll give it a gap of 2. And then just a basic image tag inside of our stack. Image, let's see. So our image here, we're going to have our source be the image URL of the item that we're passing in, item.image URL. the style. We're going to have a width and a height. Width is going to be, oops, sorry. Width is going to be 125 pixels. And height is going to be 75 pixels. And then object fit is going to be cover, just to force it to fit in the space that we're giving it. Oops. Object fit is going to be cover. There we go. Okay, and then I'll close the tag here. We got to close our image tag.
There we go. Give that a quick save real quick. And now we can see if we come over to here, we refresh this.
Okay, so once we've saved this now, we should be able to see how it looks in the cart. Oop, maybe not quite. Let's see. Taking in ID, imported store items. Oh, did I add something to the cart? Let's try this. We'll do a refresh here. Add to cart. Nope, not quite.
Hopefully, we add some items to our cart. We have some errors showing up. Let's see what this error is if we inspect real quick.
Oh, he has
Go
an
over to our
error. Okay.
console. Cart item is not defined. And we can see that right here. Obviously, we need to import cart item. Now, hopefully, if we just refresh this, add some item to our cart, it's still not working. Oh, I forgot to save the file. That would easily explain it.
Oh,
now
I didn't save my file either.
Let's add a couple of these. Open this up, and you can see we have the images showing up, which is great. Now, adding back into our cart item, I want.
Okay. So what I didn't save was in my shopping cart, I did not save cart item, my cart item component. I also didn't import it. So two things. I've imported cart item into my shopping cart. I'm calling that component. I'm passing in the list of items. Save again. There we go. And now cart item is taking in ID and quantity. And I think we're all saved. Good. There we go. Let's try again. Add to cart. Hey, look at that. Our item is in there. Now if I add something else to it, add these things, they all show up. Good stuff. More kitten pics. All right, I'll go ahead and push this. There we go. Thank you for the follow, Francesco.
I want to add a few classes to this stack just to make everything line up a little bit better. We're going to change it to be flex. We're going to align our items in the center, just like that, just so everything is going to be center aligned. And then the next thing we're going to work on, if we come over here, we can kind of see, is we're going to work on this vertical stack right here.
So we're going to... Okay, so before we get too far there, in cart item, we're going to change our stack just a little bit. So direction horizontal, gap 2, and then we're going to add a little bit of flex box to align things a little bit better. So class name is going to be deflex. Deflex, and we're going to align items center. There we go. And image source, style, width, object fit, cover. Okay, it's good.
I'm going to give it a class name of ME auto. That's just going to push everything to the far right hand side, which is exactly what we want. And then we're going to have another div inside of that that's going to be for organizing our different sections. So this
Piece of Shoot says, I've been partial to Tailwind lately. Yeah, we've done a little bit of Tailwind here. I like it. I think it has a wide variety of styles and ways you can implement. It's more flexible than something like Bootstrap, but it still holds your hand with styling. Absolutely. Dr. Moto said, I bet he'll fix it if you keep watching. Absolutely. That's what happens, right? If you look closely, he does little cuts where he does investigations and then comes back. Yeah. Oh, and Saw the dev, thank you for the follow. Piece of Shoot says for the job search, don't neglect your behavioral questions. They're a huge part of the process. I would highly agree with that. That's how I got my dev job. It was 4 rounds of interviews, uh, and throughout those 4 rounds, there was only one technical question. The rest of it was behavioral questions, things about projects I've worked on, like how you collaborate, how you interact with others, how you solve problems, how you handle conflict. Behavioral questions are extremely important, um, arguably more important than technical aptitude, because everybody wants somebody they can work with and mold to their culture. Nobody wants a jerk, right? Sorry, I'm just catching up a chat. Hey, Saul the Dev, welcome to the stream. Break soon? Yeah, we can do a break. Let's see, how much do we have in this? Couple more minutes there. Uh, yeah, we can go ahead. Let's go ahead and take a break now. And then we'll finish out our cart, and then we'll implement local storage, and then we'll be done. So in the tutorial, we've got about 8 minutes left. So I would say that's maybe another 30 to 40 minutes of stream time. You know, how things have been going. But we'll get there. We're going to finish out our cart. Let's take a break, 5 minutes. Let your dogs out. Do what you got to do. Use the restroom. Be healthy. Get a drink. Get up. Stretch. And then we are going to finish out our cart and implement local storage, and we shall conclude. All right, 5 minutes on the clock. Y'all are funny. Okay, folks, we got about a minute left in the break. So come on back when you're ready. Lolita Wick, thank you for the follow. Also, thank you everybody for sharing your experiences with employment in the tech industry in chat. I appreciate that. I'm sure a lot of folks do as well. Uh, and Blaine, just to let you know, I live in the Midwest, which is, corn country. So you can get a tech job anywhere nowadays. It really doesn't matter. I work for a Midwestern university. Um, and so yeah, there's tech jobs everywhere. Like folks are saying, every company is a tech company now. Um, so there's plenty of opportunities out there wherever you live. You shouldn't have to move anywhere to land a tech job. There's tech jobs everywhere. All right, I'm going to stop the timer. Yeah, and there's a lot of different paths out there too, Blaine. Other than strictly programming, I mean, there's data analytics, there's data science, um, all these adjacent fields. There's DevOps, um, being a DBA, working with databases. Um, yeah, the sky's the limit, honestly. Let's see what happened to my. Here's my app. Ah, there it is. Okay, perfect. Yeah, developer advocates. If you like communicating and working with devs, you could be a developer advocate. um, DevRel, absolutely. There's all levels, right? You can do whatever you want. There's so many more jobs out there than you think, in a variety of roles, right? Hey, Alejo, thank you for the follow. Okay, let's set up our. We have a return horizontal. Estiamante, thank you. So inside of our stack here, we're going to add oh, Tsunami. Jeez, thank you for the follows, guys. The follow Tsunami is what it is. Thank you. So inside of our stack here, we're going to add a couple of divs. And these divs are just going to hold our text and our other content. So div, and inside of that, we're going to have another div. Boop, boop. And this outer div is going to have a class name of ME Auto. All right.
First div right here is for our item name, so we can just say item.name. And then also what we want to do is we want to have a span that comes after this. So this span that comes after is going to be a text of muted. So we're going to say class name text muted, and we only want this span to render if we have a quantity above 1. So if our quantity is greater than 1, then show this span. And inside of here, I want to have our quantity with an X after it, just like that. Also, I want to change our font size to be a little bit smaller. So we're going to say style, font size, and this font size is 0.65 REM.
Okay, so all he's doing here is just adding the item name and the item quantity. The rest is just styled. So he's just doing a little bit of item name, item quantity. And yeah, and good. Thank you for pointing that out. Also, we're using auto margins again. We're just spacing things automatically within their container. So in this case, the container is this stack, right? So this stack, which is inside of our cart drawer, it's just like it's a brick inside of our cart drawer, and those auto margins are just going to push everything out to the edges and auto space everything inside of that available container. Now, inside of this span, we're really just going to have our quantity. Oops, if I could spell quantity, and our quantity with an X after it. So, 3X, 4X, whatever. That's just a shorthand for count. And we only want that value to show up if our quantity value is greater than 1. So if quantity is greater than 1, if and only if that is true, then show the span.
And let's just make sure all of this is showing up
Oh, and I don't
correctly.
have a
Looks like I'm probably
close.
missing right there.
Yeah, I don't have a close bracket. Close bracket. There we go. Okay,
Now if I save, you can see everything's rendering correctly. Come over.
so we'll confirm that that's actually going to work. Add to cart. Do, 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 do. You can see our items are taking up inside of our cart. And there we go. We've got our little creamsicle kitten and quantity of 5x, if you can see that. There we go. Hooray. And the same thing for the other ones as well. There we go. 4x, 5x, etc. Please don't die. No. No. I knew that this was going to be a long one going into it. And I used to do a lot
Over
more
here, give
streams
it a
that
quick
were
refresh, add some
like,
items to our
oops,
cart.
sorry, I didn't mean to start that again. I used to do a lot more streams that were longer like this, but I don't do them anymore. So when I do them occasionally, I don't get exhausted. Um, so this is, I save it for when it counts, and this is one time when it counts. All right, so we did that. Text muted, all good.
Come over here, you can see it says 2x. This should say x2 instead of 2x. But other than that, it looks like it's working exactly.
Oh, change that a little bit. Okay, x2, 2x. Did I just turn down the volume a little bit accidentally? I apologize if I did. Maybe I just turned it down for me. I bumped my headphones and they're touch sensitive, so I think I did. Let me just turn that up a little bit for myself. Okay, should be able to hear now. Creamy. Yeah, I know. That's such a cute. Isn't that such a cute kitten? I love that kitten. Dan says, I really like not having to bounce back and forth between a CSS file. Yeah, using something like Tailwind or Bootstrap really makes it easier and that you don't have to keep flip flopping, right? And figuring out, does that link together? Am I using the right class? You know, that sort of thing. Thank you, Kitsune. Yeah, auto margins are useful.
As we want it to. So we can move on to the next section, which is rendering out this pricing section down below. And that's going to be in another div that comes after. First of all, I want to give it that same muted text, and I want to change the style of the font size again to be a little bit smaller. So we'll say 0.75 rem. And then I want to essentially just format our currency. So we can say format currency of our item price, just so it looks a little bit nicer when we actually render this out. Give that a quick save.
Okay, so our next div here is going to be just a div here. It's going to have a class name of oh, and I think I missed a class name on my span here. What was that supposed to be? Is that supposed to be text muted? Probably. I'll fix that in a second. Class name is that. It's going to be text muted. Text muted. And then the style, we're going to give it a custom font size. I should be able to, I think I missed that on both of these. Hang on. I'm getting sloppy. I'm just going to copy it from the finished version. I don't want to rewind. Item. Yeah, that's what I missed. It's okay. So in here, drop this in. Okay, so class name is text muted, style 65 rem, and then the one below it is also going to be div. Okay, I copied them both. Styling stuff gets me down. All right. So what did we do here? We added text muted. We gave it a custom font size of 0.75 rem. And then we called on our old friend format currency, that utility function that we made so long ago that takes in a price and formats it. We want to have that same formatting inside of our cart. And so that's why we're calling it again. And I can import it. Boop. I've imported it up here. And so we can call it down here.
Refresh over here, add an item to the cart. Come over here, you can see it renders out the price.
Okay, so let's double check that that's going to render okay. So refresh. Here we go. Boop, boop, boop. Okay, check that. Oh, I didn't save it. That'll do it. All right, there we go. Save, refresh, add to cart. Hey, there we go. So we've got our item photos and our item quantities. Item quantities and the price of each individual item. And then the last thing we're going to add is our remove button and then a total to sum up the entire cart. Yeah, kitsune is that is a fox spirit, right? Yeah, I read a really good uh, story about that one time. Hey, Xwed, this is a web app. It's in browser. However, it does work on mobile. It's responsive. So if we go like this, it's a storefront that we're working on. It's perfectly accessible on mobile. It responds um, and adapts itself. So yeah, you could definitely use it on mobile.
Price. Next, we just need to add the total price as well as this X button on the right. The total price is super straightforward. I'm just going to copy this format currency. We're just going to create a div, and inside that div, we're going to format the currency of our price times our quantity.
Thank you for the
Super
follow,
straightforward,
Xwed.
and we might as well just do the remove button while we're at it. So it's coming here with a button. Variant is going to be outline. Danger. Size is going to be small. And on click, we just want to call that remove function. We can say remove from cart item.id.
All right. So the last two things that we need to do to finish out our cart are we call on the format currency function once again when we calculate our total. So I can grab this format currency, put it inside of the div. Now inside of the bracket, it's important to you know work inside the brackets here. I'm going to do item.price and then multiply it by quantity. Now, I'll tell you about one mistake that I made where TypeScript actually saved my bacon. Because originally, when I was making this, I I put the quantity outside of the parentheses. So I did format currency item.price, and then I tried to multiply it by quantity, like the result by quantity. And I got an underline here, and I was like, what's going on? And it said the left-hand side of an arithmetic operation must be of type any, number, big int, or enum. Now, what comes out of format currency is essentially a formatted string. And so TypeScript recognized that this was not going to be like it's a formatted string with symbols in it, right? And so TypeScript was like, no, I don't think you're going to be able to multiply that, partner. That's not going to work. And so TypeScript flagged this for me and told me what I'd done wrong. And so I was like, oh, yeah, I need to move this inside of the parentheses so it gets multiplied first as a number and then gets formatted. Yeah. So I thought that was really useful.
And this will just say ampersand times. That'll give us.
Okay. And then the last thing we want to do here after our total div, so I can save that. We'll double check that that's working, and then we'll add our remove button. Did I save? Oh, that's the wrong one. Sorry. That's the finished version. All right. Refresh. Add to cart. Yeah. So our total is there. It's a little bit, it's not quite in the right place yet, but I think 1099 times 2 is 2198. So that looks about right. So the total is calculating. Good deal. And then the last thing we're going to do is add our button here. Button component, just like we've been doing. Maybe. There we go. And that's just going to be our close button. So it's going to have a variant of outline danger. Now we talked about variants before, right? We talked about variants before. And there's variants like normal, danger, warning, that kind of thing. And then you can also add the outline keyword to change the default appearance to have the same color and text, but just be an outline, which I think is kind of neat. So size, so you can have a little bit more variety there if you don't want the bold colors. And then when we click that remove button, we want it to trigger our on click, let's see, equals call our remove from cart function, right? Remove from cart. And we want to remove the specific item that we clicked on. And then we're just going to put a little bit of, I think, what is this? ANSI, or what is this? When you write it out like that, this is just going to give us an X symbol. What do you call this when you do the ampersand and then the word? Kitsune says, I'm studying systems analysis and development. It's just beginning. I don't know what's going on, but it's interesting. Yeah, I'm glad you're interested. You don't have to know what's going on to hang out. Absolutely. That's the fun part. You start getting exposed to stuff, and then when you see it again someday, and you'll be like, "Oh, I've seen that before. I know what that is." Right? Yeah, it's some kind of encoding, but I can't remember what it's called. Yeah, and we could just hard code in X too. Yeah, perfectly valid. All right, let's see how this looks now. Okay, good. That's still not quite lining up quite the way I want it to. I think, are we done with the
Just that
cart? Let me just
X
see here.
button. Let's make sure we import that. And now if we save and we refresh this, we'll just add a couple items to our cart. Come over here, and now you can see everything is showing up. We click the
Okay, I
X
missed
button,
some
and it
formatting
removes those
somewhere.
items from the cart. Now, the very last thing we have to implement is our total section. As you can see over here, we have a total, but that's not in one of our cart items. That's all the way back in our shopping cart.
All right. So before we get too far off of that, what I'm going to do is I missed some formatting somewhere, but it's just formatting. I don't care all that much. So I'm going to grab the finished cart item and just fix that formatting that way. I'm just going to grab the function like so. I just missed some styling somewhere. That's all right. Save that. Refresh. Okay. There we go. Formatting is fixed like magic. Kitsune, thank you for the follow. HTML entities. Thank you, piece of shoot. I appreciate that. Thank you for looking that up. Yeah, HTML thing. Okay. Yeah. So, and now watch this. So I can add to cart, right? And watch what happens in the UI behind. So I'm updating my cart here like this. And then I can see that that's reflected in the cart, right? And my running total is here. And if I click the X, it's not only going to take it out of the cart, it's also going to update the UI to show the add to cart button again. So if you watch that, it goes boop. There we go. And it's gone in both places. So perfect. All right. Yeah, X, the letter X is different from multiplication X, right? Yeah. Yeah, latex is a whole different beast.
Now our total we want to put inside of our stack. So we're going to create a div for it. We're going to give it a class.
Yeah, so the last thing we need to do here is to go back up to the parent here, which is the actual shopping cart itself. So we just finished with the cart item, which is making all those individual list items. Now, after all of those list items are completed, we want to show a total. So that's after all the list items, we want to show a single total.
Class name here, which margin start of auto. That's going to push our total as far to the right as possible. We also want it to have bold font, and we want it to have a larger font size. Now inside this div, we just want to say the text total, and then we obviously want to format our currency. So we're going to format our currency, and this is going to take our cart items, and we want to reduce this down to a single value. So we're going to take our total and our current cart item, just like this. And inside of here, what I want to do is I want to get our item, and that item is going to be coming from our store item, just like we did inside of here. So I can actually just kind of copy this code. I'm just going to paste it down here. So we're going to take in our cart item .id, and I'm going to take that import for our store items, and I'm just going to paste it at the top here, just like that. So now we're getting our individual item from our store items, and then what I want to do is try to return the total plus our item.price times our cart item dot quantity. And our item sometimes will not exist. So in order to take into account when our item doesn't exist, we can just say item price, and by default, we're just going to set it to 0.
Okay, so what we've done here is we're once again calling on our format currency, and we're creating a total value. So we're gonna have some text that says total first, and then after that, we're gonna do the calculation, and we can just call format currency, and we're gonna call format currency on the cart items. And we're going to use the array method of reduce. Once again, this is another great array method to know. I think, yeah, we used it before, didn't we? So we can use array method.reduce and essentially just create a running total of the sum of the price times the quantity of all the items in the cart. So total and then cart item, and that out of the way. There we go. Cart items that reduce. Okay, total, comma, cart item. All right. Store items dot find. So we're going to find the matching items, kind of like we did before. Match the ID. Okay. And what we're going to return is the total plus if the current item that we're on exists. So we're using that chaining operator again, the question mark. Then we get the price. If it doesn't, then we use 0 and we multiply it by the quantity. So for each item in the cart, we're going to loop through them and we're going to grab the price and the quantity and multiply them together and then reduce those items, create a running total, sum them all together, and that's our total. So we look at each item individually, price times quantity, and then we sum each of those results together using reduce.
Just like that. The final thing we need to do is we just need to make it so that we default our initial counting to 0, and that should hopefully solve all the problems that we need.
Yeah, and the last argument that reduce takes is it needs an initial value, which is 0. We start at 0 and we sum from there. Piece of Shoot says, chat, for homework, you have to hook this up to a back end. Yeah. Hey, Fidecha, good to see you. Sorry I didn't respond right away. This is the first stream of our Kitten Shopping app. Yep. And the only one. This is a oneer. We're grinding it out, baby. Building it in one stream like a beast. And I'm doing that because I find that I get a huge drop off if I do a part 2. So I got to do these things in one shot or people don't come back.
Now if we come over to our app, let's just add a couple of these.
Okay, so I have a, see, oh, I need to import store items. I forgot to do that. So we can do import store store items from our data file and items.json. There we go. Import store items. And why don't you like that? Okay, I have a little typo somewhere. That's okay. I'm going to do another push here in a minute. Cart item.id, return total. Oh, I forgot to do my multiplication. There we go. That should do it. Okay. And that should return the total at the very bottom of our stack. So if this works, I'll go ahead and push it. Tell VS Code to shut up with its tooltips. I need to copy this. Yeah, VS Code gets a little aggressive. Okay, there we go. So 5 times 1099 is 54.95. And I'm going to go ahead and push this up. Git commit -m, finished cart, git push. There we go. Okay, so exclamation point project if you need a link to the repo.
Come in, maybe I'll add a couple of these, add one of these. We come over to our cart and now you can see our total is just the accumulation of all 3 of those different numbers. And if I remove something, you can see our total changes. Now that's almost everything for our shopping cart. The last thing we have left is to make it so that when we refresh our page, all the items in our cart stay there because they currently do not. This is really easy to do. We're going to create a custom hook called use local storage.
Okay, so yes, the last thing that we need to do is make these values persist, right? So right now, when I hit refresh, all my cart items are gone. And that's not how we want a cart to behave, right? That's not how we want a cart to behave. We want our cart to hold our values even if we were to close the page and return to it, right? Refresh, close and return, whatever. We want those values to stay in our local storage. And Dan says, Mine will we be connecting this up to Stripe tonight? Yeah, and that's a good point. You'll notice that, we're doing the cart, like the shopping cart part of this app, but what we aren't doing is touching payment at all. Not even, no touchy the payment. Um, don't build your own payment processor. Don't even try. Don't even think about it. If you need to build an e-commerce, storefront for any reason, hook it up to like Dan said, to hook it up to Stripe, hook it up to something that is already pre-built to be a payment processor. You don't want to mess with that. Yeah, I think however much they take is enough, right? Um, because you don't want to mess with credit card fraud. Yeah, don't build your own payment processor. Don't roll your own crypto. Exactly. Just don't mess with it. One of my past employers built their own checkout, like on their website, and what happened was they didn't make it secure, and people got their credit cards stolen. So you just don't mess with that. It's not gonna end. It's not gonna end well at all. Are you being serious, Dan? You want to store credit card numbers? What are you doing over there? All right. Last thing we need to do here is hook up to local storage. We're going to open up our hooks folder. Okay, good. You scared me there, Dan. We're going to open up our hooks folder. And inside of our hooks folder, we're going to make one file, and that's just going to be called use local storage. This is going to be a custom hook. We've been using hooks throughout this entire thing, right? Um, We've been using hooks throughout this entire thing, but we've been using hooks that React already has natively that are built in. However, at any point, you can build custom hooks as well that you can then call on. So we're going to build a custom hook here, and we're going to reference it. But you'll notice that when we build it out, it's going to start with use because hooks start with use, and so that keyword indicates a hook. Dr. Motor, you are hitting the auto mod pretty hard today, aren't you?
.ts, and then inside of our shopping cart context, we're just going to use that local storage. So up here, instead of use state, we're going to use local storage. And this use local storage is going to take in another property, and this property is going to be the default value. We can just call it like shopping cart, for example. It doesn't really matter what you call it. And then
Okay. Um, Dr. Mo says I put credit card numbers in my .env and push it to GitHub. Oh boy. Okay, so we've created our hook file here, but we need to prepare our shopping cart to reference that. And so in our shopping cart context, last thing we need to modify here is in our provider, or somewhere here, instead of state for our cart items, right here, instead of state for our cart items, we're going to just reference local storage instead. So we can say use local storage, there we go. And we need to add one additional argument. So we add an initial value. It can be whatever we want. Shopping cart, use local storage, shopping cart, initial value, and then our empty array to start out with.
then we can make this hook. So export function use local storage, just like that. And then we can import that into here. There we go. That should fix most.
All right. So I'm going to start building out my hook here. real quick. I need to go back
those
to that.
errors,
Sorry.
and then we can
All right.
import that into
Oh, come
here,
on.
just like
Okay, there we go. Export function. Export function. Use local storage. Save that. Now, theoretically, we can import it. There we go.
that. And then we can
Thank you for the
import that
follow,
into
Fixie.
here. There we go. That should fix most of those errors. Now what we need to do with our use local storage hook is we need to make it so that it works with custom generic types as well as these different props. So if we come over to that hook real quick, we of course need to make it a generic. So we're going to say T right here.
Okay, so now we can build out our hook. But just like with anything else in TypeScript, we need to give this hook a type. However, we're going to give it a slightly different type than you might have seen before. This is what's called a generic. So essentially, it will keep track of whatever type passes into it. So whatever we give it, it's going to keep track of that type. And then we can match the output to the same type. So this T basically just means, hey, record whatever gets passed in here and hold on to it. And then we can say, all right, output is also T, so output should match type. So that means we could pass in a variety of different types to this, but whatever they are, it's going to be recorded and held, and we can then reference that T value again later. Generics, it's happening, Chad. I know. Faffin says, I kind of want to make a YouTube channel called Due Diligence that gives out bad tech and legal advice. Yeah, I've only kind of halfway been paying attention to chat for like the past 10 minutes. And y'all have been getting wild in there. This, as a disclaimer, for anybody watching this later on YouTube, none of this should be taken as real life credit card or financial advice, and it's all meant in what is it, parody or comedy license, right? That should absolve me of any sin. Don't tell the financial authorities you learned anything on this channel, Dan. I don't want to get in trouble with the IRS. Yes, I'm breaking out the disclaimer with a capital D. Good to see you, Faffin. Yeah, personally, if I was building out a shop, I would not build my own shop. I would use Shopify or one of the hundreds of other tools that are built to give you a ready-made e-commerce storefront. I would freaking use WordPress or whatever. There's all sorts of modules out there that you can just plug and play and build a storefront. This is more about the concepts of state and context and seeing how those work in real life. All right, let's set up our local storage.
Here, that's going to be our generic type. And we're also going to say that it's going to have a key, which is a string, and it's going to have an initial value. And the initial value is either going to be a type of T, or it's going to be a function that returns this type of T. And this type of T is just whatever we pass here for our use local storage hook. So we said it's an array of cart items. That's all that this right here is saying with our use local storage hook. That's what this T represents. It can be any type you want. We're just saying whatever type it is, this initial value is either going to be that type or a function that returns that type.
Yeah. So basically, what he said is what we just kind of talked about, right? And so this T is just going to capture whatever we pass in. In our case, it's going to be an array called cart items, but it could be a lot of different things. So our local storage, just like a database, needs a string, right? String. So this key is going to be a string, and then the initial value, initial value. There we go. Initial value is also going to have, it's going to match type to what we're passing in, or a function that returns the same type. So don't have to worry about this too much. It's just the initial setup. Now let's see what we put in there.
That's it. Now what we need to do is we need to actually implement our use state logic. So we can come in here and we can say we're going to get a value and a set value, which is going to be equal to use state. And this use state right here is going to be of this generic type T. And what we want to do is we want to use the function version of it because we only ever want to invoke checking our local storage one time because it's kind of a slow operation to do, and we don't want to do this every time our component re-renders. So here, we can get our JSON value, which is just local storage.get item of our key. And then if our JSON value is not equal to null, well, that means that we have value stored in our local storage. So we want to just parse that out. So we're going to just JSON parse our JSON value, and we're going to return that just like that.
Thank
And
you for
that
the
right there is going to
follow,
get us this value
Tito.cast.
right here that we care about. The next thing we need to do is check what happens if we don't have that. So if we don't have that, then that means we need to check the type of our initial value. So if our initial value is a type of function, well, then that means that we need to invoke it as a function. So we can return invoking our initial value as a function. Otherwise, we can just return our initial value. Now we will get one TypeScript error here, essentially saying our types don't.
Okay, I'm gonna pause for a second. We're gonna build this part out before we go any farther. All right, so we set up our initial values. Now all we're doing in here is we're just taking state out of the app itself and holding state in local storage. That's really what we're doing here. We're taking state out of the app and we're moving it to local storage so our state can persist, right? We want our state to persist when we refresh our page. That's what we're doing here. So if you recognize this part, value and set value, that's a state declaration, right? And then we set up our use state, we give it an initial type, and we're going to give it an initial value. So that's all we're doing here is we're just moving our state declaration out of the app because we want it to persist, and we're going to store it in local storage. Okay. So we're checking to see what's in our local storage already. And we're matching keys here to make sure we pull the right item. Making sure that we don't get the wrong thing out of local storage if there's something already in there. And we're checking to see, hey, if something is in local storage that matches with our current app, so like something's, some cart information is already in local storage, then just return that. Return JSON, there we go, JSON dot parse, maybe, eventually, parse. Here we go, JSON dot parse. Grab all that JSON and parse it out, baby. All right, now if there's nothing in there, if our initial value if we're passing in a function for our initial value, then just straight up execute that function. Else, just return the initial value. Okay. Let's see. Why doesn't it like that? I think I have a set value. Oh, I need to import use state from React. So last thing to do here is import use state. There we go. Import use state. Oh, and I'm missing a close parenthesis. There we go. And I have an extra closed parenthesis down here. Okay, great.
Don't line up, what we need to do is we need to explicitly tell TypeScript that this initial value is a type of this invocable function that returns our type of t right here.
Okay, now I'll be real with you. I don't really understand what he's doing here, but it gets rid of the error, so we can roll with it. We essentially just wrap our initial value in parentheses like this. Say initial value as, and then type t. We explicitly declare it as such, and then we call it, and it seems to work. Cool.
This is just to get around some TypeScript issues because it thinks that possibly this value right here of t could be a function, but we know for a fact it can't be. So that just fixes those issues. Now this just essentially all it does is it gets the value from local storage, or it's going to get the initial value that we passed in. That's all that code did. Now the next thing we need to do is we need to set up a use effect that runs every single time our key or our value changes. We just want to store our value back in local storage. So we can do a set item with our key, and we can just stringify our value. And then down here, we can return value and set value. But if we just do that, it's actually going to give us an error. If you come over here, you can see.
Okay, hang on. We're going to back up a little bit. All right, so the last thing we're doing here inside of our local storage is we can read from local storage, right? But now we need to write to local storage. And in order to do that, we can use a very versatile React hook called use effect. And what use effect essentially does is it allows us to interact with outside entities. It might be an API, it might be local storage, it might be a database, all that sort of thing. This use effect will allow us to do that. So use effect will allow us to write to local storage, and we're going to pass in our key, which is going to help us identify what things belong to our app versus any other apps that are using local storage. So we pass in our key. This says, hey, this belongs to our store. And then we pass in all of our other values as one big JSON array. All together. And then we're telling it, yeah, it's an array of key value pairs. Okay. Yeah, Ahmed. Anything related to transactions should be implemented by outsources like Shopify and Stripe. Absolutely, yes. You don't want to handle payment processing at all. That's a recipe for disaster. I've seen it go wrong and blow up for a company that I worked for. They got in. Yeah, there was shopping cart problems. They got out of compliance with Google on like HTTPS. It didn't end well. So you don't want to do that stuff yourself. Just outsource it to somebody that knows, to a company that makes that their business. I will open up that question to chat there, Cool Oz. Um, Anybody have experience with ngrok?
And set value. But if we just do that, it's actually going.
Okay, the last thing we need to do is set our return. We're going to return value. So we're returning our state value and the function that we use to set our state value. There we go. So this is what we're returning: the value from that was in our local storage and the ability to update that value.
Going to give us an error. If you come over here, you can see that these values have both an array of cart items and it's going to be a set state. So of course, down here, when we try to use these, it's going to give us an error. To get around this issue, it's super simple. We just need to explicitly tell it that this is going to be an array with t, and it's going to be an array which is just type of set value. And we can even.
Yeah, so we're declaring types again here. T. So our value is going to be the same as our generic that we declared up here. And then set value is just going to be, it's a little bit of a fudge, but it's whatever set value is, we're saying, all right, that's the type. So set value, I think in this case, is a function, so it's going to set it to type function.
Even do the same thing here. We just say type of value.
And that's okay, we can do the same thing here. Type of value. They're both going to be set to their own types as declared up here.
Saying that the first element in our array is always going to have this type right here, and the second element is always going to be this type. Now when we go back into here, we hover this, you can see this is always an array of cart items, and this one right here is always this like React set state.
All right, so shopping cart context, we're using local storage, and if we hover over const cart items, yeah, we can see that's an array of items, right? Cart items is an array. That's what we're storing these things in. And then set cart items is a state updater, which looks correct.
Thing. So now with that done, if we add some items to our cart, let's just come in here, we'll add a couple of these, add a couple of those. You can see we have 2 books, 3 computers, If I refresh my page, you can see we still have 2 books and 3 computers. If I get rid of one of
All
them,
right, let's test this. So now that we have local storage implemented, theoretically, um, we should be able to refresh the page and have all of our items remain in the cart. Okay, we have those things. They're in our cart. That looks correct. That's really expensive. $59,625. All right, I think it's worth it though, honestly. Oh, we got to add an extra small as well. So we have all those things in the cart. Excuse me, I need to sneeze. Excuse me. Sorry if I woke anybody up. Okay, we have those things in cart. Actually, I'm going to close this too. Um, thank you. Now I refresh, and look at that. They persist because they're in local storage. Now, thank you guys. Now, how can we confirm that? How can we confirm that these items are actually in local storage? Well, if you're not familiar, you can use inspect like this. You can use inspect, and you can go to application in the inspector, and you can open up local storage. So 5174 is our local host. And we can see that my key here is shopping cart, and my items are stored in local storage. Oops, sorry. Now I've got another item here, right? It's called tasks. This was from another app that I built. So that's why this key is important. This overall key for all of the values, for this entire array of values, that's why this is important, because we might have different things that are actually using local storage at the same time. In this case, this was an app I built a long time ago, but it's still hanging out here in local storage. And so here I can clearly identify, oh yeah, this is my shopping cart, and these are the items: ID, quantity, etc. Right? There we go. So those are stored in local storage, and now I can refresh. I can, I'm going to copy this. I can close, well, here, I'll do this. I'll close this and go back to it, and my cart stays in place. Everything is still there. So that is how, people expect a shopping cart to work, which is why we implemented it in local storage, so that information would persist. And we are, if we look to here, one last thing in local storage, go back to inspect, go back to application, and open my shopping cart local storage here. Once again, these are just state values. These are the 2 items we stored in our state, and we just migrated it from inside the app, where it would keep getting refreshed each time. We migrated it up to local storage, where even if the app refreshes, it persists and gets read. It gets read via our use local storage hook that we created. That's what that hook is for. It looks at local storage. It says, hey, something is in here with the key that matches our app. I'm going to see what's in there. And it grabs those down, it puts them into state, and it passes that state into the context. Just like we've been using, the context passes it down to the components, and everything works from there. So that's what we did. That's why we're doing it. I think that's all. I think we're done.
refresh, come back, you can now see we still just have those 2 books. Now, if you enjoyed this project,
Yep, we're all done. That's the man with his beautiful hair, signifying that it's the end of the application. So I'm going to do another push here. Added local storage. There we go. Everything should be pushed up to GitHub now. So you are free to use this code, abuse this code, whatever you want to do with this code. It's yours to mess with, style it up, add Stripe to it, add a database backend. I don't care. Just if you're going to handle payments in any way, don't build it yourself. Talking about it says, mine still says I'm bad at coding. Oh no. Well, yeah, check out the push and compare your code and see. You probably just have a missing bracket somewhere or something, or you forgot to import. That's probably the most common mistake. My ex got me a dog poop bag holder that says "Bless this meth," and it's the highlight of that relationship. It's funny. Hey, Kulaz. Oh, you're not actually a web dev. You're learning how to become one. So I'm currently a SQL developer. That's what I get paid for. I do web dev in my spare time. Yeah, I'm a senior SQL dev, and web dev is fun for me, so I do it as a hobby. I'm learning React. I'm already a web dev with JavaScript, vanilla JavaScript, um, but React is something I'm also React and TypeScript are two things that I'm picking up now. Clear your storage. Well, then I wouldn't have been able to show you how it actually works, right? Why the key value is important. Didn't save me from myself. It can only do so much. The heart of the TypeScript. Is that a Yu-Gi-Oh reference? Are you referencing the heart of the cards? Engagement. Too existential. Now I need to know if it was a Yu-Gi-Oh reference. This is important to me. I just like Yu-Gi-Oh abridged, really. Screw the rules. I have money. That's my favorite quote from that entire from Yu-Gi-Oh abridged. Oh, nice. Yeah, one of my friends gave me a Blue Eyes White Dragon card, Yu-Gi-Oh card at some point. I think that was kind of like valuable. I don't know if I still have it though. Yeah, see, we're wrapping up though. We finished the app. We're all done. We're just on the wind down now. And speaking of fried brain, I think my brain is pretty fried as well. No, I'm getting there. Yeah, no, I have one somewhere. I thought actually I heard recently it's worth money. Uh, my friend gave me like four cards, and one of them I picked was Blue Eyes White Dragon, and I'm like, yeah, actually that's worth money now. You've also been drinking. Hmm. All right, let's look for somebody to raid, shall we? Oh, you've got one, Dr. Moto? Exodia? Yeah. Some kitten really enjoyed chewing on their. Yeah, I have no idea where it is. All right. Ooh, we've got choices today, my friends. Ooh, I think I know who I want to raid today. It's someone I haven't raided in a while, and I think you have your Hollow Charizard. Oh, that's awesome. I have not used Zod yet, but I'll look it up. So I think I know exactly who to raid. We've all worked really hard today, right? We've all coded super hard, and like you said, your brain is fried. Um, and I'm really proud of everybody who stuck with me, or even those who joined it midway. Like sometimes that's harder, right? If you didn't start the project at the beginning, you got to catch up. You got to figure out what you're missing, all that nonsense. So really proud of everybody. Um, and I think we're gonna raid Whistleface today. If you don't know who Whistleface is, they're super fun. They're a DJ. They're incredibly nice and kind, and just a great human with great facial hair as well. This dude's beard is top notch. We're gonna raid them for some sick beats, chill vibes, and you don't really have to think, and you can just participate in their wonderful community. So I think they're worth it. Thank you for the follow, QCab. I hope y'all enjoyed it today and learned some stuff about React, TypeScript, state, context, props, all those crazy things, components, hooks, all that nonsense that we have been learning for the past couple months. We got to apply almost all of it today. So I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you can see how it works, and feel free to use the code and go back through the concepts and make sure that you capture them. Original Lord, thank you so much for the follow. Generics. Yeah, we even got to use TypeScript generics. Absolutely. Who knew? Yeah, it's been a hot minute since I've done a long stream, but I think this one was worth it. I really wanted to do this one. It and once again, thank you, drunk Uncle Grandma. Thank you for recommending this tutorial because it literally covers everything that I wanted to talk about. So much appreciated for sharing it. That was you, right, Drunk Uncle Grandma? If you're still here, I don't know. No worries, Bridget Bob. You're welcome for the stream. Fairlights facial hair. Writing that out. Yeah, it depends. Hello, Q Cab. Stop touching the mouse. What am I doing? Piece of Shoe says, thanks for being here. Yeah, absolutely. All right, let's go ahead and start the raid. I'm going to go make a cup of tea and vibe out to Whistleface for a while. Oh, no worries, QCab. I hope to see you next time, okay? You can join us next time. We're going to be learning Vim. Yeah, absolutely. See you next time. We're going to be doing Vim Tutor. That was a request from one of my viewers. They claimed a channel points reward to nominate a stream topic. So we're going to be learning Vim. Alrighty, here we go. For better or for worse, we're going to be learning Vim. All right, raid is starting. Let's go. Now you're more than that, Dr. Moto. You know that. All right. Raid is starting. Have a great week, folks. Vim next week. I'm excited. Let's go.